Good morning, folks. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. This is our Wednesday weekly meeting. It is September 28th at 9 a.m. We will start our day today with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ackerman.
Present.
Commissioner Bogue, Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner McGowan.
Here.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath, Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 out of 7 commissioners present.
Very good. Welcome, everybody. Good to see everyone. Good to see the 40 some odd participants that are playing with us this morning. We have a full agenda today. We will start with commissioner comments. Does any commissioner have comments for the good of the cause? Seeing no comments, we will move to consent agenda. Does any commissioner have questions or concerns with regard to consent agenda? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Cross, second by Commissioner McGowan. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. We also, commissioners, have on our agenda 2 recommended orders. Those will become orders of the commission unless anyone has concerns. So I'm giving an opportunity to provide concerns at this point. Okay, seeing none, then those recommended orders will become orders of the commission following today's hearing. We now will take up docket number 2111002222. This is an application for an oil and gas development plan entitled the Warbler. It is by the applicant Extraction Oil and Gas Incorporated. We do have public comment on this matter. I would note we had 18 written public comments concerning this matter, and we have, I think, 14 people. Ms. Amaro, I thought you said in the email that it was 16, but I'm looking at the list. It looks like it's 14. Is that right? Okay.
That is correct. We had 2 duplicates on there.
We did.
Apologies.
Okay. Nope. No problem. The order of play with regard to OGDPs is that we generally take the public comment followed by the comment from the relevant local government, if any, and I believe Mr. Greg Dean from Adams County will be presenting today that Adams County is the relevant public comment. We then will hear from CPW because this has some Colorado Parks and Wildlife issues. Mr. Moret will present. We then will hear from the applicant Extraction, who will present and also present rebuttal to the other information that is presented ahead of Extraction. And then we would have commissioner questions and deliberations. So with that, we would look for members of the public who desire to comment on this OGDP. The first person that I have signed up is Joe Pettit, followed by Van Rudd, followed by Kate Christensen. So Hearings Manager Larson or Ms. Amaro, if we could start to collect those individuals into the panel, we can hear from them. Each person will be entitled to 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Amaro, if you could put the time clock on the panel as well so that folks are aware of the time that they have before them. And then we would look to hear from them. And Ms. Amara, if you don't have the time clock, I can keep track of time as well. Oh, there we go. Look how good you are. Great. Okay, so with that, we will hear from Mr. Pettit.
Thank you so much. I'm Joe Pettit. I'm representing Bird Conservancy of the Rockies. Bird Conservancy of the Rockies is concerned about the impacts of the proposed Warbler pad well site. We've been headquartered at Bar Lake for over 30 years and know its significance for birds and other wildlife. We chose Bar Lake as our headquarters due to its location along the Central Flyway. Bar Lake is critical for migrating birds, providing stopover habitat in spring and fall, and key nesting habitat for songbirds, shorebirds, and waterbirds. More than 400 species have been documented at Bar Lake. Oil and gas operations so near this habitat have the potential to severely disturb wildlife through increased large vehicle traffic, diminished air quality, light and noise pollution, habitat fragmentation, and possible water pollution. The proposed well pad location will significantly impact bald eagles and other raptors. Specifically, the prairie dog colony adjacent to the well pad and access road will almost certainly be disrupted by construction and vehicle traffic. Bar Lake is a significant nesting and winter roosting site for bald eagles and red-tailed hawks who depend on prairie dog colonies as a food source. Additionally, the presence of heavy trucks will increase the risk of bird vehicle collisions. Prairie dog colonies are also prime nesting and foraging habitat for burrowing owls, a state threatened species that has been repeatedly documented in the area. The collapse of the colony will reduce nesting locations. It will also impact burrowing owls in that they are a primary diet is insects, and the light generated by large vehicles at dawn and dusk attracts these insects, increasing likelihood of bird vehicle collisions. The potential impacts go beyond wildlife. Bar Lake is an educational and recreation hub for tens of thousands of residents and visitors every year. Bird Conservancy of the Rockies has centered its education program at Bar Lake for the past 3 decades. We and Adams County Open Space, Bar Lake State Park, have invested millions of dollars in habitat, infrastructure, and educational programs. The presence of extraction activities within the immediate vicinity of the park has the potential to forever diminish Bar Lake as a destination for students and visitors. We're already challenged by traffic congestion with trucks and cars entering and exiting I-76. The siting of such a large operation presents, in our view, an unreasonable risk to the valuable education and recreational resources. We ask that the developers reconsider their plans to develop adjacent to Bar Lake State Park and Bird Conservancy of the Rockies headquarters. We appreciate your environmental review and the permitting process, but the current site will affect populations of at-risk birds and the integrity of the park and our programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. We appreciate your being with us and taking time out of your day to present the concerns of your organization. We now will attempt to hear from Van Rudd, followed by Kate Christensen, and then Mike Kelly. Give us a sec while we try to impanel the appropriate individuals. Mr. Rudd, I see you are impaneled. Do you want to unmute yourself?
There we go. Perhaps that'll work now.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, my name is Van Rudd. I am speaking on behalf of myself as an avid birder who has visited Joe Pettit's bird conservation site at Bar Lake. And as he pointed out, Bar Lake State Park is a birding hotspot, not just for people in Adams County, but for people throughout Colorado and honestly the nation. People visit there from all across the U.S. to observe the over 400 bird species that call Bar Lake a home, either permanent or temporary. I just wanted to point out that, you know, this Bar Lake and the surrounding area are home to hundreds of bald eagles that come down there to winter each year. There are literally tens of thousands of geese, duck, and shorebirds that winter there and nest there. All of these birds will be impacted due to the noise, the lights, toxic fumes, and potential water pollution that will undoubtedly be a impact of this warbler pad, which the name of which I find most ironic. Raptors in particular will be impacted by this. Raptors are personally my favorite bird type to come and observe out by Bar Lake, especially the prairie around Bar Lake, which is where Warbler Pad will be going in and where these raptors hunt and nest. There are rough-legged hawks, red-tailed hawks, broad-winged hawks, and the threatened ferruginous hawk that all call the Bar Lake surrounding prairie home. And both bald and golden eagles also hunt in the area where the pad is planned to be put. Northern harriers, peregrine falcons, another endangered bird, as well as prairie falcons also hunt, mostly small rodents and other birds in the area. As Mr. Pettit pointed out, the impact on these birds, it could be severe. The chance for killing or injuring these birds will increase because of this. And some of their prime food sources, the prairie dogs being one of them, will be reduced. The burrowing owl in particular, which, as Mr. Pettit pointed out, is an endangered bird, uses those prairie dog colonies as a home and nesting site, and they will undoubtedly not be able to do so once this pad goes in place. So just to wrap it up, the ferruginous hawk, sandhill crane, burrowing owl, long-billed curlew, peregrine falcons, and willow flycatchers are all either endangered or threatened and will be impacted by this bar site. And I noticed that none of those birds were mentioned in the wildlife impact study that were submitted for this warbler pad development.
Thank you, Mr. Rudd, for taking time out of your day and to participate with us and bringing these concerns to us. We appreciate it. Next, we have Ms. Kate Christensen, followed by Mike Kelly, and then Kimberly Shackley. Don't know that I saw that Ms. Christensen was, oh, there we go. There's 350 Colorado.
Hi.
Hi, I was looking for your name and didn't see the
Oh,
organization.
I should have signed out of my work email or work Zoom before I came on here. Hi, my name is Kate Christensen. I live in Lafayette, Colorado. Thanks for taking the time to hear my comments today. I'm just speaking on behalf of myself and my family. I lived in Colorado 20 years, but my husband has been in, he grew up in Aurora, and my family's still there. And my sister-in-law, Marissa, loves Bar Lake. She loved it. She passed away a couple years ago of like a sudden heart failure, and she left my niece and nephew. They were 19, 17, and 16 at the time when she died. And every time I see a bald eagle, like in Lafayette, we don't get a ton of them, but sometimes I'll go out to Stern Lake, or sometimes they hang out in the cottonwood trees. Sometimes we help behind the Walmart. And I take a photo and I send it to my niece and nephews, let them know I'm thinking about them and their mom. And I'm telling you the story not because it's special or unique, but because so many Coloradans have stories like this, where state parks are special places, and the state has made us a promise that we will keep these places safe. And that's a place where my niece and nephews can go when they miss their mom, you know? And I know you're going to hear about all sorts of avoidance and BMPs from like CPW, and I'm sure there's been tons and tons of reviews of this application. But the thing is life happens. Like sudden heart failures happen. Flow lines blow up houses and kill people. And we know that BMPs, all the best BMPs like they have in Broomfield, don't always do the job. There was a giant fireball that went up in the middle of a neighborhood in Broomfield right after the Marshall Fire. So when you hear about this pad today, like, just remember, like, state parks are special places. They are what the state and Colorado residents have agreed upon to keep safe. Say like, hey, bald eagles, we got your back. You're good here. And they're not meant to be drilled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen, for taking time out of your day and presenting to us. We do appreciate it. We now will hear from Mike Kelly.
Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner Cross was removed from the panel as a panelist. So
Hold on
Yeah,
just a sec.
we have Commissioner Cross coming back in. Apologies.
here
for
he
that.
is.
And we are looking for Mr. Kelly. I don't see him in the attendees. I don't know if Ms. Amaro has been able to bring him in. It doesn't appear so. We do have Ms. Shackley or Kim Shackley, who would be able to speak now, and we can keep looking for Mr. Kelly.
A note for the record, we've got Commissioner Cross back. Good to see you. Not sure what happened there. Let's go ahead and move to Ms. Shackley. If you want to unmute yourself.
I believe I am. I believe I'm unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. My husband and I bought our home on Piccadilly Road 39 years ago. Our property is personified as rural acreage teeming with abundant wildlife and birds with peaceful views of the Front Range. Our life would be severely impacted by the Warbler pad site. The proposed roadway off Piccadilly heading east will adversely affect our day-to-day life, devalue our property, negatively impact wildlife and protected bird species in the area, and diminish opportunities to study native flora and fauna, which has been instrumental to my career as a full-time wildlife sculptor for more than 3 decades. The area's immediate water source for most local wildlife is Bar Lake, which could also be dangerously impacted from environmental changes from the project. This will create serious health problems for my family member who now lives with us since suffering a ruptured brain aneurysm. She has COPD, which will be worsened by conditions relating to dust, emissions, pollution, and other factors attributed to oil and gas development. We understand and respect our neighbors' rights and position relating to their properties and liberties to development relating to mineral rights. They have been good neighbors to us. Separately and respectfully, it is also necessary to contemplate the big picture beyond our own days on earth, where compassion and compromise for good stewardship must be given thoughtful scrutiny. The magnitude of this project is enormous and relative to all of us with homes in this area. An alternative route for the project was presented months ago. No explanation was given as to why this cannot work. Information and transparency has been lacking since the start and continues to be ongoing. If other road alternatives are exhausted and this project is approved, a requirement should be imposed to move the proposed road entrance on Piccadilly Road no less than 150 yards farther to the north to accommodate keeping trucks at least 750 feet from our home and the Weber property located on the east side of Piccadilly, as both of our homes would be highly impacted by this project. We will be trying to cope with roaring trucks, lights, noise, additional pollution, loss of sleep, and stress. Not only will it affect our quality of life, but it will affect my career. Each of our lives will be forever changed. Thank you.
Thank you for attending with us and presenting your information to us this morning. We do appreciate it.
And sorry you cannot see us. And our neighbors are with me that are on your list using this computer. So that
And
would
what are,
be
what are your name?
Luana Christensen and Rolf Christensen.
Okay, Luana Christensen is the next person that is signed up. If you could allow her to have your microphone, we'll hear from her now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Christensen.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Luana Christensen. My husband, Rolf, and I have lived in the original Green family farmhouse on Piccadilly Road for 6 of the 45 years It has been in our family. Since taking over ownership, we have worked diligently to improve the condition of the 1901 farmhouse and the grounds, and we're really proud to call this our home. You know, the greatest appeal in living here comes with the experience of being integrated with the nature that surrounds us. We have Bar Lake State Park and the Bird Conservancy of the Rockies to the south and west. It really is a pristine setting that allows a constant flow of wildlife onto our property by land and air. And the proposed Warbler pad site, it will critically impact our lives, our property value, and the environment that we do share with the wildlife. You know, as homeowners, we rely solely on well water for consumption, bathing, watering our agriculture and animals, etc. And we really are extremely alarmed at the potential for our water to be contaminated by the injection of hydraulic fracturing fluids directly into groundwater resources, potential spills during the handling of hydraulic fracturing fluids and chemicals, improper disposal of wastewater, resulting in contamination of groundwater and other fracturing activities, which can have grave impact on our water source. We know through published EPA findings, March 4th of this year, that 11% of chemicals used in the fracturing process have chronic oral toxicity values that can be used for human health risk assessment. How can you be 100% certain that our life spring will not be tainted? Living so close to the proposed location, we will be adversely affected by the hazardous chemicals used in extraction, the inability to access local business, hospitals, shopping, appointments, etc. in reasonable time due to the constant heavy flow of trucks along Piccadilly, the rumble and noise pollution along with the dust and poor air quality created by commercial machinery, the light pollution affecting the night sky, and the potential for hydrogen sulfide gas that can be released into the air with a cumulative effect, leading to extensive health damage, and the wildlife who proliferates in this area will equally be affected. I respectfully urge you to reflect upon the conditions that face our family and all those near the proposed site and deliberate as if this was to be developed in your own backyard. The earth, the air, the land, and water are not an inheritance from our forefathers, but on loan from our children. So we have to hand over to them at least as it was handed to us. Gandhi, thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. We do have a question, Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question is for both Ms. Shackley and Ms. Christensen. I thank you for your testimony today. I am curious to know how far away from the proposed location you are and whether or not you were contacted in any way about this proposed site and the opportunity to file a protest with us through our approval process.
Okay, this is Kim Shackley first. Are you talking about from the very beginning when they started talking of this proposed? We were contacted, but we have not received all correspondence. There has been times that we received nothing. And we have had to call and say, our neighbors were notified of these things. We've received no papers. And then someone would possibly a month later send us papers. Not a month later from when we spoke, but a month after all our other neighbors were notified. Some of the correspondence we may have never received. I did indeed just recently receive a document from a neighbor that we have not seen. So there has been many parts of this process that we feel like we've been out in the dark. That's why my comments about lack of being notified. And in the very beginning, they were in touch with us about property, but we have received only partial notices through the process.
And Ms. Shackley, what is the distance between
But
your
we're-
home and the proposed working pad surface?
From the working pad itself, that would be approximately 1/2 mile in. The road itself, as it stands, as proposed, would be 300 feet from our home. And that would make us the second closest to where the road will go if they do not move that at least slightly to the north.
Okay, and what about Ms. Christensen? What's the distances and proximity?
So the distance, although we are right next door to the Shackleys, it's less than 1/2 mile because it would be directly to the south of us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Christensen, I note that I believe your husband Rolf also signed up. He's a little
Yes.
further down the list, but while we've got you guys at the panel, if he wants to speak now, we'll go ahead and hear him.
You would. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rolf Christensen, and we across on 14501 Piccadilly Road, which would be directly across from the proposed Warbler pad. And it is, less than 1/2 mile. Like I said, we live in the historic ranch house that's been there since 1901. It was the Greens going all the way to Bar Lake. I just wanted to mention a couple things. I'll try to keep it short because I know your time is valuable, but before the lake was dammed up, this has been Bar Lake was a marsh area. And for millennia, it's been a bird stop off for migration, so on and so forth. And in the 1800s, when the rail line went through there, it was a very popular stop off to look at the buffalo and all the wildlife. So even though they dammed it up, it's not like this is a newer body of water that just is frequented now. It's been, anyway, so when I sit in my in the backyard almost every evening, I watch the birds. Their flight pattern is directly over this pad area, which is kind of disturbing. We've been here for 45 years. It was my father's ranch, and he passed it down to me. And it's just such a magical, special place because of this Bar Lake, really. I mean, of course, it's in beautiful Colorado and so forth, but I have a few big concerns. Yes, we weren't notified at all. When Extraction was interested in trying to get the permit taken care of, we were informed then, but with the new company and everything, we received zero information. It was all hearsay between the neighbors. Everybody's got pretty busy lives, but this is important, and we received nothing other than I got something on the outside of my mailbox from the Sierra Club, who informed us we wouldn't have even known otherwise. But this road, Piccadilly Road, is 2 lanes. There really isn't much of a shoulder. I kind of call it the road of death because we've had so many every day, almost every other day, there's dead wildlife on the sides of the road, or hit a deer, and this is so much traffic going through there now. This road is really pretty taxed, in my opinion. It's got some going over some canals and stuff, and I can't imagine what it would be like with all the more trucks and equipment, 24 hours a day. I've seen, how it works and what goes on, and gosh, I couldn't think of a less suitable area because of the community right there. This is our home. We're not allowed to develop our land, and nor do we want to, but because it is in this special place and area, we even had directly in front of the Shackley's house, a close family friend of ours was taking a walk one dusk evening, and she was hit by 3 vehicles before they knew what was going on. Of course, unfortunately, it was 2 of them were drunk drivers, but in this, our dogs and family have been hit. It's just tough. The water, I know everybody tries to be as careful as they can, but we're sourced from pristine, beautiful well water right now. And I have friends who are in the fracking industry, and they, as careful as you can be, it can leak. There's usually not a backup plan. It's just it's a tough spot. I understand the need for gas and fuel, but gosh, I just couldn't think of there's just too many issues in this area. I believe there's already fracking wells at both ends of Piccadilly. Please consider nixing this, because I think there's many more suitable locations where it won't affect our quality of our life. And like my wife said, our children's lives. It's just a special place. It's so sensitive. I've already seen the owl population, the little burrowing owls, go way down. Actually, you rarely see them now. And this is just from human activity and whatnot. But
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
We do have a question, Commissioner Cross.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your comments. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that there's already some fracking on Piccadilly. Where is that in relation to where your house is?
It's actually, so if you go, what is it, north, east, south there was a site at the end of south of Piccadilly, and where it's not really on Piccadilly, but it's just at a T cross and straight across there, 128th and Piccadilly, sorry. Yes, so it's at that end, and at the other end, there's some well, but I think it's a groundwater reintroduction where they're pressuring water into the ground, which is another reason. I mean, this supplies a huge community for water. And if there was a problem with this line, I don't know if there's a backup. Basically, a lot of the whole community's water is gotten right down from the end of Bromley and Piccadilly Road. It's part of the process that they actually, I saved a hawk that got stuck in their small chain link fence just the other day with the park people helping me, and it's already maxed out. And yeah, so thank you. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all four of you for taking time out of your day to present to us this morning. We do appreciate it. We now will hear from Renee Chacon, who I believe is in panel, followed by Joanne Hakos, and then Paul Frank.
Good morning, gentle morning. Guadalcanetzi.
Hello, we can hear you.
Awesome. Sorry, I'm going to have to keep my camera off really quick. I'm homeschooling my littles. Claso kamati ometo, claso kamati atatonatiu, claso kamati tonantinkleli, claso kamati abuelitos y abuelitas, and all the ones that came before, and all the little ones to come. We live on the land of the Ute, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Shoshone, the Kiowa, the Lakota, the Comanche, the Navajo, the Apache, and the Chicano, and 48 tribes that still live and travel through this space. I tell you this because we do need to understand what it means to be a good ancestor. My family has been here before Colorado was a state. I can legitimately exist nowhere else being the mixture that I am of Dene and Chicana. I ask most of all, as a member of the Environmental Justice Action Task Force for CDPHE, a teacher for cultural education for Women from the Mountain, which we co-founded, which is an Indigenous woman-led nonprofit that works with all the local tribes, including DIFRAC. We'll be at Orange Shirt Day this next Saturday for the residential and genocide school survivors that are also still in the state of Colorado. And most of all, I ask as a mother, the waters here, especially on the South Platte, once used to be called Moonshell and Cheyenne and Arapaho. They were so clean that you could see on the bottom where it looked like there was a shell. Now it has 35 particulate pollutants that we know of, and in some surveys that we've done for the task force, up to 69. Bar Lake should not be the next sacrifice. You need to understand that water is life. These are sacred spaces. And before you were here, my ancestors held it in a sacred way of knowing that our resources were sources of life. Yes, Bar Lake is also where eagles, one of our most sacred birds in so many forms of medicine, literally go to migrate. To be so mindless and to not understand that we also have a responsibility to steward in our spaces is incredibly important. It's not just a wildlife preserve, but it also reminds you that you are not just the one that takes the resource in this space, but you're a part of a circle and understanding where the concerns are and not letting industries impose on our own equity, including the biosphere. The proposed pad is within a half-mile buffer of a bald eagle area, which has been active for over 40 years and often sustains over 100 eagles. The Bar Lake area is a critical habitat area. There is documentation of large numbers of about 350 species of birds by the Cornell Labs database and by the annual bird banding operations connected on site. Warbler Pad Oil and Gas Company, Crestone, submitted an incomplete list of species residing at the intended project area that is also the State Wildlife Action Plan. Their list only includes a small number of species that actually reside there. So already they're not doing their due diligence as they never have before. So you should not leave it on any form of extractive industry to perform this form of equity analysis. It is up to state and federal agencies' onus to know where there has already been a disproportionately impacted community, to know where there is cumulative impacts to number of particulate pollutants, and to most of all, protect, mitigate, and form from community modeling, starting from indigenous communities that are still here and survived genocide, to tell you how to apply that with some form of equity to be a good ancestor now. I ask that you move in that way for our future generations, or else you force us to have to again protect from our own way of life. Thank you for listening. Tlazokamati.
Thank you for taking time out of your day to present to us. We do appreciate it. We now will hear from Joanne Hakos.
Thank you, commissioners, for giving me time to speak. I want to strongly urge the commission to deny the Warbler Pad permit for extraction. Extraction has not been at all honest with the 63 local residents who are within 1 mile of their 21 well pad, the intersection of 144 and Piccadilly Road. In our many phone calls to local residents, they tell us they are completely unaware of this proposed permit. We're especially concerned with the homes that are at the intersection of 144. These homes are going to be severely impacted in the last attempt by extraction. Now they are just a few convenient feet outside of the 2,000 from the well pad, but not the edges. They're also a few feet from the newly proposed access road that will host 111 trucks per day directly in their backyards. Shouldn't we be measuring from them, not to the center? About a year ago, Extraction held a meeting by putting some notices in people's mailboxes. About a dozen people attended an outdoor meeting in the cold, in the late afternoon, when most people were still at work. That's outrageous. This community formed an HOA to fight the previous attempt, and they won. No one contacted the HOA about this permit. They are worried about their water supply, as you've heard. The local well is their only source. The county does not deliver water to this area. They're worried about the trucks, the fumes, the lights, the noise. Residents are concerned about, as you heard, the 65-mile-an-hour two-lane road, which was once a carefree trip to the park, is now a racetrack of cars speeding to DIA. There have recently been 2 fatal crashes. What will happen when these trucks are added to the mix? The only people we spoke to in the area that favored the drilling were the landowners making the money. No one else we spoke to was aware that extraction had raised its head again. We also learned that the land is up for sale. What will the new owners expect? We also point out, as if you've heard, that Bar Lake State Park is the most visited state park in the state. It hosts bird banding and environmental education. Will the school buses have to compete with the oil trucks? For many, Bar Lake is also the site of the large eagle roost, protected species. They hunt in that prairie dog colony that is adjacent to the well site. What will happen when they see all of the fracking? You must deny this permit. Nothing has been done right. Local people are not informed, are not protected. It is unconscionable for you to allow this to happen to a neighborhood. We have talked to many of the local residents. Not all of them can testify. They're either afraid they're at work, or they submitted written comments. I hope you read the written comments. You should not be neglecting those because those come from the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hakos. And yes, all 5 commissioners have read the written comments that were provided to us. It's in our docket and we've read all that. So appreciate that. I do not believe we're able to find the next individual who signed up, which is Paul Frank. Mr. Frank, if you're in the meeting, if you want to raise your hand, we're also still looking for Mike Kelly, who we've not found. We now would recognize either of those 2 individuals, or the next couple of folks that are up are Shayna Oliver, Weston Wilson, and Alexis Schwartz.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Oliver is declining my request to become a panelist. Ms. Oliver, just a reminder, in order to provide your public comment, you do need to accept our request to become a panelist. And just a note to all the other folks who are left on our list, when I do send the request to become a panelist, if you could accept it, that way we'll get you in the queue. So there's not a delay in providing public comment.
Hello?
Yes,
Can
Ms.
you hear me?
Oliver, we can hear you.
All right, sorry. When I'm out doing errands. Thank you for taking comment today. Can you still hear me? Because I can't see.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Yes, thank you for taking comment. My name is Shayna Oliver. I live in the Northeast Denver area, bordering communities of Commerce City, as well as being a displaced community resident of the metro area, which means that I still don't have a choice of where I live. So once I look for housing, I will be pushed into these areas that are being targeted for drilling. And this will impact my health and the environment, including increasing our poor air quality in the community that's already has already been issued by the American Lung Association that we are the 7th worst state for poor air quality in ozone, which is contributed by methane and oil and gas, as well as the operations of oil and gas. And we continue to be the community members that are pushed into these same areas as Indigenous, Black, and Brown community members, as well as low income families, as well as first home buyers that have been pushed into these areas that are being targeted for drilling sites, as well as being pushed into environmental industrial areas that are harmful to our health, as well as to our well-being. And I really wish you guys would really look into the consensus of environmental justice, our 1244 bill, as well as Senate Bill 181 that outlines these regulations that are supposed to be taking place already, which has taken a very long time to get to that point for you guys to actually take leadership in protecting community health as well as environment, which is important to you guys' criteria is the environment. I believe the area Bar Lake is being targeted for these permits, and I would wish that you decline these permit requests due to the fact these are our recreational areas that families do visit, and these are areas that first home buyers are being sent to move to. And we should, as community members, I should be able to have the option to live in a healthy environment that is free from harm to my children's health, as well as my own health as a person living with asthma, as well as 435,000 other community members of Colorado that are living with asthma, as well as this area in Commerce City are already outlined of having increased risks to cancer in these same communities of Commerce City, according to the Colorado Public Health and Environment. And I wish for you guys to decline this permit to extract in the area of Bar Lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver, for taking time out of your day and presenting to us on this application. We do appreciate it. We now will hear from Weston Wilson.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner Robbins. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, but I can't see my own image there.
We can't see you either. If you want to turn on video, go for it.
That would be better.
Actually, we just saw you fleetingly. Now we see you again. Good morning.
Well, good morning, commissioners. When I first heard about this location, I understandably was appalled that we would come that close to a state park. This is a large addition to yet more pollution on the Front Range. Just in the pre-production phase, some 1,500 pounds of NOx is going to be released into the Front Range. And the alleged cumulative analysis provided by the company is not. At best, it's a disclosure document. And you still don't have worked out with the Air Quality Commission an offset policy. The way this is unfolding, you're increasing the VOC and NOx emissions on the Front Range without compensatory reduction elsewhere, which prolongs whenever the Front Range would come into compliance with EPA ozone attainment. And I just have one other comment. The noise impact analysis fails to live up to this site's name. It's named Warbler, but it doesn't describe noise impacts on migrating species, particularly in the spring, and give some consideration to seasonal reduction in operation for bird protection. Thank you for your listening to these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for taking time out of your day and presenting your comments to us. We do appreciate them. We now will move to Alexis Schwartz, excuse me.
Hello. Good
Hello.
morning, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alexis. I'm a Denver resident speaking on my own behalf. I spoke with the resident of Piccadilly Road who is hard of hearing and could thus not participate in today's virtual hearing. He said that this past summer, when he purchased his home along Piccadilly Road, it was only briefly mentioned that someday a well pad site might be placed east of the property, and that nothing was mentioned regarding the Warbler pad access road proposed to be located along both the north and east side of the property. He learned this recently from other neighbors in the immediate area. Though he and many other residents live outside the customary 2,000-foot boundary within which residents are notified by the oil and gas operator, many residents live along Piccadilly Road, the only road by which the proposed access road can be reached. The narrow, unpaved Piccadilly Road is also the only means by which many residents can leave and enter their homes, and the only means by which Barr Lake State Park staff can get to work. The significant increase of truck traffic would make this road more dangerous. I've been told there have been a number of fatalities along the road in recent years, and that the additional noise and air pollution would both disrupt residents' peace and exacerbate the already severely polluted designation of the area, air quality. There were shortcomings around how the operator engaged local residents on the Warbler plan. One resident described a meeting notification letter received by some local residents during the pandemic by extraction that was not mailed officially. It was placed in mailboxes, and the meeting site was outside at the end of a dirt road off Piccadilly in cold evening weather conditions. Extraction was said to have led residents to believe that the plan was a done deal and that the discussion was primarily for feedback about noise mitigation. In addition to impacts posed to local residents and cumulatively experienced by those in the area, Barr Lake State Park and the nearby nature preserve provide visitors experiences to appreciate and experience nature. Birding, hiking, horse riding, paddleboarding, archery, and bike trails are some of the many ways Coloradans go to Bar Lake State Park to connect with their surroundings. The Nature Center provides an educational, ecological programming as well. The area is a sensitive area for the survival of sensitive species of wildlife. The area is important to maintain for purposes of protecting Colorado's biological diversity. I respectfully urge you to deny the Warbler pad. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for taking time out of your day to present to us today. The last person that has signed up is Mary Driscoll. And I see that she's in the panel.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking to urge you to deny the proposed Warbler pad. I'm Mary Loving Driscoll. I don't live in this area, but I am frequently in the area visiting Bar Lake State Park. I'm concerned regarding the impact this project will have to the residents that do live here on Piccadilly Road and to the employees and volunteers of Bar Lake State Park. The proposed project will have a negative impact on the environment, the habitat, and sensitive wildlife that live in this area. The emissions from the increased truck traffic will also negatively impact this area. Gas-powered transportation is the biggest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado. These gases contribute to smog and ozone pollution. These emitted particles of matter are small enough to enter the bloodstream through lungs when breathed. These cause and worsen health issues, especially respiratory ones. There are also safety concerns with the increase in truck traffic along Piccadilly Road. Not too long ago, a pedestrian was killed. The proposed pad is within 3/4 of a mile from Bar Lake State Park. Bar Lake State Park is a very popular park for many outdoor recreational activities, including birding, fishing, horseback riding, archery, and hiking. This proposed project would put park employees, volunteers at risk for developing health issues. Many schools in the area bring students to the park to learn about the wildlife that reside here and to get their questions answered by a naturalist. Disturbances to wildlife at Bar Lake represent risks to the programming and subsequent education of Adams County residents and Front Range students. I respectfully urge you to deny the Warbler pad application. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're not able to hear you.
It's because I got a new microphone and I keep figuring out how to unmute mute. Apologies. The new microphone is supposed to help, but sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so now can you hear me okay? Okay, good. Ms. Loving Driscoll, thank you for being with us and presenting your perspective this morning on the application. At this time, we have gone through the list of folks that signed up for public comment. The only two that we did not hear from are Paul Frank and Mike Kelly. So take a quick look through the group to see if either of those folks remain available or not. Not. Okay. Then commissioners, what I would suggest we do is let's go ahead and hear from Greg Dean, the Adams County Oil and Gas Administrator. And then we'll sort of see where we're at. And at some point, we'll take a morning break. So do we have Mr. Dean? There he is. Good morning, Mr. Dean.
Good morning, commissioners. So let me start my comments. Good morning, commissioners. I'm Greg Dean, I'm the Oil and Gas Administrator for Adams County. And part of my responsibilities are to review and evaluate oil and gas permit applications that are filed with the county And I am the case reviewer for the Warbler application. I will note that this application has not been approved by the county as of today. We are in final review of the application and are waiting on additional items from the applicant. I will likely be issuing my staff recommendation of approval of the Warbler County permit with conditions to our Director of Community and Economic Development, who will ultimately make the final decision. So first, a history of the application with the county. Extraction filed this application in March of 2019 with Adams County just prior to the initiation of our temporary moratorium on permitting that the Board of County Commissioners enacted pending the passage of Senate Bill 181. Under county regulations, applicants are bound by the regulations in place at the time of application and not at the time of permitting. Therefore, the Warbler application is required to comply with the county's administrative use by special review, or AUSR, regulations and the moratorium or the memorandum of understanding, or MOU, process that was in place prior to Senate Bill 181. Both of those have been changed to an oil and gas facility permit process in our current regulations, and we've nullified all of our MOUs. The AUSR process required a pre-application and conceptual review meeting with staff and an initial neighborhood meeting, which was conducted in February of 2018. Following the official application submission, the county requested public comment and referral agency comment and required notices be sent to all landowners, tenants, and residents within a 1/2 mile radius of the parcel containing the pad. We received 12 public comments in the first round of our public comment process, many from those who gave public comments to you today, mostly with concerns for the project and primarily from those residents living closest to the facility along Piccadilly Road and the East 144th Avenue. Those concerns were for noise, traffic, light, visual impacts, and environmental or wildlife concerns from the proposed projects. Based on this public comment, Extraction met again with the immediate neighbors near the proposed site in October of 2019 to discuss their concerns and mitigation plans. County staff also met with several neighbors upon request at the government center here to discuss their concerns for the site. Those who received requests for comment from the county were the 65 residents and landowners in the surrounding the parcel, the HOA of the neighborhood, which submitted 2 rounds of public comment, the Frico Ditch Company, who owns the irrigation channels near the site, the East Cherry Creek Valley Water District, Brighton Fire Rescue, Tri-County Health, CDPHE, CPW, United Water, and South BB Draw Metro Water. Based on all that public comment and robust referral agency comments we received, specifically from CPW, East Cherry Creek Valley Water Authority, and the neighbors and the owners of the irrigation ditches, Extraction revised their mitigation and site plans, added additional best management practices, and relocated the access road. The access road was originally supposed to go down Piccadilly from 152nd Avenue, past all the residences on Piccadilly, and turning left onto 144th Avenue and across the bridge onto the site. Based on all that comment and concern for traffic and noise, Extraction worked with the landowner to relocate the access road north of all those residents. So no trucks will be immediately passing by those homes along Piccadilly. Instead, they'll be going to the east behind those residences. And that was an agreement that was made with the landowner and the surrounding residents because of concerns. The application remained active through most of 2019, but slowed because of impacts from the county's regulation amendments that occurred in 2019. And then the applicant decided to slow the process down at the county because of ongoing COGCC mission change rulemaking in late 2019 through 2020. Then the global pandemic occurred, and then Extraction's financial reorganization, and then the eventual acquisition by Civitas. And then the county amended its regulations again in July 2021 for alignment with the newly adopted rules. So that kind of slowed the application process down at the county. And then because of the length of time that the application had been active but still pending, where a decision hadn't been made, the county required Extraction to resubmit all of their application materials with revised access roads, mitigation measures, updated maps, plans, for another round of internal review. We also required Extraction to hold another neighborhood meeting. This one was done via mail, so they did send out mailers that were approved by Adams County to all the same residents within a 1/2 mile, just to give them an update on the application process, to notify them that they could submit another round of public comment with Adams County if they still had concerns about the project. And again, that was conducted because of the pandemic. We didn't require an in-person meeting. And then lastly, based on revised COGCC rules, Adams County conducted a formal consultation with the COGCC in April of this year to discuss how this application conformed with the new revised state rules. This process has been highly collaborative with the county, Extraction, CPW, nearby residents and landowners, and our other referral agencies. While Extraction is not required to comply with the county's most recent regulations, through BMP's proposed conditions of approval, this application meets most of the county's new requirements that should the application have been filed today, including the residential setbacks and setbacks that we put in place in July from parks, open spaces, and trails. Those are all met by this application. Staff will be recommending 32 conditions of approval of this county permit to our director, who again will ultimately make that decision. And some of those site-specific conditions that were agreed to by the applicant include, among other things, Extraction will be required to install a groundwater monitoring program that is approved by East Cherry Creek Valley Water District. And that's the item we're still waiting on, is an approved groundwater monitoring program from East Cherry Creek Valley. That's our referral agent. That's a similar program was installed by Extraction for a pad they have about 1.2 miles to the north at the Duck Club pad. So it'll be similar to that groundwater monitoring program. Extraction will be required to get the Farmer Irrigation Reservoir or FRECO, they're the owners of the ditch, approvals to design bridges over their canals for the access road. And Extraction also redesigned the facility and their grading plans based on those public comments to ensure that no runoff gets into those canals. And again, those canals run from Bar Lake to the east and not the other way around. And then Extraction will be required to obtain Adams County's approval of an air quality monitoring plan that comports with the CDPHE regulations prior to site construction and ground disturbing activities. Extraction will be required to use electric drilling rigs at all times at this facility and electric engines to reduce noise and emissions. Extraction will be required to implement all recommendations and guidance from CPW's referral comments and consultations regarding all wildlife and habitat impacts, and I'll let CPW talk more specifically about those. And then Extraction, through their traffic impact analysis with the county, will be required to pay impact fees in the amount of $432,000 for the use of our roads. They'll also be required to obtain oversize and access permits to ensure that the roads are in proper working condition before they start ground disturbing activities and prior to each phase of operation. Extraction will install continuous noise monitoring near the homes on Piccadilly to ensure further compliance. Extraction will be required to connect to an oil pipeline for the transportation of product off location, and the use of trucks for transporting oil will not be permitted. And they will provide certification of such prior to the commencement of production at those wells. And then lastly, Extraction will be required to drill and complete at least one well within 3 years to hold their permit, but must be done drilling within 5 years. So, or their permits will expire with Adams County. So any well that's not in production at the end of 5 years will expire. Said another way, building the pad or spudding a well will not hold their county's approval. If they haven't finished within 5 years, then they'll have to reapply for a new permit under whatever regulations are in place at the county at that time. So overall, staff's recommendation is that the potential near-term and long-term compatibility impacts from this facility can be appropriately avoided, minimized, and mitigated through a combination of BMPs, conditions of approval, site planning and design considerations, and traffic and access management plans that were in place. I'm happy to discuss any of the aspects of the pending permit with the county or any recommended conditions of approval that we have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. I do believe we have questions. Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Dean, for that information. I did want to ask a couple questions on what you just discussed. The first is you talked about the groundwater monitoring plan that's currently pending. Could you go into a little bit of detail on that monitoring plan, what exactly they're looking for and what it will achieve?
Yes, so we're still waiting on the final plan for the Warbler pad, which is why the county has not issued its final recommendation at this point. But the plan that was put in place required by the county at their Duck Club facility, which is located 1.2 miles to the north, required up gradient and down gradient groundwater monitoring, and then regular monitoring plans, regular monitoring of that groundwater well, data sharing with East Cherry Creek Valley and the county, as well as training on the importance of the groundwater monitoring system by their contractors and employees. So those are some of the items. And again, we don't know the specifics, and that's the item we're still waiting on from the applicant.
And this is in hopes of discovering any kind of leaks or seeps into the groundwater or towards Bar Lake, correct?
Correct. And then obviously also, I didn't mention this one, but as a condition of their approval, they're required to test any groundwater wells of private landowners at their request. They're required to do that prior to drilling as well.
Thank you. And then the other thing that I wanted to ask about is you talked about the fees to use the county roads, and you said it was approximately $432,000. Do you have an idea of what kind of use those funds will be for? Is it going to be for something in that area? Is it going kind of into the city coffer?
So oil and gas impact fees don't go into the general coffer. They're their own fund. They must be used for maintenance and repair of roadways that are utilized by oil and gas facilities. So they cannot be used for general improvements out to the west side of the road, and preferably our Public Works Department prefers to use them in the vicinity where they were paid. So regrading of dirt roads, like I said, repairing any road damage. Now, any damage that is caused by the operator because they weren't utilizing the roads properly has to be paid for by the operator. So if they went off on the shoulder and damaged the shoulder, they have to repair that. The traffic impact fee is for general wear and tear on oil and gas utilized roads. I will note that the Piccadilly Road is fully paved all the way to the access point. So it is not a dirt road.
Okay. And I apologize, I have one other question. You talked about some of the involvement with the county in talking to the people living in the area as well as working with Extraction, now Civitas. Were some of the public meetings that were discussed by both public comment and by you, were the county involved in all of those public meetings? Were they present at those public meetings?
So we were present. So the application started before I started at the county, so I can't confirm whether someone from the county was at the very first public meeting. I can tell you, and I don't. The second one, I'm not sure if I think one of our oil and gas inspectors may have been at the in-person meeting, and then the public meeting that was required by postal mail because of pandemic restrictions on big, large gatherings. That public meeting update had to be approved by Adams County before it was sent out.
Okay, and one of the ones I was particularly interested in was the description of one kind of being out in the cold. And I was wondering if there was somebody from the county president at that as well.
That I'd have to, I don't know the answer to that question, unfortunately, off the top of my head. I'd have to dig into our files and talk to our staff. Like I said, I wasn't at the county when that meeting occurred. I will say that they did provide a summary for our records, and I can include that as part of our application materials. The reason it was held there was because Extraction wanted to show the surrounding neighbors where everything was going to be located. It's one thing to look at a map and say, oh, here's where the access is going to be. They met them out at the location because they wanted to demonstrate. It wasn't intentionally to like, oh, hey, we're going to make you come out in the cold. It was to show the residents, specifically the ones most impacted, where the facility was going to be, how far away from their homes it was going to be, and mitigation measures like that.
Perfect. Thank you. I have nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Thank you, Mr. Dean, for the testimony and the answering of questions. Commissioner McGowan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your perspective today, Mr. Dean. I'm wondering if there was a discussion between the county and the operator about trying to further minimize truck traffic by piping the produced water.
Yeah, so the county does not require the trucking of, or I'm sorry, the piping of produced water. We don't require that in our current regulations. We encourage it. We did require it for originally in the original application, they weren't planning to connect to a pipeline at this facility, which would obviously significantly increase traffic. And so that was based on the public comment we received. We instead made that a requirement for the oil. There is not a produced water pipeline that I'm aware of in this vicinity. The closest one is much further to the west, near 76 and E470. So like much of another operator's facilities in Adams County are being connected to a produced water pipeline. That pipeline construction has just commenced within the last month, but there aren't any produced water pipelines that I'm aware of in this vicinity.
Thank you. And then I think I heard you say that the county requires notification for neighbors within half mile of the working pad surface. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's within a half a mile of the parcel containing the pad. And then we don't measure it to the home itself. We measure that notification radius to the parcel containing a house. So it's from the parcel containing a pad to a parcel containing a home. It's not even homes, it's just any landowner, resident, or tenant within that. And so in that notification radius, there are 65 landowners, tenants, or residents within that buffer window. And all 65 of them were notified at least once, if not, they were notified at least twice, if not 3 times, by the county itself for request for public comment. And I will note that when we sent the mailer out, or we required Extraction to send that mailer update out, we received no further public comment. And in that mailer, it explicitly said, if you have comments or concerns, please reach out to Adams County, and it had my contact information. And I had spoken to many of the residents regularly through 2020 on the phone, just providing regular updates to them about the status of this permit and what was happening. So I'm always available to our residents if they requested or they called me or emailed me. I was always eager to respond to their request for comment.
Thank you. And then could you kind of in general describe if there's other oil and gas activity in this area and Adams County's involvement?
Yeah, so there's several older vertical wells immediately or surrounding this area. In fact, the access road that Extraction is proposing to utilize is an existing access road to an older vertical well. So they're going to be using that access road and then expanding it once the access road terminates at the well. They'll be driving past that old vertical well out to the new facility. The closest multi-well paths is the Duck Club, and that's 1.2 miles to the north on the north side of 152nd. And then the one to the south is located about 2.1 miles to the south, and that's the Alma pad. And that's located, they don't utilize Piccadilly as the access for that pad. So those are the 2 multi-well pads close to this one.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Dean, Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dean, for being here today, giving the local government's perspective on the process that has occurred on this particular permit application. I did have one question that was based on public comment today about potential relocation of an access road 750 feet further to the, I believe it was 750 feet further north from a residence, and didn't know if that was a public comment that was received during your local government analysis and or whether or not that's still an issue based on potential rerouting of the access road after public comments to the local government.
So I don't recall that specific of a request to move it 150 yards or 7 or whatever the request was this morning. I did hear that public comment. I don't recall getting a request that specific to Adams County during our public comment period. The request that we received that's required Extraction to move the access road from 144th north was that they didn't want the trucks driving by their house. And they didn't want the noise from the trucks driving by their house to and from. And so we worked with the operator to relocate it north of all those homes. So now instead of driving past, the trucks will turn before they get to those houses. We didn't receive a request to move the new access road even further north until today. I will note that if Extraction or the COGCC requires them to move their access road, that will likely delay their permit with Adams County because that will require an entirely new review. And I also note that once the approval is made from Adams County, if it is made, any change to the access road would require a new permit from Adams County.
Thank you.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, that access road currently exists and services a vertical well.
Correct. Yeah, it's an older vertical well. I'm not sure if it's shut in or producing. So I would say about a month ago, I went out to this location. I drove that access road myself past the homes to just get a better perspective of the application before I made my final recommendation out there. And so I can't recall. I believe it is an active well because our county inspectors were with me and they actually did the inspection of that well while we were out there. And that well is in good working condition. So I'd assume that well is still producing. It's an older vertical one. Then they'll expand it because obviously the access road terminates at the wellhead, and then the Warbler proposed site is further east of that. And so they'll build the access road from that point forward.
And so will the expansion of the access road go by homes that are currently not exposed to an access road?
No, it'll go out east and out into that field.
Okay.
Yeah, the access
you.
road is actually behind all those homes now, and then it terminates on the northeast side of the existing homes. And then that road will move to the northeast, further away from those homes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you. Just a quick comment, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that that's a 1984 vertical well that is still producing, that's currently operated by Verdad Resources.
Great. Thank you for the comment. Further questions for Mr. Dean? So, Mr. Dean, just to kind of summarize the last 20 minutes or so, Adams County, you're making a recommendation for approval of the permit. That'll go to the community development director or some other administrative person for potential action here fairly soon.
Yeah, we're still waiting on, we're just waiting on the approved groundwater monitoring program from East Cherry Creek Valley Water and Sanitation District. And then I can issue my final recommendation to our director.
And if you get that, that recommendation will be for approval from your government, which is the relevant local government.
My recommendation will be for approval. I will note that we've seen some email correspondence between East Cherry Creek Valley and Extraction, Civitas, and it sounds like they're very close to an agreement. So I've seen some high-level draft recommendations for the groundwater monitoring program, but nothing that's been approved yet. So that's what we're just waiting on.
Okay,
because great. They get deference from the county because they're a referral agent. So we require applicants to address all referral agency comment in the form of BMPs or mitigation or agreements before the county would make its approval.
Okay, great. And for the record, I know that Ms. Shakely has been chatting to us about notification. I'm going to put Mr. Prashala, for the attorney for the applicant, on notice that he will need to address the comments from Ms. Shackley and whatever else he wants to address. So we will get to you. So bear with and stick around.
I will note that Ms. Shackley and Mr. Christensen were all notified by the county. I did check our records to see if they were notified, just to confirm, and they were notified by the county at least twice.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Mr. Dean. I appreciate you volunteering that additional information.
And the Christensens, I'm looking at my records. The Christensens did submit public comment to Adams County as well.
Okay, great. All right, commissioners, we're going to continue with Mr. Moret at this point because he's got to leave at 10:30, I understand. So, Mr. Moret, we would love to hear from you. You've obviously heard the public comment focused on wildlife issues. So the floor is yours, and we look forward to engaging with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Robbins, and good morning, commissioners and interested members of the public. My name is Brandon Moret. For those of you that don't know, I am a native of the Denver area and a certified wildlife biologist by way of extensive wildlife-related education and experiences, mostly in Northeast Colorado. I am Colorado Parks and Wildlife's Northeast Region Energy Liaison. I appreciate hearing from members of the public this morning and also from Adams County, as well as the opportunity to give this summary for CPW's wildlife determination for extractions, Warbler, OGDP. I agree with many of the public commenters, that Bar Lake State Park and all of its extensive outdoor recreational opportunities and natural resources is a very special place. I personally have and continue to have many great memories of Bar Lake. That being said, given the proposed BMPs, several subject matter experts within CPW, including myself and the park manager, have spent significant staff time thoroughly reviewing this application. We have concluded that this application is sufficiently protective of wildlife and aquatic resources, as well as park visitors, because of the following reasons. The first one, during SB 181 mission change rulemaking, you may remember that it was brought up if we should buffer our state parks, and the collective answer was no. This applicant has been engaged with Colorado Parks and Wildlife since 2019 and has incorporated our BMPs into their proposed drilling plan. This location is located outside of CPW's Bald Eagle Buffer guidelines and seasonal restrictions. More specifically, the northwest corner of this working pad surface is a half mile, 0.52 miles from the eastern edge of the 0.5 mile Bald Eagle Nest Buffer. In other words, this working pad surface is 1.2 miles from the closest eagle nest. And although that access road off of Piccadilly, there's a 0.11 mile within the half mile buffer, this access road goes away from the nest east of Piccadilly. And the operator has agreed to improve this existing road outside of the eagle nesting season. I recently asked the park manager for recent bald eagle roosting information and found out that this working pad surface is located more than 2 miles from the eagle roosting areas at Bar Lake. And bald eagles are a 1202D species, are not a 1202D species. Therefore, mitigation is not an option here if they were within that buffer. And also, as a big picture for the number of reported and occupied bald eagle nests in Colorado, that number has increased from 2016 to 2021. When in 2016, there were 82 reported and occupied bald eagle nests, and today there's 246. And specifically in the Northeast region, that number grew from 57 reported and occupied bald eagle nests to 122 in 2021. Regarding traffic, 152nd and Piccadilly Road, those are both currently within the bald eagle's half mile nesting buffer and currently have moderate traffic. And the operator performed a traffic impact study and determined that traffic impacts will be minimal and temporary in nature. And I even asked our eagle researcher, and they couldn't find any additional research on traffic affecting bald eagle productivity. And this haul route does not go south in front of Bar Lake's park entrance. Regarding the public comment regarding burrowing owls, CPW has recommended to the applicant to survey for burrowing owls if prairie dog holes are located within the disturbance area and if work occurs during the burrowing owl nesting season. Regarding the ditch, none of the ditches that flow out of Bar Lake and away from Bar Lake are mapped as an aquatic native species high priority habitat. And extraction has provided BMPs for noise and light, including utilizing a sound wall on the west side of the proposed location and a quiet completion sleep during hydraulic fracturing to minimize sound, lighting that is angled downward, and on sensors to minimize lights. So this concludes CPW's determination summary. I'm happy to answer any questions now, or maybe it's best to hear from the operator first. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moret. Are there questions for Mr. Moret? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Moret, for being here and for the details you've provided, and I appreciate that. Just one question. A couple of the commenters brought up a potential extended list of species that weren't considered when considering this application. We've mentioned bald eagle, lark bunting, burrowing owls, and a couple of others. There are a number of birds that use Bar Lake in the vicinity. Can you talk a little bit about how those species may have been taken under consideration during this process?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. Yeah, under the 1200 series rule, if this work does start within the migratory bird nesting season, the migratory bird nesting survey would need to be completed. So for instance, if there's meadowlarks that are nesting on the working pad surface or in the access road, those would need to be surveyed. And if there are any active nests, those would need to be avoided until those nests are no longer occupied.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ackerman, follow up.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Moret. And just to be clear, by extrapolation, you were using meadowlarks as simply an example, and other species of concern would be included in that same type of consideration. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nothing further, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Okay, great. Mr. Moret, you listened into the public comment this morning. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And I noted that you were, you'd prepared a script and were reading and perhaps you had prepared that ahead of this morning's meeting, but did you hear anything this morning that changes your position relevant from CPW's recommendation?
No, and I even edited my prepared statement this morning, listening to some of the public comment. The one with burrowing owl, that was an addition that I made this morning, even though that was taken under consideration earlier, but it was a point that I wanted to make sure that I brought it to the commissioners and the public.
Excellent. I assumed the case, but wanted to make sure we had that on the record. So thank you very much. Commissioner McGowan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Moret, for your perspective and explaining how CPW, went through their process for this site. I was interested in your thoughts about the comments related to potentially disturbing a prairie dog colony, which is a source of food for the eagles, and wondering if that was part of CPW's contemplation or consideration when we were looking at this site.
And it's not unusual for this site, but any sites that we do have site visits or conversations with the applicant, if they do have prairie dogs, that is something that we take into consideration, whether it be food base for eagles or for nesting habitat for burrowing owls. So it is that that unique species. It's one of those species that you either love or hate, but it's one of those that is part of the Eastern Plains ecosystem that was part of the review for this location. That's why we add the BMP for the burrowing owl nesting survey.
Okay, so sorry, I think I just need to understand a little bit more clearly that it could potentially be habitat for the burrowing owl, but we're not concerned about the loss of a food source for potentially sensitive species in the area.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Moret, for being here today. I did have a couple questions so that I understand when you have these BMPs that are associated with ifs, right? So if there is, spotted owls that are found after a survey, if there are bald eagles that are found after a survey, if there are, migratory bird nestings when there's a survey. I mean, I understand in the wildlife plan that there's some pretty specific ifs and dates, timing associated with when those surveys are going to be done, and understanding that it's a third-party independent wildlife biologist that would be utilized in order to, conduct those surveys. But I mean, you gave an example of the meadowlark, which is a, if there was a nest found, then they would have to avoid that. But what are the mitigations if these things are found? I mean, the burrowing owls, if there's burrowing owls evaluated within 1,340 feet of the location, not just in the disturbed parts of the location, then mitigation needs to occur. Or if there are raptors found within I don't remember exactly what it is, but within 2 weeks of construction activities, then mitigation would occur. Does that mitigation, is that an avoidance? Is that some sort of, I mean, what are mitigations that would be employed in those situations?
Yeah, so we expect all operators, not just extraction, but all operators to, like you mentioned, Commissioner Messner, with your great question, to do those biological final checks, if you will, within 2 weeks or so before initial ground disturbance. And so I have had cases where there wasn't an eagle nest, or not an eagle nest, a meadowlark nest right in the middle where they needed, this particular developer needed to construct. And we talked in the field, okay, what size buffer does a meadowlark need? And yes, they need to survey for ground nesting birds, for tree nesting raptors. If an eagle decides not to nest in the current location, but moves closer to the working pad surface, that would be a extensive conversation that we would need to have with the operator, that they couldn't, they would need to wait until after the eagle has finished nesting in there. But there's been no reported occupied nest closer to the working pad surface. And so, yes, there would be those types of conversations that we would depend on the results from a third-party biologist, that there is a sensitive resource that needs additional consultation with CPW. And it's usually avoidance is the first one that we spend a lot of time talking about.
And that was my primary question, was what is that? And it sounds like it's avoidance, either with timing stipulations or appropriate
timing and distance
buffers. So that helps me understand the situation. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. I skipped one of my questions earlier. Mr. Moret, again, thank you for the information you provided. You mentioned at the beginning of your testimony that other CPW experts have also looked at this application and its materials, and you specifically mentioned the park manager of Bar Lake. Some of the public comments today revolved around potential impacts to the programs and opportunities offered at Bar Lake, and just wanted to know if you could address directly CPW's anticipated impact to Bar Lake's day-to-day operations or potential programs or other offerings that Bar Lake provides to the public.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. Yes, everything from, making sure that Bar Lake continues to be a place, whether it's people within the region, state, or nation come to look at roosting bald eagles, or elementary kids across the Denver area or beyond come learning about the bird banding station. We anticipate minimal impacts. Probably the largest impact would probably be the traffic on Piccadilly, if I'm honest. But given the sound wall on the west side, to keep that short-term disturbance, from what I understand, it's 10 months of disturbance, that will be mitigated with that sound wall to keep those 24/7 operations. And yeah, it is more than, let's see, I think I measured that it was, the working pad surface is 0.75 miles to the extreme northeast corner of Bar Lake, not where they hold not where the visitor center is, not where they hold the bird banding stations, not where the eagle nest is at Bar Lake, not the roosting areas. That's much further away. So given that it's a mile plus, I expect minimal impacts, and so does the park manager.
Thank you, Mr. Moret.
Further questions? All right, seeing no further questions, we'll let you go, Mr. Moret. Hopefully you'll be around a little bit later when we continue into questions and or deliberation.
Absolutely. And so Chair Robbins, I canceled my 10:30 meeting because of the importance of this matter. So I will be on for the entirety. So.
Oh, thank you so much. That's fantastic news, and apologies to whomever you canceled, but we appreciate you being here the whole time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I think we're at that spot that we will call a morning break. It is 10:34. Let's return at 10:44. And then at that time, we will hear from the applicant. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've noticed more chatting in the chat box, and I didn't notice if you saw that there was one public commenter who wasn't available this morning, apparently. And I want to make sure we address it before we go to break, whether we take the comment or not. If we could just address it, that'd be great.
So Ms. Hakos has put in the chat that Mr. Kelly would like to comment. Mr. Kelly is available via phone. I have checked our attendee list and his phone number is not in the list. If Mr. Kelly wants to participate, he needs to be in a Zoom attendee with a phone number, and then we can call upon him at 10:45. So Mr. Kelly, you've got 10 minutes to figure out a way to join us, because we can't just call you. So that's what we'll do with Mr. Kelly. So, and thank you, Commissioner McGowan, for raising that point. So at this point, let's return at 10:45. All right. Hearings Manager Larson, were you able to locate Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Chair, we were, but now Mr. Kelly appears to have actually left the meeting. He had dialed in. And his phone number is not there. Let me just double check to make sure we don't already have him. No. Ms. Hackos, I see that you are in the meeting. Thank you, Ms. Hackos. Yes, I do know his phone number. Unfortunately, that phone number is just not in the meeting at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not seeing 3387 either, looking at the 87 attendees that are with us, nor do I see him as an individual listed.
Correct. I mean, Ms. Hackos, if you are, okay. Ms. Hackos is calling Mr. Kelly. So we'll, Mr. Chair, if you'd like, we can give that a moment to work and see if he's able to rejoin.
Mr. Pasharla, if you just hold tight here, it'd be better to get all public comment done with before we hear from the applicant.
Understood.
He finds himself always on mute.
So
That's
Ms.
from-
Hackos, yes, if someone lets us know that they're going to be calling in and providing their public comment via phone, then we know that, and we're then able to unmute their phone when it's time for them to speak. So once he gets back into the meeting, we will unmute his phone and allow him to participate that way.
At this point, I still don't see the relevant phone number in our list.
There
There it is. All right, I see him now. So let's
Mr. Kelly-
elevate.
Mr. Kelly, you are now allowed to speak. You will have received a prompt as to how to unmute your phone as well.
What's the instructions for unmuting if you're on phone, Ms. Larson?
I believe it's *6.
*6. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
It does prompt you when I click the button to allow that person to speak.
Oh, that might have worked. This is Mike Kelly. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Kelly, we can hear you. Glad to have you with us. Glad we found you. You have 3 minutes.
Finally. Thank you very much, guys. And by the way, I did do a comment, and I sent the comment in also on Sunday, so you guys should have seen it also.
Right.
And I'm a resident down there on 144th and Piccadilly. I'm the first ranch house down the dirt road, and so it is very, very tight quarters. So that probably scares me the worst. But I'm not sure that's the route they're taking. The last time we talked about this 2 years ago, they were doing it up towards 152nd behind up by Rock's property up there. So I don't know what the new route is, if there's a new one. So just scares me going down that road with all the kids and bicycles and four-wheelers and everything going down 144th is very unsafe. So that's why I'm asking you guys, and there's a lot of accidents also on Piccadilly. So that's why I'm asking you guys to please keep this in your thoughts and conversation before any permits are approved.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything further, Mr. Kelly?
No, I think that's just about all that, and I put that in my comment section also, you guys. So,
okay,
I think that's good for now, and just let me know when the next time we're going to have a meeting, and certainly like to join again.
Well, if you want to stick around, we're going to hear from the applicant now, and they'll probably address some of the issues you've raised relative to the access road. So we invite you to stick around and listen to the rest of the presentation.
Sure, go ahead. Thank you.
All right. At this point, I believe we are at that point on this oil and gas development plan in which we will hear from Mr. Prashala and his team as the applicant.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, commissioners. I apologize if I'm a little nasally. I, like last week, as other colleagues seem to have caught bugs from their kids, I'm in the same boat now. My name is Joe Prashala with Wellborn, Sullivan, Meck, and Tooley on behalf of the applicant Extraction Oil and Gas. Today with me are Nathan Bennett, the Director of Permitting and Compliance, Jeff Annabelle, Lead of Well and Location Permitting, Pam Kingery, Mineral Landman, Chandler Newhall, Asset Development Manager, and Jeremy Saunier, Surface Land Advisor. Extraction is requesting the Commission approve the Warbler Oil and Gas Development Plan, which covers approximately 2,655 acres in Township 1 South, Range 66 West in Adams County. And more specifically, it includes one surface location, the Warbler Pad, which would be approximately 15.43 acres of new disturbance, and that's in the southeast quarter of Section 13. The mineral development lands would include one drilling and spacing unit of approximately 2,640 acres, and that covers the west half of Section 13, all of sections 14 and 15, the east half of Section 16, the northeast quarter of Section 21, north half of sections 22 and 23, and the west half of the northwest quarter of Section 24. The Oil and Gas Development Plan requests that the Commission approve the Warbler Pad to accommodate 22 new horizontal wells. With respect to spacing, it would request that the Commission vacate order number 407832, which had previously established a 960-acre drilling and spacing unit covering all of Section 13 and the north half of Section 24. I note that no wells were drilled pursuant to that spacing order. And then we ask that the Commission establish the 2,640-acre drilling and spacing unit for the above described, previously described, should I say, mineral development lands for the Niobrara and the Codell formations. And the request includes 22 horizontal wells within the unit. Extraction has secured more than 45% of the leasehold in the drilling and spacing unit and is therefore an owner with a right to drill and produce in these application lands. The Warbler Pad is on fee surface and is located off the DSU to the east on agricultural lands in unincorporated Adams County. It does not meet any of the Rule 304 B2B criteria, therefore no ALA was required. Extraction does have a surface use agreement with the surface owner, and it has met with that owner regarding the siting of the location. As you heard extensively this morning from Adams County, it is the relevant local government, and Extraction has been working with Adams County on this location for many, many years and is, as you heard, finalizing that local siting permit. As you also heard from Mr. Dean, and you will also hear from Mr. Bennett, there was significant communication and engagement with the community. There are no proximate local governments. With respect to notice, I know this did come up on kind of varying levels in the public comment. Extraction did satisfy the notice requirements of Rules 303E and 504. And Mr. Chair, you had asked that we directly address the comment from Ms. Shackley regarding notice. We've looked at our records. The Shackley property is located further than 2,000 feet from the working pad surface of the Warbler Pad. Therefore, under Rule 303E1, they were not entitled to notice of either the completeness determination or the notice of hearing. However, as you'll hear from Mr. Bennett, and who will elaborate on this in his presentation, the Shackleys were provided notice by not only the county, but also were invited to Extraction's public meetings, and there was also some additional personal communication there. There was a petition that was filed by Providence Operating. Extraction and Providence worked to amicably resolve that petition, and there were no other petitions or interventions received on the application. On September 20th, 2022, the director issued her recommendation, which did recommend approval of the application. And based on that and the matters in the application, the supporting information, Extraction respectfully requests that the commission adopt the director's recommendation and approve this application. And with that, I would turn it over to Mr. Bennett and Mr. Annabelle, who will further present the Warbler Oil and Gas Development Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prashala. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Nathan Bennett, and I am the Director of Permitting and Compliance for Civitas Resources in their wholly owned subsidiary, Extraction Oil and Gas. Our presentation this morning will consist of three general buckets. We'd like to provide some additional information on the location, relevant details tied to our neighborhood engagement, provide an insight into what our development plan timeline looks like, and talk through some of our best management practices. And then again, at the end, respectfully request approval of our application. As Mr. Prashala mentioned, I'll have several individuals joining me this morning. Mr. Annabelle will be a co-presenter with myself, and the other four individuals will be available during the question and answer period should there be questions that arise. Company overview, as you know, Extraction Oil and Gas is a wholly owned subsidiary of Civitas Resources. Civitas and its associated subsidiaries have had 4 OGDPs reviewed and approved by this commission. Extraction maintains all financial assurance, insurance, and operator clearances with the COGCC. And lastly, Extraction will be the sole operator of the Warbler pad, and this pad is the only location contemplated in the OGDP application. Over the course of the next several slides, I plan to highlight our engagement with Adams County as the relevant local government and their use by special review process. I'd like to thank Mr. Dean for his detailed and thorough explanation of the process that we have engaged in since late 2018 with the county. We'll not read these bullets verbatim because Mr. Dean covered much of this in his testimony, but we'll underscore the last statement here that Adams County is currently finalizing the USR for staff recommendation of approval with conditions. As it relates to neighborhood engagement, as has been discussed previously, Extraction has held 3 neighborhood engagement affairs. First and foremost, there was a meeting held in February of 2019 at the Green Valley Ranch Grange. Invitations were sent to all property owners within a half mile of the location, and Mr. Dean had explained the notice requirements that the county laid before us. There were a total of 25 individuals that attended that meeting. That meeting consisted of a project overview, walking through the various phases of development with the participants, and lastly, a very robust question and answer period, many of which focused on haul routes and traffic impacts. Subsequent to this meeting in February of 2019, there was an additional meeting held in October of 2019. Again, invitations were sent to property owners within a certain radius of the location. There were a total of 15 attendees. The meeting focused solely on haul routes, traffic concerns, and potential mitigations associated therewith. The 15 attendees at that meeting requested an alternative route to avoid East 144th Avenue. And lastly, and as described by Mr. Dean, the third neighborhood engagement was a mailer that was sent to all residents within a half mile of the location. That information contained project updates to include the relocation of the access road and Extraction's commitment to oil pipeline. Extraction did not receive any comments or questions as a result of that mailer. Some additional information relative to the neighborhood engagement. I have confirmed, as Mr. Prashala said, that both the Shackley and Christensen families have been invited to those engagements. Neither the Shackleys nor the Christensens attended the February 2019 meeting. However, a representative for the Christensen family was in attendance at the October 2019 meeting. Most recently, I received a phone message from Mr. Shackley on or about May 17th, 2022. Mr. Shackley had several questions regarding some communications that his neighbor received relative to the completeness determination of the Warbler OGDP. Given the distance the Shackley family lives from the working pad surface, they were not part of that notice list. However, following our meaningful and constructive conversation, that same information packet was mailed to Mr. Shackley that his neighbor across the street had received from us a few weeks prior. I'd like to talk through the alternative access that was agreed upon between certain residents and the county staff. First and foremost, the original access road is shown here in blue. as we had originally proposed in early 2019, traffic would traverse in a north-south direction on Piccadilly Road, and then again in an east-west direction across East 144th Avenue into the location that you can see here. The alternative access is shown in red. That has traffic exiting Piccadilly Road north of the residential building units and traversing across the Rock family property to get to the location. Based on county parcel data, the Shackleys and the Christensens are the two parcels on the west side of Piccadilly, south of that red line where the proposed access road deviates from Piccadilly Road. Mr. Kelly, who made the most recent public comment, it's my understanding his property is essentially at the corner of Piccadilly Road in East 144th Avenue in that triangle-like shape. At this point in time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Annable for the next several slides.
Thank you, Nathan, and good morning, commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to hear our application. My name is Jeff Annable. I am lead well and location permitting for Civitas Resources. I will start by covering the procedural background of the Warbler OGDP. Before you is an overview of the procedural history for the Warbler OGDP. I will touch on the major milestones, starting with the 30-day pre-application notice that was mailed out on September 30th, 2021, followed by the application submittal on November 15th. After working through some completeness comments, our application was deemed complete on March 18th, 2022. During technical review and public comment, a petition was filed, ultimately resulting in an amended application that was filed on August 12th, 2022, and concluded with the director's recommendation of approval on September 20th, 2022. Next, I would like to touch on some general facts for the Warbler pad, the only pad contemplated in this OGDP. The pad is located in the southeast quarter of Section 13, Township 1 South, Range 66 West. This is a new oil and gas location. The major crossroads are Bromley Lane and Interstate 76. The relevant local government is Adams County, as stated earlier. There are no proximate local governments within 2,000 feet of this pad. 2,655 acres are included in the OGDP. 2,640 acres included in the drilling and spacing unit that will contain 22 new horizontal wells. There are no RBUs within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface. The closest RBU is 2,430 feet southwest as measured from the edge of working pad surface. There are no high priority habitats or floodplains, no disproportionately impacted communities, and it does not trigger any ALA criteria in accordance with COGCC rules. Next, I would like to present the Warbler pad phases of development and anticipated timing. We plan on beginning construction of the access road and pad in October of 2022, followed by drilling operations in May of 2023 and completion operations in September of 2023. Next, flowback and production will commence in January of 2024, followed shortly after by interim reclamation in March of 2024. Now I would like to cover some cumulative impact mitigation and best management practices that we plan to utilize as a part of this development. First, I would like to cover the location siting mitigation. The Warbler pad is sited greater than 1.75 miles from a disproportionately impacted community and greater than a half a mile from the nearest high priority habitat, as noted in these screenshots you can see below. Next, I would like to cover some best management practices that aim to minimize and eliminate cumulative impacts associated with this development. Extraction was able to secure the necessary power to energize the drilling and production equipment using utility power, which is a top-of-the-line best management practice that eliminates noise and emissions normally associated with internal combustion engines that are traditionally used to energize the rig and production equipment. In addition, extraction will also be utilizing quiet completion fleet and solid walls on the west side of the pad to further reduce noise impacts to nearby receptors and wildlife receptors. To minimize light impacts, extraction will monitor lights during operations to make sure there is not obtrusive light leaving the location, as well as work with our neighbors to reasonably and safely relocate lights that may be causing an issue. Next, I would like to cover the infrastructure, local traffic, and dust mitigation measures. Extraction will utilize temporary lay flat water pipeline to bring water to location for completion operations, as well as an oil pipeline to pipe oil off location, greatly reducing truck traffic and associated emissions. In addition, extraction coordinated the access road and haul route with Adams County, the Farmers Reservoir and Irrigation Company, and adjacent residents. A traffic impact study was commissioned through the local process and concluded that the proposed haul route was suitable for the proposed traffic from this development. We will also implement an access road maintenance program to minimize dust during production operations and install our facilities with secondary containment that is composed of steel walls and a seamless spray-on liner. Security is of the utmost importance to extraction, which is why we have daily site monitoring and automated remote controls with shutdown capacity. Now, I would like to cover some air and odor mitigation practices that will be utilized for the proposed development. Extraction will utilize a maintenance vessel instead of a tank to minimize, eliminate venting or flaring during maintenance operations, as well as tank blowers, also known as a tank vapor recovery system. This tank vapor recovery system operates by recycling the tank flash or working and breathing vapors back into the sales gas system that would otherwise have been sent to an enclosed combustion device. During periods where this system is operational, we calculate zero emissions from the tanks or 100% tank vapor control, which is huge in reducing emissions from this location. During pre-production operations, an air monitoring plan will be developed and approved by CDPHE, and we will utilize top-notch best management practices, including routing our flow back through permanent production facilities, allowing for greater emission control, and utilizing drilling fluids with low to negligible aromatic content. Finally, I would like to cover our proposed wildlife mitigation measures that are planned for this location. Before I get into the BMPs, I would like to mention that we coordinated with CPW throughout both the local and state permitting process to make sure we are either avoiding or minimizing any potential impacts to wildlife and wildlife resources. Next, I would like to provide a brief history. During the OGDP process, it was discovered that there was a bald eagle nest buffer that clipped approximately 565 feet of our existing access road that we plan to utilize. This bald eagle nest buffer was documented with the COGCC during the last mapping update in February of 2022. The original proposed access location was outside of the bald eagle nest buffer to the southeast, but was relocated at the request of local residents and Adams County, as you've heard before. Now I'd like to cover some of the BMPs we will utilize to minimize any potential impacts to the bald eagle nest. Extraction will upgrade the existing access outside of nesting season and utilize an aggregate road material to minimize fugitive dust and reduce the need for frequently recurring road maintenance. Additionally, we will post an access road speed limit of 20 miles per hour to help alleviate dust emissions and protection of wildlife. Lastly, some of our previously mentioned BMPs, such as temporary lay flat water pipe and oil pipe, will help alleviate traffic that may impact the bald eagle nest within the short section of access road. In addition to the bald eagle buffer extraction, as standard practice, we'll utilize a wildlife biologist to do a pre-construction survey for any potential impacted wildlife from the proposed project. If a wildlife resource is discovered, operator will work with CPW on additional BMPs or timing stipulations. Before I hand you back over to Nathan to finish up our presentation, I would like to cover the lesser impact area exemption. In an effort to be thorough, transparent, and protective of health, safety, welfare, and the environment, Extraction submitted all the required plans in lieu of requesting lesser area impact exemptions for some of the nuisance impacts, despite being greater than 2,000 feet from the nearest residential building unit. Thank you again, commissioners. I will now hand this back to Nathan to finish up the presentation.
Thank you, Jeff. Given the similarity of the Warbler OGDP relative to oil pipeline and tank requirements, we thought it was prudent to walk through a couple of high-level rules of thumb to better explain why tanks are required as part of this development. Notably, the need for oil tanks when a location is served by oil pipeline comes down to a few key variables. First, the design of the oil pipeline system. Was the system designed to service a single operator, or was the intent to service multiple operators? Generally, when a system is intended to service multiple operators, the requirement to meet pipeline spec oil falls to the upstream operator. Point two, the point of liquids stabilization. Which party, the operator or the midstream provider, has the responsibility to stabilize the oil? These are often strict conditions of the contracts executed between producer and transporter, and they are indeed enforceable. A system designed to serve multiple operators customarily puts this responsibility on the upstream operator, and tanks serve an extremely important role in this. In short, tanks serve as a, quote, pressure regulator. That is, an operator needs to meet a certain range of parameters to produce into an oil pipeline. These include specifications such as flowing or atmospheric pressure, Reid vapor pressure, which is a measure of volatility, and true vapor pressure, which is a measure of equilibrium between vapor and liquid. In this instance, the stabilized liquids, or quote, dead oil, is transported to an oil gathering terminal and prepared for regional distribution. By contrast, in a system intended to service a single operator, liquids stabilization occurs at the centralized stabilization facility, not on the well pad. The centralized facility has the obligation to stabilize liquids and ensure they meet the requirements of the regional distribution system. It is important to note that the illustrations on this slide are simplified and were intended to summarize the major differences between oil gathering systems. I would be remiss if I did not mention that high vapor pressure oil gathering systems, or those that enable a tankless well pad, are the exception, not the rule. While there are a few in the DJ Basin, to the best of my knowledge, these systems were designed by the midstream provider in conjunction with a single upstream operator and as a result of common ownership that existed at the time of design and construction. Lastly, in response to a commissioner question we received yesterday, Extraction follows the Air Quality Control Commission storage tank and vapor control systems guidelines. Tank count and capacity is an ongoing part of that evaluation. Should tank capacity reduction become an option while still maintaining the design, operation, and maintenance of the vapor control system, Extraction will absolutely evaluate removing storage tanks if it does not conflict with the facility design for air pollution controls. In summary, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's proceedings. Extraction believes the Warbler pad oil and gas location is protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. We believe this OGDP is supported by Director Murphy's September 20th recommendation for approval. The Warbler OGDP does include best management practices to avoid, minimize, and mitigate temporary impacts to the surrounding environment. And lastly, Extraction respectfully requests, approval from the Commission on the Warbler OGDP. I'd like to thank the commissioners, Mr. Moret from CPW and Mr. Dean from Adams County for their participation today. And the Extraction team is now available for questions, should there be any.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel for the presentation. If you could turn the share screen off, I'll be able to see everybody a little bit better. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, we are now at that spot called Commissioner Questions. Who would like to begin? If anybody. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your presentation today. I noticed there's a little bit of gap in between, I think, the drilling and completions, instead of just like a solid, like we're doing it all at once. And I'm wondering what your plans are for community engagement, and notice that the neighbors don't think that you're done and then realize that you're coming back.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner McGowan. Extraction is committed to continuing to engage with those residents that live closest to our location. If it would please the commission, we would certainly be willing to provide updated notices via US mail to the offsetting landowners to advise them of the phase of operations that we are in.
I appreciate that. I think given some of the testimony we've heard today and neighbors' concerns about feeling like they're in the loop or not in the loop and what's happening, I think more communication for this specific site is probably better than less. And maybe the same group that you've been communicating with within that half mile would be wise, so that folks know what phase you're in and what to expect and when to expect it, I think would be helpful. I'm also appreciative of your presentation about the tanks. I know I've been the commissioner asking the most questions about it and being a little fly in the ointment. And I am appreciative of it's probably easier to have a truly tankless facility when you own the midstream operation and you're able to set it up so that more separation and other things can be taken care of at a more distant facility from where you're at. I think what I heard you say is that, similar to what we've been hearing from other operators, you might not need all of those tanks for the entirety of the life of this site. And I think also, given what we're hearing from testimony, right, people are concerned about spills and leaks. They're on a well water system. So from my perspective, anything we can do to kind of minimize the potential for spills or things getting off site is better. So I'm appreciative of you saying that down the line, if it's possible, you're willing to look at, you know, the total number of tanks and the equipment on that site and seeing if we could minimize the footprint and potential for spills and leaks. So I'm appreciative of that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. Others with questions or comments? Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Pishala, and others for your presentation. As a result of these OGDPs, a number of supporting documents are submitted, and this was the case with this application as well. Amongst those documents is a wildlife mitigation plan, and many of the mitigative strategies that have been talked about today are found in that plan, along with noise mitigation plan, light mitigation plan, in those peripheral documents. My understanding is that those plans are a binding part of this application and that the operator intends to abide by all of the stipulations in those plans as submitted. And just wanted to verify with you, Mr. Pishala, or your team, that that's your understanding as well.
That is my understanding. Excuse me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Further questions? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions, and I'll follow up with Commissioner Ackerman's question, because I do understand that everything that's associated with the application is part of the application, is enforceable. There's BMPs that were within the wildlife management plan. Some of the language in there was a little squishy. I wasn't sure. I guess generally I wasn't sure why those weren't incorporated as BMPs within the 2A explicitly. But I think most importantly, I think based on what I'm hearing from public comment today, both written public comment as well as oral public comment, that many individuals feel like this is a very special place and that it is adjacent to a state park. And I will disagree with Mr. Moret that collectively we determined that there was no necessary buffers associated with state park, because I think that was a conversation that during the mission change rulemaking that gave a lot of people heartburn. And ultimately we agreed with CPW's recommendation as far as what necessitated a buffer. There was no surface occupancy included in the mission change rulemaking within state parks. There was some pretty clear language in the statement of basis and purpose around that, the importance of state parks and the resources that are contained within. I think it's also pretty clear that wildlife and or folks that enjoy state parks don't necessarily know state park boundaries. And so I think it's really important that the operator acknowledge and understand that this is in a sensitive area from a perception standpoint for being adjacent to a state park in an area that people really appreciate. And so I think ensuring that these best management practices for migratory birds, for raptors, for burrowing owls, for prairie dogs, for these things that will be evaluated prior to construction are thoroughly done and documented to ensure that there is the avoidance, minimization, and mitigation of the impacts to wildlife. And I would also strongly encourage and would like to hear just a little bit more about, it's unclear to me in the application what kind of line of sight that this site would have to individuals within the state park, if any, right? It's just a little unclear to me. And so what visual mitigation measures are being considered to camouflage and hide the activities that are occurring on this site from people that are participating in activities within the state park? So just if you could elaborate that on a little bit, just so that I understand some of the steps that are being taken, and just that further acknowledgement that you do understand that this isn't a proximate to a special area for a lot of people, and that there are additional and kind of over and above protections that are being anticipated to be employed there.
Thank you for your question and comments, Commissioner Mesner. I will start off by saying that public lands in Colorado or elsewhere are very near and dear to my heart. I think that's a foundational element in this country that we should be very proud of, particularly in comparison to other countries. That said, the topography out here is certainly not flat. There is a gentle roll, if you will, to the terrain. And so when you contemplate what can or can't be seen from Bar Lake State Park, which is roughly 3/4 of a mile west of the location, about the only structure that may be visible from time to time would be the drilling rig derrick. That roughly stands 180 feet above ground surface. And depending on your viewpoint or vantage point within or adjacent to Bar Lake, you may be able to see the uppermost portion of that rig. Beyond that, during completions operations and certainly during production operations, none of the activity on pad should be visible from the state park or lands, very close there too. During the operational phases, as Mr. Annable had said, we do intend to erect a sound wall on the western edge of the pad. Some of that wall will ultimately wrap around to the northwest corner and again on the southwest corner. And so, but for the, again, the height of the rig derrick, most of the activity on the pad should be shielded from the residents that live along Piccadilly Road and the East 144th Avenue there to the south.
Thank you for that answer. My other question, because there were comments around concern about, and I know that you changed the access road based on the local government consultation and feedback from adjacent landowners or landowners that are near. But I think just to clarify for the record here, as far as what the anticipated truck traffic is going to be on that access road, and from this commissioner's standpoint, understanding that traffic associated with activities that are permitted by local governments as well as the state is very much a local government consideration. And so this commissioner will defer to the local government as far as traffic impacts associated with these activities. But during the lifetime of the well, so understanding that there's going to be significantly more truck traffic associated with construction. But as we understand that there's no produced water takeaway, and there'll be maintenance operations and or site visits associated by the operator with the location. What's the daily traffic going to look like here that may help some of the residents understand what they can expect?
Again, thank you for your question, Commissioner Mesner. From at least a 10,000-foot view, daily traffic once the location is in production will consist really of two types of vehicles. Passenger pickup truck for our lease operators and operations foremen that will be on location frequently throughout a working week, as well as, to your point, produced water trucks. The volume of water trucks will vary over the life of the wells. And so what may be experienced, for example, in the first 6 months of production, estimated perhaps a half dozen trucks a day, will ultimately decline over time. And we could be, or we will be in a situation after those wells have been producing for some time where it may be a produced water truck once every other day or once every several days.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to touch on a couple things. The first was I wanted to touch on some of the noise issues. I know that there was some discussion of the ambient noise with relation to DIA and some of the testing that you were going to do. Can you go into a little bit more detail on that, please?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Commissioner Cross, for your question. We have undertaken a preliminary sound survey that occurred several years ago as this process was underway. We will revisit that ambient sound study prior to commencing operations, no later than 90 days prior to SPUD, in accordance with Commission Rule 423. Your point about being within the flyway of DIA, Denver International Airport, is not lost on us. And in fact, you can audibly discern overhead airplane traffic from some of the information we've collected in the past. That said, that ambient noise survey will be done in accordance to the rule. And if we determine that pre-existing ambient noise exceeds what is provided for during operations and ultimately production relative to those provisions in Rule 423, we will take the necessary steps utilizing the sundry process to seek a potential variance from those requirements, again, due to existing ambient noise levels.
Thank you. And were you present at the meeting that was being discussed during public comment where Mr. Dean explained that you were taking them out to the proposed site, but it was cold outside? Were you present at that meeting?
Unfortunately, I was not.
Okay. And I just wanted to also touch a little bit on the access road issue as well. We're still getting a little bit of comment from the public commenters as we've been talking, and you noted that you've moved it further north to avoid Piccadilly and 144th there, but they're requesting it to go even further north. Can you provide any information on why you would not move it even further north?
Yes, sir. And Jeremy Saunier may be here as well. He is our surface landman that knows this area better than all of us. But nevertheless, the citing the access road, as has been previously mentioned, utilizes an existing road that will require a little bit of improvement just to enhance, if you will, the existing road base. We were able to obtain that access from the landowner due to its pre-existing condition or the fact that it's present to begin with. If you have seen an aerial photograph of this general area, there are agricultural operations that are currently taking place on the property in question. And so the utilization of this existing road allows the landowner, present-day landowner, to continue with his agricultural operations without any disruptions.
So I guess to sort of summarize, you would say that the proposed access road is further north than initially planned, but this prevents additional surface disturbance and potentially additional impacts such as fragmentation, disruption of croplands, et cetera.
Absolutely, and that was a much better way to say it than I did, so thank you.
The final thing that I just wanted to talk about, and I believe it was talked about during the presentation, but one of the things that I wanted to confirm as well was that you are avoiding the nesting dates, because obviously many of the birders provided public comment, both written and oral, talking about it. And you are going to be, one of the BMPs is to focus construction outside of the nesting dates, correct?
I'll ask Mr. Annable to answer that question.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross, for your question. Great question. We are planning on the upgrades to that existing road that's within that Eagle Nest buffer. That construction will occur outside of nesting season. You are correct.
I think those are the only questions I have at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? I see that AAG Mercer has videoed herself. Did you want to weigh in on anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just a couple of things briefly. Going back to Commissioner Cross's last question, I think we're all clear that the applicant has committed verbally here to avoid the eagle nesting season in the upgrades to that access road. Unless I'm missing it, I don't see that on the Form 2A as a BMP. And I think just for clarity and everyone's purposes moving forward, if it's the commission's pleasure, it would be appropriate to add that to the 2A just to make sure that everything is documented appropriately. Another related matter, which goes back to the questions from Commissioners Ackerman and Mester earlier, was about the commitments in the wildlife plan related to conducting surveys for species and implementing measures if necessary if those species are discovered. I agree fully with Commissioner Ackerman's statement that any commitments made in the wildlife plan are binding parts of the permit. That is absolutely true. In my read of this wildlife plan, though, those permitting actions, I think is how they're framed, are worded sort of as recommendations rather than firm commitments of, depending on this timing, we will conduct surveys and we will do something in response. So I just wanted to flag that for the commissioners, that unless I am missing it somewhere, I don't believe that any of those provisions are sort of firm commitments by the operator at this time, and that if the commissioner would like those to be firm enforceable commitments, those should also be added as BMPs. And I certainly invite the applicant to tell me if I'm missing somewhere in their application materials where that's already covered.
Mr. Bennett, do you want to respond?
Thank you, Chair Robbins. As Mr. Annable noted in his presentation materials, at the time this application was submitted, that bald eagle nesting buffer did not exist. Therefore, it was not specifically addressed in the materials that AAG Mercer just referenced. To that end, Extraction is willing to agree to those provisions suggested by not only Commissioner Mesner, Commissioner Ackerman, but also AAG Mercer as part of the approval of this application.
Great. Okay. Thank you for weighing in. AAG Mercer, when we get around to deliberation, let's make sure that we accommodate those points that you made and that are agreeable to the applicant.
Will do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Messner, Commissioner Ackerman, did you want to follow up on any of that, or are you comfortable with where we've landed? Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will hold my comments for deliberation. I think AAG Mercer has teed them up appropriately, but just wanted to state in advance that I agree with that direction.
Okay. Any further questions for the panel? All right, seeing no further questions, I think we move into the stage of our work this morning that is called deliberations. Does any commissioner desire to initiate deliberations? Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate comments by Commissioner Messner and AAG Mercer. I also had the same concerns as I originally read these application materials, and I appreciated the work that went into the wildlife plan. I also noted that the word should was used, as AAG Mercer noted, before every recommendation, except in the place where is recommended was used. And so I also had concerns with that. Hence my questions to solidify that there were commitments to do these pre-construction surveys. My notes include that there would be raptor nest clearance surveys for construction, any construction that began between February 1st and July 31st. The bald eagle construction, if construction begins between October 15th and July 31st, the bald eagle stipulations would be in effect, and there would be mitigation or avoidance as per the wildlife plan. Brewing owl surveys on whitetail prairie dog sites if construction begins March 15th to 10/31. Lark bunting field surveys if disturbance begins between 5/15, 10/31 as per wildlife plan. And there were a number of other items in the wildlife plan that I've highlighted as well that did not contain the should or the as recommended. My understanding and some examples of those would be disinfecting equipment as per aquatic nuisance species, protections, not locating any structures within 500 feet of ordinary high water mark, no earthen pits, and a number of other things in the wildlife plan that I believe are firm commitments currently. And so as I talked with staff about those commitments, I also, like Commissioner Messner, was confused that some of those more important points were not included as BMPs in the 2A. I would support any item that recommends field surveys and bird protections resulting from those field surveys be included in the 2A as BMPs. I think that would fit relatively well with our regular procedure in highlighting some of the most important wildlife protections. And so when it's time to make a motion, I'd be happy to do so. As part of the deliberations here, I also had concern about the proximity to Bar Lake State Park, and this being immediately downstream, although there are canals, that is, the waterway runs downstream from Bar Lake State Park, which I think might be a little better than upstream in most cases. So I did a little look at what other oil and gas facilities exist in the location. And as was noted in the deliberations today, there is a vertical well very close to the proposed Warbler location, which I agree would have preferred to see a different name for that one, given the concerns here. But it's been producing since 1984. I would note that, as we've discussed today, that many of the disruptive activities that people see associated with oil and gas development take place for a relatively finite period of time during the construction and completion of wells, after which things quiet down quite a bit. And so that doesn't diminish the importance of mitigation during that time period, which I think there are appropriate mitigation strategies put in place, but it is worth noting as part of these deliberations. There are also 3 other multi-well, horizontal well, hydraulically fractured sites just within or just outside of a mile from the boundaries of the state park. I would note that those have been operating for a while as well. And part of our job in deliberating as commissioners is to review, assess the potential impacts together with the recommendations from many subject matter experts on many fronts, and to make a determination and an estimate as to whether this application fits within our regulations as approved and fit within the parameters of protecting public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. As I've continued to review the wildlife concerns and the potential mitigations put in place, given that they will become wills rather than shoulds, I became more comfortable with the wildlife mitigation protections and the ability for this pad to be utilized in the long term, similar to other pads in the area. I did continue to have concerns about the traffic on Piccadilly Road. I do agree with many of the commenters today. The Piccadilly Road has become very busy compared to, in my estimation, what it was probably originally intended to be. That said, I do appreciate the comments from the county. I believe this is largely a county matter to ensure that traffic is within acceptable county limits on those county roads, and would defer, as Commissioner Messner did, to county expertise. So, Mr. Chair, that's my long roundabout way of saying that if we're able to move the shoulds to wills and the most important survey protective measures to actual BMPs in the Form 2A. I'm comfortable with this application and will be voting in favor. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. I appreciate those points and believe you are the appropriate commissioner to lead off on this sort of wildlife oriented OGDP with consideration. So I appreciate that. I too, with those changes, will be voting in favor of the location. My comments are that I'm appreciative of Adams County's review and potential approval. The director's recommendation for approval. I think the BMPs are well done. I'm happy that there was a responsiveness on traffic, appreciative of the piped oil and water. I was also, as Commissioner McGowan pointed out, appreciative of the tanks slide. I don't think we've seen that before, and that was really helpful. So thank you for that. And I believe that I defer to Commissioner Ackerman and Mr. Moret with regard to the fact that they believe that the wildlife matters are being met. Further deliberations from commissioners. Commissioner Messner.
I'll just add one more note to what's been said already, and I appreciate the comments by both you, Mr. Chair, as well as Commissioner Ackerman. But I do think that an important consideration here is the fact that Adams County is the relevant local government. Adams County does have robust oil and gas regulatory process. This application, this location has not only gone through, has not fully completed their process as of today, but it sounds like it is imminent that it will go through their process with a recommendation, at least from Mr. Dean, for approval after multiple modifications and upgrades to the application over a number of months, if not years, to enable it to meet their stringent standards. And as a former local government representative, that disposition to me is really important, as they are the ones with the most local knowledge on the particular situation that this location is in. And so I think that's an important piece for me, in addition to ensuring that the wildlife protections are thorough and adequate and are shalls. So those are my thoughts.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to start off saying I'm acutely aware of and considerate of the public comment that was given, both written and orally today. I think that from a kind of overall perspective, I think this is one of the important aspects of our administrative process, is being able to take in these comments and understand why individuals, why groups have concerns about it. I part of the reason I wanted to ask questions going into some of these issues is because I admittedly was a little bit concerned as I was hearing public comments saying we weren't notified, we didn't know that certain meetings were happening, we didn't know that there was changes being made, et cetera. And so I first off want to say thank you to the public commenters, but also thank you to Mr. Dean, as well as the operator, for kind of explaining some of these. I think it was very helpful to know that the reason that sites were chosen for meetings was to show the potential sites. I think it was important to know that not only did the operator send out things, but more importantly, Adams County also sent out public notice. And I think that was very important to me, to make sure that we were following that administrative process and getting the necessary notice in. I think to a certain extent, most of my comments on the actual application, I defer to what Commissioner Ackerman and Commissioner Messner have already said. And that's really that, I do want to look to Adams County, and Adams County has taken the time to look at this, to look at the roads, and CPW has taken the time to analyze this, brought in different experts, specifically looked at what kind of impact could this have. Ms. Moret explaining that they're going to do additional site surveys to make sure that protections, if needed, will be taken. And so I think overall, that's my biggest issue. And I'll admit, one of the things that I went back and forth on this application, as well as some of the existing impacts, as Commissioner Ackerman explained. There is existing oil and gas development in this area. There is already ambient noise from the flying over of Denver International Airport. And so some of these issues already exist. Some of the public commenters talked about the fact that there's already fracking occurring on Piccadilly, that they're nearby some different operations already. And so to a certain extent, that my initial thought was, all right, well, that's already happening. So some of these effects haven't been noticed already, but again, acutely aware of the cumulative impacts of additional operations happening here. And that's why I also wanted to say thank you to the operator for, as you, Chair Robbins, indicated, very thorough BMPs. And I think that the fact that the operator has taken the time to work with CPW, has taken the time to work with Adams County, has taken the time to work with other groups to make sure that they're selecting surface uses that are not going to have additional fragmentation. They're not going to have additional surface disturbances. They're improving the roads, that they're trying to make sure that noise is going to be kept to a minimum, that they're trying to do groundwater monitoring to make sure that they're not going to have leaks into this very important area. I think overall, to me, the fact that Adams County is good with this, the fact that CPW is good with this, and the fact that we have these BMPs in to try and mitigate those cumulative impacts really says a lot to me, and therefore I will be in favor of this application.
Further thoughts? Do we have a motion? Commissioner Ackerman?
Mr. Chair, I wonder if AAG Mercer can help us craft a motion here. Would you be able to do that, AAG Mercer? And I'd be willing to make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Happy to help with that. So it sounds like the commission is interested in a motion to approve the application with the addition of several BMPs to the Form 2A. Those BMPs being one, that extraction will improve the access road outside of the eagle nesting season, which is December 1st through July 31st. And then also taking the what's referred to in the wildlife plan summary and recommendations as recommendations / permitting actions, converting each of those from recommendations or from recommendations to the operator will conduct these actions, and moving those into the Form 2A as BMPs. I think that phrasing it that way should give staff and the operator sufficient clarity on what the commission is looking for and ability to make those revisions.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Mr. Chair, if you're okay with that motion, and if the operator understands it and is also okay with that motion, I would so move.
Mr. Bennett, thanks for reappearing. Are you comfortable with the motion as articulated by AAG Mercer?
Yes, Chair Robbins, we are. Thank you.
Okay, and I think I saw Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wondering if Commissioner Ackerman is willing to add one more BMP, which would be some more continual communications, especially in between drilling and completion, so folks know what the timing of activities will be from the operator.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. Absolutely believe that's an important BMP.
If I may, to clarify for the record and for staff and the operator's purposes, I believe that was discussed as being updated notices to resident to landowners or residents within a half-mile radius of the working pad surface. Is that correct, Commissioner McGowan?
Yes, thank you. Since it's already required by the county as part of their communications, I think that's consistent then with how they've been trying to communicate.
Mr. Bennett, are you comfortable with that as well?
Yes, Chair Robbins, we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Commissioner Messner?
Well, let me just add potentially one thing here, although I think it's inherent, but in the wildlife plan, it indicates that these surveys are to be done by a qualified biologist. I don't know as that needs to be incorporated in the motion because it's in the wildlife plan, but I just wanted to confirm that.
AG Mercer?
I think that's a good clarification, and because that's provided for in the wildlife plan, I don't think that we need to necessarily add that to the motion.
Okay. Mr. Ackerman, are you comfortable with the motion that you initially made and that has been edited by Commissioner McGowan?
So amended, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Okay.
Motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you all for the participation this morning.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Commissioners, next up on our agenda is the second of the OGDPs that we are to hear today. I understand that NAVIX Resources and their counsel will be ready to present following a lunch break. So we will take a break now. Let's take like a 38-minute break and return at 12:30. Okay, welcome back to the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission's September 28th meeting. We will continue with our agenda. Next up is docket number 2204-00081, NAVIX Resources LLC, the proposed North Cheyenne Oil and Gas Development Plans. Ms. Wazelinski, good to see you.
You as well. Thank you, Chair Robbins. If you could give us just a moment, we do have a PowerPoint. There we go. We'll just get this in presentation mode. Wonderful. Well, thank you, commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Kelsey Wazelinski from Jost Energy Law, and with Jamie Jost, we represent NAVIX Resources in the North Cheyenne Oil and Gas Development Plan before you today in docket 2204-00081. And before I turn it over to the NAVIX team, I will provide a brief introduction to this OGDP. The North Cheyenne OGDP requests approval of two new oil and gas locations, the Travis 110 pad and the Fafley 112 pad, located in a remote area of Kit Carson County in eastern Colorado. NAVIX proposes to develop one conventional vertical well on each location within NAVIX leasehold interests for the development of oil, condensate, and natural gas, including helium. As you will hear from the NAVIX team, neither location trigger alternative location analysis. The wells will be developed over a short duration of time, and there will be no hydraulic fracking during the completion operation. In addition, there is existing takeaway infrastructure for gas through the Ladder Creek gathering system operated by Tumbleweed Midstream. And finally, NAVIX complied with all procedural notification requirements for this OGDP. There were no public comments submitted on the Form 2As, no petitions were filed, and the director has recommended approval of the OGDP. I will now turn it over to Conrad Marokna, who's the Chief Operating Officer for NAVIX, to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Kelsey. and good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Conrad Marachna, and I am NAVX Resources Chief Operating Officer. Other panelists you may hear from today are listed on this slide. NAVX Resources is Trek Resources operating company in Colorado. A little bit about Trek Resources. Trek Resources has been operating oil and gas properties for over 20 years, and we currently operate about 500 wells in the Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Kansas areas. You can see the distribution of our properties on the inset map. Also on this map, you'll notice the blue star. This is the approximate location of NAVX's North Cheyenne OGDP presented to you here this afternoon. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes our North Cheyenne OGDP timeline. NAVX initiated the OGDP process in August of 2021, where we made field reconnaissance and survey and performed survey work. In April of 2022, we filed our OGDP with the COGCC. And then in June, the COGCC's staff determined completeness. Later in June, NAVX mailed completeness letters, application, and notice of hearing to all interested parties. During the 30-day public comment period, no comments were received. As of the petition deadline, no petitions were filed. I'll now give a brief overview of NAVX's North Cheyenne OGDP. Next slide, please. Our OGDP is for approximately 960 acres located in rural Colorado, easternmost Colorado, specifically south central Kit Carson County. The plan calls for 2 new oil and gas locations to be developed on NAVX leasehold, the Fafley 1-12 to the west and the Travis 1-10 pad to the east. You can see those locations on this inset map. Each location will support a single exploratory conventional vertical oil and gas well. Each location will be approximately 3 acres during the development phase and reduced to approximately 2 acres after interim reclamation. Both locations are on fee surface and for development of fee minerals. Both locations are rural and historically used for dryland crops. The nearest residences are more than 1.5 miles away. Wells will be drilled and completed with no hydraulic fracturing or stimulation. The wells will be approximately 6,000 feet deep, take about 2 days to construct the pad, 7 to 14 days to drill the well, and about 6 days to complete the well. And the wells are anticipated to produce oil, gas, and water. Next slide, please. Specific to the Fafley location, the nearest resident is about 1.6 miles north of the location. There is no high priority habitat within 1 mile of the working pad, and the nearest high priority habitat is more than 3 miles south of the location. The area does not support species of concern. Developing a single conventional vertical well is expected to require 7 to 14 days to drill and about 6 days to complete. All previously drilled wells in the area are dry and abandoned or plugged and abandoned. The well will be connected to the Ladder Creek gas gathering system operated by Tumbleweed Midstream. Next slide, please. Specific to the Travis location, the nearest residence is approximately 1.7 miles to the south. Again, there is no high priority habitat within 1 mile of the working pad surface. And the nearest HPH is more than 3 miles south of the location. During Rule 309 pre-application consultation, Colorado Parks and Wildlife made a written determination that a previously mapped ferruginous hawk nest is no longer present. The CPW database was updated for this habitat layer. The area does not support species of concern, and developing a single conventional vertical well is expected to take 7 days to drill and 6 days to complete. Again, all previously drilled wells in the area are drilled and abandoned or plugged and abandoned. The well will be connected to a gas gathering system, Ladder Creek gas gathering system, operated by Tumbleweed. Next slide, please. The next 3 slides will summarize our expected operational activity. Pad construction. This should take approximately 2 days per well. The locations will be on agricultural land in an area zoned dry land farming. The area is historically disturbed from active agricultural cultivation and dirt roads. The locations will be on private surface already disturbed by dry land farming, and there will be no disturbance to undisturbed land and plant communities for these locations, access roads, or buried flow lines. Next slide, please. While drilling and completing the wells, each single vertical well will be drilled using water-based mud in a closed loop drilling system, again, over a short duration of approximately 7 to 14 days. Completion is expected to take 6 days for each well. There will be no hydraulic fracture stimulation during the completion operation. NAVX will use non-potable groundwater from a metered municipal water well. This source otherwise contains water that is not treatable to drinking water standards. An anticipated 150,000 gallons, or approximately 3,500 barrels of water per well, will be used during the drilling operation in the closed loop system. Next slide, please. During production, there will be a single cylinder 20 horsepower engine on each location to power the pump jack. This engine will be fired by source gas. Produced fluids will be conveyed in on-location flow lines to an enclosed heated separator and storage tanks. The tanks will have vapor recovery systems and will use an enclosed combustor with an estimated 99% destruction efficiency. Gas production will be transported in a buried off-location flow line. Area infrastructure. If the exploratory wells are completed for production, oil will be trucked off-site for commercial sale. Likewise, water will be trucked off-site for disposal at an authorized underground disposal well. Natural gas will be piped underground to the Ladder Creek gathering system, and Tumbleweed will move the gas through the Ladder Creek gathering system to the Ladder Creek helium plant, and then points beyond for further gas processing. Next slide, please. In summary, NAVX will employ best management practices in all facets of our operation. Our locations are remote, with residences more than 1.5 miles away. Our locations are set back more than 1,000 feet from the public county road. Both locations are compatible with existing surrounding land use for dryland agriculture. There is no high priority habitat. There are no waters of the state within half a mile of either location. The wells will be developed over a short duration of approximately 2 days for pad preparation, 7 to 14 days to drill the wells, and 6 days for completion of the wells. Production disturbance is a small 2-acre well pad for a single conventional vertical well. Vapors are routed for destruction to enclosed combustor with approximate 99% efficiency. And there is an existing takeaway infrastructure for gas. That concludes my portion of the presentation. Kelsey?
Thank you, Mr. Maracna. Just to briefly conclude, we have the requested relief for the North Cheyenne OGDP up on this slide, and NAVEX respectfully requests approval of the approximate 960-acre North Cheyenne OGDP for the development of 2 vertical wells and approval of the associated Form 2As for the Travis 110 pad and the Fafley 112 pad. And this concludes our presentation, and the team from NAVEX is now open for questions. And I believe we could probably take the PowerPoint down unless, yep, wonderful, thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Commissioners, we are at that time in which we can ask questions of the panel. I'm seeing no questions. This might be a first. Do we want to move to deliberations? Does anybody desire to craft a motion? Commissioner Cross.
I'd move to approve the application.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Cross to approve with a second from Commissioner Messner. Barely beat out Commissioner McGowan. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Good luck. All right, we now will continue on our agenda. We now will take up docket number 2109-00156. This is the applicant Noble Energy, and it is the OGDP number 1 oil and gas development plan. And I see Ms. Fulcher. Good morning. Do we have Mr. Maxey to lead off on this one? And why don't we give ourselves a second and kind of clean up the panel? We still got some folks from the last one. All right, we're going to take up this docket number, as is normally the case. When the relevant local government desires to testify, we hear from them first. I believe that would be Mr. Maxey.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chair Robbins and fellow commissioners. I appreciate, as always, the few minutes to get to be before you and speak regarding the dockets that are on your list for Weld County operators. So thank you very much for that. This docket item, the Noble Energy OGDP, I believe is called number 1. The 2A comments from Weld County were submitted to the COGCC for all 5 locations And just to list them off to make sure I have the correct 5 locations, I believe they should be the A0701, the 04, and the 23 pad, the A1809 pad, and the A0708 facility. So if that's what you have on your list, then I think we're in alignment there. But our 2A comments were submitted on April 6th of 2022 during the first comment period. The comment period for these locations was opened up for a second time, and during that period, Weld County did not submit any additional comments. Weld County believes that CAPs through the COGCC and CDPs through Weld County are good planning tools. From the county's perspective, you all have heard this before, but we're able to gain further insight into future development plans compared to what we see with maybe just a 1 or a 2 individual permit submittals from an operator. We're able to consider the full development area when looking at cumulative impacts or infrastructure items or siting analysis. And what they also do for Weld County is they do create a public record of full phase development that anybody who is on our GIS system, our property portal, they can turn on the CDP layer and they can see that full development area, which is a good tool for the public as well. That helps to prevent future land use conflicts, whether it's from our own internal staff that are using that tool, or whether it's the anybody in the public who may be doing some due diligence and research on properties that they might be looking to purchase. That's a good tool for them to have as well. This 1041 WOGLA CDP application was received on October 29th of 2019, and the 1041 WOGLA hearing was held on December 12th of 2019. The hearing officer considered testimony at the hearing and did subsequently approve the 1041 WOGLA permit for this overall CDP, and that's 1041 WOGLA 19-0042. And that WOGLA CDP application was granted a 10-year permit timeframe. The application, I do want to note, was submitted and was considered under an older Weld County code version. There were no pre-application requirements at that time. So we did not have a pre-application meeting with the COGCC or CPW at that time. However, there was still the requirement for a full referral process that did go out to the COGCC, as well as a CPW and various other entities that were proximate to this, not only to this OGDP, but for the CDP as a whole from Weld County's perspective. And I will make note that one of your staff members, John Noto, actually did attend our hearing in December of 2019 in person. So that was very much welcomed, and we appreciated his attendance to view the process and to be there as a show of support. At the time of this consideration for this CDP with Weld County, the code requirements in place at that time, we did provide notice above and beyond actually what is in our current code. So even though this was an older code version, we actually went beyond the code requirements of 2019, and we notified the property owners and the parcel owners beyond what the code said. And so there was multiple notices that were sent out for our hearing for that CDP back in December of 19. A total of 250 parties were noticed by Weld County. We did receive public comment from 2 of the noticed individuals. One of them questioned mineral development associated with this project, and the second one was relating to road condition items and traffic. Communication with our oil and gas department staff alleviated those concerns, and no public comments were made during the 1041 hearing, and no applications for intervention were received for the overall CDP. I will note that community meetings were held on June 13th of 2019, as well as May 19th of 2022. I hope I have my dates right there, but there were 2 community meetings, and Weld County personnel attended both of those community meetings, which were held at the Eaton Rec Center. Noble will submit site-specific 1041 WOGLA information detailing elements that are specific to each location within the overall CDP. And for the 5 locations within this OGDP, as they get closer to developing each location. They have not submitted any site-specific WOGLA information to us at this time for the ones that make up OGDP number 1. Construction of each oil and gas location within the Weld County CDP will not commence until the Oil and Gas Department has issued a determination which based on site-specific information submitted by Noble, that verifies that the proposed locations and site-specific BMPs are consistent with the current version of county code, and that they are compliant not only with that, but also the requirements that were outlined in the overall hearing officer's final order. We do support approval of the OGDP number 1, which is in front of you right now and on the docket for today, which includes these 5 locations. I'm happy to answer any questions from the commission, as always. But I do have a question regarding upcoming items on the calendar for next week. Is it okay to ask a question about that and maybe make a potential comment, or would that be out of order? I can't hear you.
Does your question have to do with this application?
No, it has to do with the items that are supposedly on the commission's docket for next week, October 6th.
Okay, well, while we've got you, go ahead and make your question.
Well, my quick comment is that October 6th is a Thursday, which normally we would have conflicts with our regularly scheduled 1041 Warbler hearings. That's when we have our hearings. However, as I'm sure most of the commission members know, we don't have hearings scheduled next week, and that's due to the Energy and Environment Leadership Symposium, which is scheduled the 5th through the 7th. So I won't be able to be there next week at all. So my question in general is, would it be appropriate to make a comment on those items on the 6th? Or could I submit written comments for those items? And that would be a part of the record for your items next week.
I think the latter would be preferable, Mr. Maxey. If you could just get to Ms. Larson, your written comments. We had a unavoidable inability to work on to be able to take up the matters on the 5th. So we've pivoted to the 6th. So if you could just provide written comment, that would be great.
I will do that. Thank you very much for that direction, Chair Robbins. And other than that, again, I think I'm done with my comments for today for this OGDP in front of you, and would be happy to answer any questions that the commission may have. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Maxey? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Maxey, as always, for being here and giving us the county's perspective. I'm wondering if you can you repeat what you said about what exactly was approved through the WOGLA process? You have not approved. Have you approved conceptually these sites similar to what was approved to the CDP with the commission?
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. Yes, that is correct. Conceptually, these locations that were identified in the CDP application to Weld County, those locations have been conceptually approved. Now, if those locations do not change majorly, and 2 of the biggest items that we would count as a major change would be expansion of the location beyond what was originally conceptually identified, or moving that location to a different location than what was originally identified. Or potentially, when we say expansion, it's just not area-wise. It could be that maybe a location had a proposal for 8 wells on it, and now they want to do 16 wells. They might want to double it in size. That would be a major change, and that would be something that was not included or discussed throughout our process prior. And so we would take a look at those, and we would have some concerns with those locations if that were to be the case. And if that happened, what Weld County would do is we would require Noble Energy to basically unplug that location, that specific location, from the prior approval, and we would have them go back through the entire 1041 process.
Okay. At the time, under the WOGLA rules, what were the rules about placing pads within 500 feet of an RBU? And how would that have been considered as part of your approval process?
Mm-hmm. That definitely was part of our consideration. And so the setbacks were the exact same as what they are today. Weld County has not changed our setbacks. So 500 feet was in place in 2019 under the very first version of our WOGLA rules for 1041. That setback remains 500 feet today. So there were the same stipulations as far as being closer than 500 feet and requiring some sort of waiver or sign off from that property owner or that homeowner. So that also has not changed. There were some locations within this overall CDP for Weld County that the hearing officer had a little bit, I'll say, elevated concerns with due to the proximity of homes. Those were discussed in greater detail than some of the ones that were well beyond 1,000 feet or 1,500 feet from homes. And so there was kind of two discussions. We had the ones that were not very close to homes, and they kind of had a lot of general discussion about locations, about BMPs for those. And then the ones that were closer to homes, the hearing officer actually dove into those very specific locations. Because if I recall right, this overall CDP has 40 plus locations. And if I remember right, there was somewhere right around 10 of those locations that the hearing officer really dove into a little bit deeper. And there were additional BMPs that he considered and that we discussed at the hearing in 2019 due to them being a little closer to homes for those.
Thank you. And if the commission were to approve whatever these conceptual sites are, does the county then also regard these individual sites as as individual OGDPs? Does this loop back around to you all, or because it feels to me like you all also approved something conceptual. So how does this loop back around to the county, and what process will you go through, and what will you be looking at? And does the lens change for you at all with the passage of 181 and any of your updated rules?
Good question. Let me try to answer it in a couple different ways, because it's a big answer. So again, conceptually, the hearing officer approved the plan as a whole, which included the 40 plus locations as conceptual locations. As long as those don't change, the expectation and the process that Weld County has adhered to for CDPs, going all the way back to the original CDP with Noble Energy, which was the Mustang location in Weld County as well. What we call those additional submittals are site-specific WOGLAs. So the overall permit was heard by the hearing officer. It was conceptually approved. And as Noble gets closer to developing each and every location within that overall conceptual plan, they would submit site-specific information regarding each one of those locations. And remember, Weld County approved this as a 10-year permit. We're already 3 years into it. So within the next 7 years, they could theoretically submit this site-specific info for every location as they're developing this entire CDP area. Those site-specific submittals are where we start getting into, just like the name says, the very site-specific information, the lighting plans, the noise plans, the specific BMPs to mitigate those if there is a home that is already close to it, maybe like, within the 1041 WOGLA zone, which is now 2,000 feet. So we would take that into consideration. If a new home was built since 2019 to today, we would take that into consideration as well. The special thing about CDPs with Weld County, and I have to give some, I guess, kudos to Noble Energy for coming up with this term, is they are evergreen in nature. And so regardless of the fact that this was approved in 2019 under our first version of code, and you all know that we've now gone through 2 other iterations of updates to our code, Noble Energy would be required to adhere to the most recent version of code, even though the conceptual plan was approved 3 years ago. And that holds true for all the site-specific submittals. So in the remaining 7 years of this plan, at year 5, at year 6, whenever that happens for a site-specific submittal, they would have to submit information that is applicable to that version of code on that day.
Thank you. Besides a location change, would anything else trigger a restart for you all, or maybe an in-depth discussion? So, if the original proposal was, and I'm making this up, that they were going to pipe oil, but now they can't, and it's not then would that trigger a redo for you all? Or would that just be an amendment? Or, I mean, you know what, like, besides the sites, what else might trigger a reconsideration or starting to relook at what got approved as part of the CDP?
That is going to be a very hard question to definitively answer for you, because I'll use the term changing the character of a location.
Okay.
So if for some reason pipeline infrastructure was discussed at the CDP conceptual level, but now today can't happen, I think we would go down the path of what are the plans? Is it just a logistics issue? Is it going to be installed in a year after you do this location? We would do our best to work with the applicant for those types of issues. Now let's take another example to where we have a 6-well pad that was proposed, and now it is a 12-well pad, and it's also a facility with equipment there that will have more traffic to it. I would call that a change of character, and we would have to look at that a lot harder than something that is more of a minor change, like it was a facility already and they are just adding a couple tanks or taking away a few separators and changing that type of thing. So it's a hard question to answer, and I apologize for that, but we definitely would look very specifically at what the issue is, get as much information from the applicant as we can, and try to assist in making that decision. Again, the big ones are going to be the addition of wells to a location, because the addition of wells extends the time period that they're out there with the most intense period, which we all know is the drilling and completions period. It would be expansion of the footprint of that location. It would be moving that location. Those are probably the biggest things that I could point to that would be a pretty big red flag as far as this conceptual location is no longer what we heard in 2019, and we would need to reevaluate it.
Thanks, I appreciate your conversation.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner McGowan asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask to further understand the location-specific applications. But what I didn't fully understand there was, I mean, obviously the specifics of the facility design may or may not have been included in the CDP review. And so the supplemental or location-specific applications would create a specificity to that facility design and associated BMPs, depending on what those facilities were, where those facilities were located. And then there would be an approval of those, or does it go back to the hearing officer? Is it an administrative decision? Does the county have the ability to influence what those BMPs are, or accepting the BMPs that are proposed by the operator? Or how does that approval work?
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. It is a good question as well. So again, it's going to be very site specific, and we would take another look at what the specifics of that area are at that time. So if there was other development around the area, let's just use that example, then we would include that new development, even though it wasn't a part of the conceptual approval back in 2019. And we would work with Noble to ensure that BMPs for that specific location fully addressed the specifics of that area and what has happened in that time. No different than any type of roadway infrastructure improvements that will have to get looked at site specifically again to make sure that there has been no changes that might influence the roadways that they may choose to use. So they are administratively approved when they're submitted on a specific location by location basis. They are administratively approved. Our staff does have the ability to add additional BMPs at that time that were above and beyond what the hearing officer heard and put in his final order. So we can work with the operator on those as well. And we still do, one thing to make notice of as well, is that there are certain notification requirements in our code. So even though this has been 3 years past that we notified the public on this development, there are still notice requirements that would go out to the surface owner as well as the proximate homeowners in the area from Noble Energy as they are getting close to development. So these would be noticed again to the public through our generic code required notification, pieces of the code. So hopefully that answers that question. If not, let me know and I'll rephrase.
Oh, that was helpful. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Further questions for Mr. Maxey, Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Maxey, for your time today. And I just want to make sure I clarify this, because we understand what your processes are currently under your current rules in Weld County. What kind of alternative location assessment is done for this CDP when you initially considered it?
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. So alternate citing, again, is one of those pieces of our code that has not changed very much since the first iteration of code to this iteration of code. There have been some minor changes, but the discussion of alternate citing has been a part of that, the WOGLA process from the beginning. And as you all know, we don't have really any criteria about what requires an alternate citing analysis and what does not. We talk about alternate citing for each and every WOGLA application before us. Now, CDPs in general are a little bit unique because, as Commissioner McGowan kicked off the discussion with the word conceptual, it is conceptual. But those locations, even though they are conceptual, are kind of cemented, if you will, after the hearing officer granted his approval. And again, there's no specifics on them as far as, as Commissioner Messner mentioned, there's no specifics saying there's going to be this many tanks or this many separators or things like that. That is a site-specific submittal that is evaluated at that time. But the locations themselves, where they were plotted on that map that was evaluated by staff and evaluated by the hearing officer and subsequently approved, alternate citing was a part of the discussion. There were going to be kind of maybe those buckets, as I alluded to earlier with Commissioner McGowan's answers that I gave her for one of her questions. There could have been some that were nowhere close to homes, and there's quite a few of those in this CDP. Those did not get as much discussion on alternate citing because we did not see the conflicts, if you will, like what we saw for those few that the hearing officer did ask about. So the ones that were closer to homes, he made sure to have that type of discussion. Staff looked at that along with Noble Energy when they submitted their application. And the discussion about alternates, about why not over here, why not over there, did happen throughout the CDP process with Weld County. You're right, it's a little bit different of a process than an individual WOGLA will go through today that you all are more familiar with, me coming before you about. But at the end of the day, the answer is that alternate citing was a part of the discussion throughout the application process with staff, as well as at the hearing officer's hearing that we held in December of 19.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That actually made me think about another question, Mr. Maxey. So, and I could be missing this, but I think you had indicated that in an answer to Commissioner McGowan's question around citing of locations inside of 500 feet, which would be disallowed in the WOGLA rules in 2019 as well as today without a variance or a waiver. But I didn't see that variance or waiver process included in that initial CDP approval, at least the one that I was looking at, unless I missed it. So I guess I'm curious as to what BMPs, COAs, or conditions were included in that waiver or variance associated with the citing of those specific ones from the Weld County perspective, without knowing exactly what they were, what was happening on those sites specifically, because there hasn't been a location specific analysis done.
So I'm looking, thank you, Commissioner Messner. I'm looking at the final order right now to try to assist with answering that question since it was close to 3 years ago. So there were conditions of approval in the hearing officer's final order that were included via our staff recommendation, which is referenced. Specifically, if there were homes that were close to a proposed location, what I'm seeing in the final order talks about items such as the applicant will produce sound surveys and studies and share the results with Weld County for consideration, and coordinate with our staff for any impacted building owner to mitigate noise concerns. So that was one item that was in addition for the closer homes. In addition to, it looks like Office of Emergency Management tactical response plans, which he mentions as shown in Exhibit F of the applicant's application. So it seems like there was some sort of conceptual information regarding tactical response for first responders if that was ever needed. So there are a couple items that are called out for the locations. Now it says Table 1 of Appendix J in the application, and I don't have that table up in front of me, but those are the locations from my recollection that were the ones that were discussed because they were closer to homes. As you mentioned, I don't necessarily recall if anything was less than 500 feet. I would default to Noble on that one right now when their presentation comes about. But for the ones that were pulled out and discussed by the hearing officer in more detail, there were some things mentioned in the final order that hopefully helps the applicant plan for what they need to do to mitigate those things that are a little bit more necessary when they're closer to homes within that 2,000 feet today for certain.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Maxey. We will touch base with you later on our next agenda item.
Thank you very much.
All right, at this point, Noble Energy's attorneys and staff are recognized for their presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners. If you give us just a moment, we will pull up our PowerPoint presentation. All right. See it on my end here, but of course it's thrown my Zoom into a different window. So give me just a second. All right, thank you very much again, Chair and Commissioners. Great to see you all this afternoon. My name is Jill Fulcher, and I'm with the law firm of Beatty and Wozniak, representing Noble Energy in the docket before you today, docket 2109-00156. And again, this is an application for approval of Oil and Gas Development Plan 1 in the Wells Ranch Comprehensive Drilling Plan. Again, this application represents another important first for this commission, as it marks the first oil and gas development plan recommended for approval by the director within an approved comprehensive drilling plan. Joining me today is my colleague Jim Martin, along with Ryan Antonio, Mo Montoya, and Luke McCartney from Noble Energy. We also have a slew of subject matter experts here with us today to answer your questions following the presentation. I will provide you with a brief overview of OGDP 1, and then we'll pass it on to our subject matter experts to talk through the substantive portions of our slides. We are planning a pretty thorough presentation for you today, so we appreciate you bearing with us and allowing us a little bit more time to walk through these slides. Final housekeeping matter today, we did receive the commissioner questions in advance of today's hearing. We're very appreciative of you passing those along to us. We will endeavor to answer those questions, probably along with discussing a little bit more about the Weld County comprehensive WOGLA process. Again, thank you very much to Mr. Maxey for being here to discuss that today, but we'll discuss those questions. We also did include modified slides in the appendix meant to address some of those commissioner questions with respect to cumulative impact reductions for the plugging and removal of legacy wells. So we'll talk about those slides as well. If we could go to the next substantive slide, please, Patricia, in advance here. Perfect. So I walked through this slide with you all last week. And again, this is an overview of the entirety of the Wells Ranch Comprehensive Drilling Plan in Weld County, consisting of 41,000 acres. So not going to belabor these points because we already went over it, but I did want to orient you to OGDP 1. Again, on this map, you see it's in the southwest corner of the CDP. It's shaded here in blue. So this is the subject of today's hearing is the OGDP in this area. And then in the days to come, we will be discussing with you the remaining OGDPs in what we call priority area 1. And those are all in the southernmost portion of the CDP. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. OGDP 1 requests approval to develop 5,643 mineral acres, covering all or portions of sections 5 through 9 and 16 and through 18 of Township 6 North, Range 64 West, and all or portions of sections 31 and 32 in Township 7 North, Range 64 West. OGDP 1 proposes developing this acreage with 36 new horizontal wells within 4 approved existing drilling and spacing units. This development will be from 4 multi-well pads into a single surface facility. Again, these DSUs are approved. The oil and gas development plan application does request approval for reduced downhole setbacks. And the request is that the treated interval of a wellbore in each of the DSUs will be no closer than 200 feet from the heel and toe of the well to the unit boundary and 300 feet from the lateral portion of the well to the unit boundary. Technical evidence supporting this request has been part of the record and reviewed by technical staff, and staff supports this request. So our presentation today won't go into detail about that particular item. We're here to answer questions on that at the end if you have them. The well pads in the facility here are labeled on the map. You can see the 4 pads. I won't name them all, and then the single facility. What you will see is each of these pads in the facility are located in close proximity to each other. And this is part of Noble's operational corridor approach to development. So you're going to hear our witnesses speak about this approach quite a bit today. But essentially, what this approach entails is allowing for less surface disturbance by consolidating locations in close proximity to each other into a single surface facility. This development approach avoids and minimizes impacts to residents, creates safer traffic routes, utilizes existing infrastructure and pipelines, and maximizes safety measures, including off-location flow line distances, minimizing those. Each proposed location in OGDP 1 does trigger 1 or more criteria under Rule 304B. So Noble did conduct a thorough alternative location analysis to determine whether each selected location is protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And that ALA is part of the docket and the materials in the record, and Mr. Antonio will speak to that at great length today. Certain of the locations are within 500 feet of residential building units, as was discussed with Mr. Maxey before. And in each of those cases, Noble has obtained informed consent from each resident or tenant, and the resident and tenant support the project. Also, each location is part of the approved Wells Ranch CDP and is cited in accordance with that CDP and also in accordance with the comprehensive WOGLA. Accordingly, these locations are allowed to be within 501 and 2,000 feet of RBUs consistent with Rule 604B2. While I will note that Noble was not obligated to obtain informed consent from the owners within 2,000 feet, Noble has had 100% direct contact with each of these parties, and these folks have been afforded numerous opportunities to engage with Noble and then also to register objections with the state or with Weld County should they have them. And as we will summarize those communications a little bit further here, but again, these residents are supportive of the project. The language of Rule 604B2 is clear that a location may be within 501 and 2,000 feet of a residential building unit when it's part of an approved CDP. We did want to note that the language in 604B2 related to comprehensive drilling plans was included by the commission during the mission change rulemaking solely for the purpose of recognizing the Wells Ranch CDP as part of your deliberations. And so while Noble was not required by rule to obtain informed consent from each and every RBU owner within 2,000 feet, or to conduct a substantial equivalent analysis hearing under 604B4, Noble's presentation today will demonstrate that each proposed location in OGDP 1 would also satisfy 604B4 elements, the substantial equivalent analysis elements, if they were applicable. So some of the things you're going to hear, and again, this speaks to some of those elements. The locations and the facility design and the BMPs that are applied will work to avoid, minimize, and mitigate adverse impacts to the community and to the environment. Weld County has considered each and every one of these locations as part of the comprehensive local permitting process and approved each location. That's what you heard from Mr. Maxey. So the locations in the WOGA have been approved, and they do create a vested property right, I will note, under Weld County's code. We worked very closely with Weld County's attorney on this project as well, and I believe it was encouraged that this location and these permits in the WOGA were recorded to provide that advance notice to other property owners and developers of this project. So that has been recorded and these locations have been finalized. While the site-specific review will still be required to verify first and foremost consistency with what Weld County approved, and also the need for potentially additional BMPs from Weld County's perspective, the locations themselves have been finalized by the county. A thorough alternative location analysis was also conducted and provided to COGCC, and the director has noted it complies with 304B2. And that demonstrates that each one of these potential alternate locations would come within 2,000 feet of one or more residential building units and other receptors, would not be technically feasible for reaching the target minerals, or in some cases would create added safety risks. Again, thinking about 604B4 elements, Noble's operational corridor approach to design maximizes the use of existing infrastructure. And that will reduce surface disturbance and allow for the piping of all products. So all oil, gas, and water will be piped away from the locations, eliminating thousands of truck trips in this OGDP. Noble's engagement with nearby residents has also been above and beyond what you've seen from other operator engagement to date, with approximately 3 to 4 to over 20 direct outreach efforts and engagements with each resident, including those residents specifically within 2,000 feet of these proposed locations. And then finally, the director has given extensive review, and technical staff has given extensive review of this OGDP and recommends approval. Last couple of points on this slide. At 5,643 acres, OGDP 1 is one of the largest areas proposed for mineral development of any OGDP approved to date by this commission, but with one of the smallest areas of overall surface footprint. Also, approval of OGDP 1 will yield one of the most significant cumulative beneficial impacts of any OGDP approved to date, as it will allow the accelerated plugging and removal of 105 legacy wells, which will return 134 acres back to original vegetative state. Let's go to the next slide, please. Thanks. Final comments from me here. I did want to underscore that this application and the notice of hearing has been provided to all interested parties in accordance with the commission's rules, and all of the interested parties, including all residents within 2,000 feet of the proposed locations and all tenants as well, have been invited to comment on this matter. And to date, no petitions were received and no public comments were made against approval of OGDP 1. There are no proximate local governments to OGDP 1. And also the recommended locations within this oil and gas development plan do not come within 2,000 feet of schools, high occupancy building units, public water systems, high priority habitat, and there's no disproportionately impacted community within this acreage. The director's recommendation for approval does underscore that these locations meet with 604 siting requirements, and also underscores that the proposed plans and BMPs will reduce and minimize potential impacts to our local residents. That concludes my opening remarks. Again, we really appreciate your giving us the time today. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ryan Antonio.
Thank you, Jill. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ryan Antonio. I'm a surface land manager for Chevron, and I will be covering the community outreach and alternative location analysis portion of the presentation. Next slide. Okay. Community outreach is a cornerstone component to comprehensive planning, and I would like to give you an overview of the key milestones and interactions with the community. Planning efforts began for OGDP 1 in 2018. Once the recommended locations were identified that are before you today, Noble held an open house at the Eaton Community Center in June of 2019. All residents inside the entire Wells Ranch CDP area were invited, including all residents within 2,000 feet of the recommended locations of OGDP 1. Noble mailed out invitations to each resident and took an additional step by contacting each owner to encourage attendance prior to the event. The main goal of this open house was to show the recommended locations to the community and the residents, receive feedback, answer questions, and educate the public about oil and gas operations. Noble also included a monitored email address specific for this CDP, so residents could also utilize that as an option for communication. About 100 residents attended the event. It was set up as an exhibit style format with booths that included land, GIS, facility design, and survey, so residents had the opportunity to directly speak to company representatives and ask questions and address concerns. Most of the concerns and questions were centered around traffic, dust, and timing of operations. Additionally, all residents that attended had the opportunity to exchange phone numbers and business cards, so they had a direct contact with a company representative for any future questions or concerns. Throughout 2020 and 2021, there were many informal conversations directly with residents, and these discussions were mostly centered around timing and permitting questions. In May of 2022, Noble took an additional step in our outreach efforts and held another open house at the Eaton Community Center in a similar fashion to the 2019 open house. This outreach event was undertaken by Noble, but not a requirement under COGCC rules. The purpose of this event was twofold: to ensure any new residents had the opportunity to attend and to update the residents on the status and timing of the project. This also included residents within 2,000 feet of the recommended locations of OGDP 1. As a convenience and to encourage attendance, Noble scheduled the open house after hours from 4 to 7:30 p.m. on a weekday afternoon and into the evening. Noble also provided food and activities for children and translation services if needed or requested. The 2022 open house was well attended with about 75 residents showing up. As an additional step, Noble also reached out to residents within 2,000 feet of the recommended locations before you today after the open house with personal phone calls to address any questions or concerns. Our most common concerns, again, were related to traffic, dust, and noise, and were promptly addressed by company representatives. Overall, we had strong support for this project from the community, as this high level of communication and engagement resulted in 0 applications for intervention, petitions, or comments opposing the project. In fact, the associated P&A of existing legacy wells and facilities and the consolidation efforts was viewed as a very positive benefit by all residents, but particularly the residents in OGDP 1. As an additional note, we included slides demonstrating our engagement with residents within 2,000 feet of OGDP 1 in the appendix of the slide deck. As you can see, Noble has had anywhere from 3 to 20 personal engagements indicating communication with 100% of residents within 2,000 feet. As you can see from the notes, the nearby residents are very supportive of this project. Next slide. As I mentioned, our main concerns by residents were primarily related to traffic, timing, plugging and removal, noise, light, dust, as well as impacts to agriculture. Due to the operations corridor approach to planning, which I will discuss in more detail in a few minutes, we were able to address these concerns by utilizing pipeline infrastructure for takeaway, plugging and removal of old wells and facilities, and BMPs such as sound walls and lighting plans to mitigate these concerns. Careful placement of pad locations and consolidation efforts were utilized to reduce impacts to farming operations and minimize surface disturbance. Next slide. I would like to reemphasize Noble's planning efforts with Weld County. As mentioned previously, this project has gone through a full 1041 WOGA hearing. As part of Weld County's process, notice of the hearing was published in a local newspaper prior to, and the hearing itself was an all-day hearing. The hearing officer reviewed each of the recommended locations in detail and asked questions regarding the placement of pads and facilities. Ultimately, the hearing officer approved the locations on December 12, 2019, and the final order was filed of public record on December 20th, 2019. And as Jason mentioned, the site-specific measures for each location must be submitted to Weld County prior to operations. Next slide. This slide shows you an overview of OGDP 1. As you can see, our recommended locations are in the southwest portion of the target minerals area and are shown in green. Our main goal with this project is to produce all 36 wells covering 9 sections, 5,643 mineral acres into a single production facility. As part of the strategic planning process of the Wells Ranch CDP and the associated OGDPs within, locations of well pads and production facilities have been geographically aligned in proximity to each other as part of an operational corridor. This strategic alignment minimizes surface disturbance to residents and wildlife and maximizes the ability to access pipeline infrastructure. This is a critical component to eliminating emissions associated with product transportation. As you can see, we were successful in achieving these goals. The operational corridor requires pads and facilities to be near each other to be successful. For OGDP 1, the operational corridor is also centered around utilizing County Road 51, which is a paved road and reduces dust and other impacts associated with traffic. I would like to take a minute and discuss the color coding, as we'll be using this throughout the rest of the alternative location analysis. Green represents our recommended locations, determined to be the most suitable location to protect public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife through the consolidation of disturbance areas and the ability to safely develop the target minerals and minimize receptors. Yellow represents an additional human impact, such as more RBUs or locations closer to schools, towns, or subdivisions, and operational limitations requiring more surface disturbance for another pad or facility or additional flow lines. Orange represents an SUA limitation where the surface owner for the alternative location has other planned uses for the surface and has declined to enter into an SUA. Red represents multiple impacts, such as any combination of human impacts, operational limitations, environment or wildlife impacts, or SUA limitations. As shown, all locations with the ability to access the target minerals were evaluated. However, after our analysis, each of the 5 recommended locations do have 1 RBU within 2,000 feet. A quick review of the challenges in this development area include the town of Gailton and the Gailton Elementary School to the north. By utilizing the recommended locations, we can consolidate traffic and operations in a manner that will have very little impact to this town and to the school. To the east, there is an organic dairy, which could potentially lose their organic status from the USDA, so obtaining an SUA would not be a possibility. Also, we have the Owl Creek subdivision to the south and east, where more RBUs would be impacted. If the alternative locations had been selected, there would have been additional disturbance and impacts to receptors, longer flow lines, and in some cases, additional facilities would have been required due to exceeding internal flow line length guidelines and limitations. Ultimately, the benefits of the operations corridor would not have been achievable if the alternatives were selected. The recommended locations before you today best meet the COGCC's mission of protecting public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. And I plan to go through that with you for each location in detail. Before we dive into the ALA portion, I do want to take a moment and address the comments in the director's recommendation regarding consolidating the 4 wells on the A0723 pad to the A0701 pad. As mentioned in the director's recommendation, we did consider combining the 4 wells on the A0723 to the A0701, but did not do so due to operational limitations related to increased risks associated with longer drilling step-outs. Some concerns of doing so involve potential sidetracks, cement issues, and increased risk to casing function. Additionally, there could have been future artificial lift and wireline concerns once the well is placed on production. For these reasons, we chose not to combine those 2 pads together. In the next several slides, I will go through the alternative location analysis for the 5 recommended locations in detail. We have a total of 20 alternative locations, and some alternatives are used for multiple of the recommended locations. This will be a lot of information to cover, so please bear with me as I highlight the key points of our analysis in the next slides. For the sake of time, I will refer to alternatives as ALs. Thank you in advance for your attention to the portion of this presentation. Next slide. The recommended A0701 well pad contributes to a consolidated surface disturbance footprint. It also allows for the safe development of the target minerals and protects and minimizes impacts to people and the environment. Also, all 3 informed consents were signed by nearby RBUs on this pad. AL number 2 has 1 less RBU than the recommended location. However, the RBUs surrounding AL2 are closer with 3 RBUs within 500 feet and are not subject to an SUA. The recommended location is also preferable to AL2, as the recommended location allows for the consolidation of the well pad and the facility in the same parcel, reducing additional impacted receptors. AL number 17 has fewer RBUs than the recommended location. It may appear to be suitable, but upon closer examination, the location of AL17 would require another well pad with a 10-acre disturbance to develop the target minerals, plus the distance of AL7 to the consolidated production facility, AL17 to the consolidated production facility would require longer flow lines of 20 acres or a standalone facility of another 6-acre disturbance for a total of 16 to 30 acres of additional disturbance. Similarly, AL6, 7, 8, and 21 would each require an additional surface disturbance of 16 to 30 acres for an additional well pad and longer flow lines or another standalone facility to support the use of these alternatives. In addition to the increased surface disturbance required to utilize AL6, this location is also within an organic field. Operations not associated with organic farming could compromise the organic certification and the existing contractual obligations of the farm. AL6 is also located closer to an FAA control facility that has height and mechanical setback requirements for safe operations. AL number 10 has fewer RBUs than the recommended location. However, the surface owner has other dedicated land uses and has declined to enter into an SUA. AL10 is also a less desirable location as it requires additional surface disturbance of 16 to 30 acres for an additional well pad and longer flow lines and standalone facility to support its use. Next slide. AL number 1 has fewer RBUs than the recommended location. However, AL1 is approximately 1,300 feet closer to the elementary school than the recommended location. AL8, 16, and 18 are within 2,000 feet of at least one school facility and are out of compliance with the rules. AL1, 13, 15, and 19 each require an additional 10 acres of surface disturbance for an additional well pad to develop the target minerals safely. AL 13 has only 2 RBUs within 2,000 feet of the location. However, in addition to the extra 10 acres of surface disturbance needed for another well pad, the location of AL 13 would place it below an irrigation pond that would be susceptible to flooding in the event of an overflow or compromised dam event. The Greeley number 2 canal is also down gradient and 115 feet from the location. Next slide. The recommended A0708 facility contributes to a consolidated surface disturbance footprint, allows for the safe development of the target minerals, and protects and minimizes adverse impacts to people and the environment. This location is a standalone facility where all 36 wells in OGDP 1 will produce into. AL number 1, 2, and 3 all have more RBUs within 2,000 feet, including more RBUs within 500 feet than the recommended location, which has 0 RBUs within 500 feet. AL 13 has fewer RBUs than the recommended location. However, as mentioned previously, there are some environmental concerns, and there would be 4 additional borings under the Greeley number 2 canal. AL number 14 has fewer RBUs within 2,000 feet than the recommended location. However, the distance of AL 14 to the production facility would require longer flow lines with an approximate additional surface disturbance, including 11 county road borings. AL 14 is located within an organic field, and as mentioned earlier, operations not associated with organic farming would compromise the organic certification of the farm. AL 17 and 19 similarly would require additional county road borings and varied surface disturbances of 8 to 19.5 acres to accommodate longer flow lines. Next slide. The recommended A0704 well pad contributes to a consolidated surface disturbance footprint, allows the safe development of the target minerals, and protects and minimizes adverse impacts to people and the environment. Also, 2 required informed consents were signed by nearby RBUs. AL number 1 has more RBUs than the recommended location and is 2,000 feet closer to the elementary school. AL number 7 would have 1 less RBU within 2,000 feet than the recommended location. However, the location of AL 7 would require another well pad with a 10-acre disturbance to develop the target minerals. Plus, the distance of AL 7 to the production facility would require longer flow lines or a standalone facility for a total of 16 to 30 acres of additional disturbance. AL 8 and 11 have 2 to 4 times the number of RBUs within 2,000 feet of the recommended location. AL number 8 is also within 1,500 feet of the Gailton Elementary School. AL 11 is also less desirable as it's located within a wetland, floodplain, and HPH for aquatic native species conservation waters. AL 13 has fewer RBUs than the recommended location. However, as mentioned previously, there's some environmental issues in this area, and there would be an additional 10 acres of additional disturbance for an additional well pad. Next slide. The recommended A0723 contributes to a consolidated surface disturbance footprint, allows the safe development of the target minerals, and protects and minimizes adverse impacts to people and the environment. AL3 and AL6 have more RBUs within 2,000 feet and within 500 feet than the recommended location. AL13 has fewer RBUs than the recommended location. However, as mentioned previously, there are some environmental issues, and there would be 4 additional borings under the Greeley number 2 canal. AL14 also has fewer RBUs within 2,000 feet than the recommended location. However, the distance of AL14 to the production facility would require longer flow lines with an additional 15 acres of surface disturbance. AL14 is located within an organic field, and as mentioned earlier, operations not associated with organic farming would compromise the certification and the existing contractual obligations of the farm. Next slide. The recommended A1809 well pad contributes to a consolidated surface disturbance footprint, allows the safe development of the target minerals, and protects and minimizes adverse impacts to people and the environment. Also, one informed consent was signed by a tenant residing in a nearby RBU. AL 4, 5, and 11 have more RBUs within 2,000 feet than the recommended location. AL 4 and 9 also have more RBUs within 500 feet than the recommended location and are very close to a residential subdivision. AL 4, 5, and 11 are also in sensitive areas for water resources or near HPH. AL 4 is 23 feet from the Greeley number 2 canal, while AL 5 is 1/2 mile from raptor habitat. AL 9 is within a wetland, floodplain, and HPH for aquatic native species conservation waters. AL 9, 11, and 14 would require additional well pads, longer flow lines, or standalone production facility to safely develop the target minerals, requiring at least 16 to 30 acres of additional surface disturbance. AL 20 has fewer RBUs than the recommended location, but would require at least 2 acres of additional surface disturbance to accommodate more wells necessary to develop the target minerals, as well as additional flow line disturbance. AL 20 is also located in an agricultural field that would result in major disruptions to existing farming contracts and obligations. All right, in summary, after considering all of the alternatives, Noble believes that the consolidated configuration of the 4 recommended well pads into one central production facility is the most protective of public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. Also, all RBUs and tenants within 500 feet of the working pad surface have provided signed informed consent. And to reiterate, the recommended locations allow for the development of target resources across 9 sections of land, or 5,643 acres, with minimal surface disturbance. Thank you for your time allowing me to run through this, and I'll pass it over to Luke McCartney to discuss facility design evolution.
Thanks, Ryan. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Luke McCartney, Facilities Engineering Manager for Noble Chevron here in Colorado. You've heard today and in last week's discussion that Noble Chevron is Colorado's most demonstrated comprehensive planning operator. We have received approval of 2 CDPs, 1 state unit, and shifted several years ago to a comprehensive development approach to our operations. It's how we plan our business and how we develop in Colorado today. Through comprehensive planning, our teams work hard to accomplish 3 things: safe operations, a smaller footprint, and lower emissions. Many of our wins resulting in reduction of impact are because of our approach to surface facilities, pipelines and power infrastructure, and operations corridors that all support responsible, efficient operations. Last week, Commissioner Mesner noted his attendance at an onshore oil and gas facilities conference in Texas and commented on a discussion with an operator who mentioned they are proud to operate in Colorado. We echo that. We're proud of our responsible approach to operations in our beautiful state. We are global leaders in safe, responsible, efficient onshore operations, and many of our industry-leading methods are rooted in our comprehensive planning approach here in Colorado. Next slide. On this slide, we'd like to highlight what surface facilities will look like in OGDP 1. The current production facility design being used in Chevron's Rockies business unit is the result of multiple design iterations that were completed with the goal of realizing safer operations, a smaller footprint, and lower emissions. The picture on the left represents a legacy design, and the picture on the right shows our most recent design, which we will be using across the Wells Ranch CDP and OGDP 1. Several teams work together to determine what the facility of the future should look like, and the design today is the result of broad stakeholder involvement, engaging many teams across Chevron, across industry, and feedback from our community partners. Some of the features in our newest designs are industry first. We're proud to have developed them here in Colorado and believe they embrace the Commission's mission of protection of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. We have a brief video we'd like to share of what the proposed facility location will look like. Our newest facilities have completely eliminated the need for flares or enclosed combustors. There are no oil or water production tanks, eliminating millions of miles of truck traffic over the life of the project. All major equipment is electrified. and at a distance of 500 feet, our facility has the same noise level as the average refrigerator running in a home. Instrument air is used to power pneumatics, removing methane sources. We have eliminated the need for temporary flowback crews and equipment while delivering a spec oil product direct to pipeline. Delivering spec oil on site means that this facility does not require a downstream central gathering or processing facility, further minimizing our impact. The facilities are equipped with extensive automation safety systems that continuously monitor operations on site, and all locations are monitored 24/7 from our control room in Greeley. Next slide. So you've heard that Noble Chevron is Colorado's most demonstrated comprehensive planning operator. You've heard of how we plan our business and how we develop in Colorado today. Let's talk about what that means for OGDP 1 versus our existing operations in the same 9 square mile area. When developed, OGDP 1 will reduce our total footprint by 85% versus operations today. We will consolidate from 30 legacy production facilities to 1, which means 9 square miles of producing minerals are gathered in just a single location. We will have removed all production tanks, used pipelines instead of trucks to get our product to market, removed all flaring, significantly increased our operations oversight, and lowered our emissions by more than 90%. These are the team's goals: safer operations, smaller footprint, lower emissions, all resulting in reduced impact from our operations. Next slide. One of the most impactful continuous improvement efforts we're proudest of is the elimination of traditional flowback from our operations. Traditional flowback was a temporary facility set up on pad to help remove water and sand in the early phase of our oil and natural gas production. Our newest approach allows for elimination of all temporary kit, eliminating all uncontrolled emissions, truck traffic, noise, and dust from this phase of our operations. The flowback flows directly to the facility, which is electrified, has no flares, and is delivered directly to pipeline, resulting in 0 uncontrolled emissions. It's a major step forward for us and demonstrates how we're thinking about reducing impact across all phases of our operation, including pre-production. Next slide. We're doing everything we can to electrify our operations, and our goal with the Wells Ranch CDP is the same as our demonstrated results in Mustang: electrify all facilities and drill rigs. We do have very real constraints outside of our control, and power availability is one of the most challenging parts of our long-range planning. We are dependent on 2 power providers in the broader Wells Ranch CDP. Some areas are very geographically remote, and constraints of infrastructure not owned by Noble Chevron are real. We continue to work with both Poudre Valley REA and Xcel Energy to plan for success. OGDP 1 is 100% in Xcel Energy's service area. We've partnered with them extensively in Mustang and on this project, and we're happy to report we have full confidence both the production facility and drill rig will be electrified in OGDP 1. That wraps up the surface facility infrastructure discussions. Mr. Mo Montoya, a regulatory compliance manager, will walk us through a review of our cumulative impacts and additional best management practices.
Thanks, Luke. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Mo Montoya, and I'm the regulatory compliance manager for Chevron's Colorado assets. Thanks for giving us time to discuss Noble's cumulative impacts. As you know, 303A-5B provides quantitative and qualitative data to evaluate incremental adverse and beneficial contribution to cumulative impacts caused by an OGDP. We've gone through a landscape level planning for this OGDP and identified 3 driving forces contributing not only to offsetting and mitigating adverse cumulative impacts, but also promoting beneficial cumulative impacts. Those 3 driving forces are the plugging and removal of existing operated and non-operated legacy wells, the implementation of technologically advanced completion and production design, and going beyond compliance to enhance ecosystem restoration and land conversion back to vegetative states. Next slide. Removal of legacy wells. OGDP 1 will remove 105 legacy wells along with their emissions and land footprint, and 555 wells throughout the total approved CDP. You can see from the table in the lower right that this shows an incredible decrease in emissions by removing these sites and providing new, less emitting modern facilities. This results in a reduction of 106 tons per year of VOCs and 41 tons per year of NOx. Next slide, please. Emissions reduction with the elimination of production trucking. In traditional oil and gas operations, you would see around 1,700 trips per year per location for oil hauling and an additional 1,700 trips per year associated with water hauling. And again, that's per facility per year. This new facility with its pipelines and zero production tanks will result in the reduction of over 460,000 truck trips, over 10 million miles of road traveled, and the reduction of 32,000 tons of CO2 reduced. Next slide, please. OGP 1 development and reclamation represents a 5-fold increase in land return. Again, with the removal of those 105 wells, this will return 134 acres to the natural habitat and for landowner use. This means more wildlife habitat and agricultural area for the people and wildlife of Colorado. While we'd be required to reclaim this acreage in the future, this new development allows us to accelerate the return of this land to productive use outside of oil and gas operations. OGP 1 will yield back one of the largest legacy acreage positions back to productive use. That is the equivalent of 134 football fields back to landowners and wildlife. Next slide, please. Noble has a long operations history in Colorado, and through that time, we've developed what we believe to be some best-in-class BMPs. We've included a few pages of slides that we've included in your packets, and we're happy to answer questions, but I wanted to highlight how we're avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating impacts to receptors within our OGDP. I will not read all of these to you, but I did want to highlight a couple things. We've talked about noise. One way that we're planning to avoid noise is we are planning to use our quiet frac fleet in OGP1. And as we mentioned, the elimination of all truck traffic during our production phase. We're also going to use sound walls, and we also plan to use additional point source mitigation panels to reduce specific areas that create larger noise sources, such as shakers on the rigs and large sound generating sources on the frac crew. Emissions. As we mentioned, we're going to utilize instrument air on all the production facilities, eliminate all production tanks on location, and we're committing to the electrification of these production sites. To minimize that, we will also minimize potential impacts to receptors by deploying type 3 drilling fluids on all of our drilling pads in OGP1. And from a mitigation standpoint, we're going to use combustors if they're needed during our drilling operation. I did want to spend a quick moment here before we move on to discuss the CDPHE recommendations. We have responded affirmatively to most of the CDPHE recommendations, with one exception. One thing we were not able to commit to were chillers for mud. Chillers are primarily used in high pressure, high temperature environments during drilling operations to cool mud and to protect downhole tools. The Wells Ranch CDP is located in an area that is not a high pressure, high temperature environment. And the additional energy associated to power these chillers, we think does not support their use at this time. We have provided that response to the CDPHE and have not received further response. Next slide, please. From Ryan's stakeholder conversation, residents discussed concerns with noise and light. I want to spend just a few moments discussing our noise and light mitigation strategies. The diagrams you're looking at show modeling of a drilling rig that is mitigated on the on the right, and unmitigated on the left. Along the bottom of the slide, you can also see some decibel levels and some simple comparisons to those levels. As you can see from the diagram, that by adding sound walls, we're able to significantly reduce decibels outside of the sound walls. As shown on the right, we're also able to direct sound out and away from RBUs. We are also going to use point source mitigation panels to isolate noise on locations to further reduce loud pieces of equipment. Next slide, please. This is a very similar study, but done on our frac operations. The real takeaway, I think, from these two things is that our noise impact level is about the same noise as the conversation that we're having here outside of those sound walls. We can also take noise measurements and additional mitigations if we receive feedback from the surrounding population, as we always do. Next slide, please. Lastly, I want to show the commission that we use light modeling to ensure that we're keeping our production and pre-production lighting compliant with written regulations. This model shows sound walls and the light requirements for a drilling operation. You can see that the lights modeled are contained within the sound walls and that we try to account for light and avoid having adverse impacts to the receptors surrounding our operations. All the light sources, with the exception of the derrick lights, are shorter than the sound wall height and will be contained therein. The derrick light, while taller than the sound walls, will still be contained within the sound wall footprint. At this time, I'd like to pass it back to Jill Fulcher to summarize our presentation.
Thanks so much, Mo, and thank you very much to the chair and to the commissioners for your time this afternoon. And also thank you so much to the director and to staff, CDPHE, CPW, and Mr. Maxey for all of their time over the last year plus. This OGDP again was filed over a year ago. And of course, the CDP has been an ongoing project for over 3 years. So again, we appreciate everybody's time. Just a couple points for me to wrap. I want to start by speaking about Rule 307. And I know you're very familiar with that rule governing your consideration of OGDPs. And that rule states that the commission may approve an OGDP that complies with all of your requirements and rules and then protects and minimizes adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And I think what we've shown here today and in the record is that OGDP 1 does both of those things. It complies with all procedural and substantive rules and includes protections and minimizations, both with respect to design and BMPs to deal with adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. Again, this OGDP was properly noticed to all interested parties, and notice of this hearing was published in the local paper. Each location is cited in accordance with Rule 604A4 and 604B2. An informed consent has been obtained by all required parties, and Nobles also had direct contact with all residents within 2,000 feet of locations, and no resident or tenant is opposing the project. In fact, what you also heard is that many of these residents and tenants are very strongly supportive of the project, in part because some of these folks do have existing legacy facilities and wells near their homes, and they're anxious to see the acceleration of the plugging and removal of those older facilities. And again, bringing online the newer designs that we've talked about today. Noble's locations and facility will also serve to protect and minimize impacts to neighbors, the environment, and wildlife. Again, you heard from Mr. McCartney regarding Noble's modern flowback design and tankless production. Again, that's resulting in zero uncontrolled emissions. You heard that bulk and test separation will be utilized at the facility that will minimize surface footprint, and reduce additional point source emissions. Instrument air pneumatics will be used at the facility, and the operational corridor approach will also reduce overall footprint and will rely on existing infrastructure. And then finally, both the facility and the drill rig will be powered electrically. With respect to BMPs that will further minimize impacts, you see that we will be piping all oil, gas, and water from these locations. Again, eliminating thousands of truck trips and all of those attendant emissions and eliminating those tanks. So the locations themselves, once drilled, will consist of a wellhead only. With respect to noise, all equipment will be oriented away from residents, and additional point source sound walls and measures will be deployed to minimize sound impacts, as well as the utilization of the quiet frac fleet. And finally, use of type 3 drilling fluids and odor neutralizer will serve to further reduce emissions and also impacts that could be felt from odors. OGDP 1 will minimize impacts to the public through Noble's technological designs, but also by accelerating the plugging and removal of those 105 legacy wells. Again, that's going to be a net reduction in 134 acres, impacted acres in this area, more than 5 times what the disturbance of OGDP 1 is. And finally, I did want to note that the OGDP is not only consistent with your rules, but also consistent with the CDP. Each location was identified as part of the approved CDP, as was this mineral development, and both are consistent. And Weld County has also issued the comprehensive WOGLA approving the specific locations. And as Mr. Maxey stated here today, Weld County has reviewed each of the proposed Form 2As and supports approval of the OGDP. And then finally, we want to make a note that the director has reviewed the OGDP as well, as you know, and recommends approval. So again, we thank you for your time. We've got a lot of panelists here to answer questions, but that does conclude our presentation today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. If we could do away with the screen share, and I'm going to call an audible. We've been going at it for an hour and 40 minutes or so. Why don't we take a break and give commissioners a chance to go over their notes and get ready for the panel Q&A. So let's come back at, let's say 2:20. That's about 11 minutes out.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Fulcher, why don't you have all of your panelists visualize themselves if they can?
Thank you very much, Chair. Was just going to send him a note to say the same thing.
Okay, we are at that part of the hearing in which commissioners get to ask the panelists questions. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to go first just because I highlighted the various areas of my notes in which I had questions. Talk to me about informed consent for the folks that are within 500 feet. There's some real close proximity in some of these locations, and I'd like to get a better understanding of that process, what those folks learned, why they executed informed consent, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Chair Rob. So we had quite a few conversations with the nearby residents. They're overall very supportive of the project, but I will say a lot of their questions were mainly around traffic and noise and light mitigation. So we've addressed those with our BMPs, and they've also had a lot of questions about this project has been, in the works for a few years, and they're interested to know, when we're actually going to develop and start operations. All of the residential building unit owners do have a direct contact with the representative for any questions down the road. And I think, based on the relationships that we built with these owners, they were happy to provide the informed consent. Nothing to my knowledge that was was contentious. So does that help?
Yeah, somewhat. It's just that there are some locations that are, very close, and I find it good that you obtained informed consent, but that doesn't remove the serious proximity to some of the locations, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and when operations commence, we will contact them before and during operations to check in with them. And there's some, various forms of mitigation that we can, employ if we need to during operations. But that's kind of where we're at.
Chair.
So the original, or go ahead, Ms. Fulcher.
Oh, I apologize. I did want to just underscore a couple of other things to supplement Mr. Antonio's response. I did want to mention that the informed consents that were obtained were based on the state's, the Weld County informed consent letter template. So it followed the commission's policy or template, if you will, for obtaining informed consent, and included all those informational components. Again, those items are in your materials. And also wanted to underscore that informed consent, or the RBUs coming within 500 feet, are for the well pads only, not the facility. So obviously there's going to be potential impacts we need to minimize or mitigate against during pre-production, but those pads coming within 500 feet will be reduced to wellheads only following interim reclamation. And so the facility, which obviously is going to be there for the life of the project, that facility does not come within 500 feet of any RVUs. Apologies, I didn't mean to speak over you.
That's 0708, that facility,
Correct.
and there's 6 within 2,000 feet of that facility, if my notes are right.
I'll look to Mr. Antonio to confirm, but I believe that's correct. But all of those are outside of 500 feet.
But those folks received notice of the quote production facility and what it was going to be and the impacts. And again, no petitions, no public comment, no concerns are expressed.
Correct. And I do want to underscore that when we looked back at the state's informed consent template with respect to all of the information that the state looks to the operator to provide to those parties, that same information in large part was provided to all the owners within 2,000 feet. So they would have been provided with maps of all of these locations, maps and of the facility design. They were provided with traffic routes and information, and then obviously the estimated operation schedule, and then what to expect at every level of the operation.
And then, Chair Rob, just to add another point, in my testimony I referenced, our first town hall back in 2019. And, the main purpose of that was to present the recommended locations, which are the same locations that are before you today, to the residents in the community. So we feel that we have the support on the locations from the residents inside the community.
And then you did another town hall in May of 2022. Is that right?
Yep, just a few months ago. And purpose of that was basically the same, but we wanted to make sure if there were any change of ownership or any new residents that we captured that as part of the 2022 open house. But we also pointed that as well was to, receive any feedback or anything on these locations, prior to the formal permitting process taking place.
Okay. Ms. Fulcher, in your testimony, you stated that the locations are finalized by Weld County. And having heard from Mr. Maxey, I don't know if that's quite accurate. They've been conceptually approved, but they still need to come in for site-specific approval following actions that we may take. Would you agree with that?
Thank you very much, Chair, for the question. This is where I think the language is so important, because I think certainly in Noble's position, and I think I'll look to Mr. Maxey, I don't want to speak for him, but the locations have been approved, because essentially, I think you heard this from Mr. Maxey, they cannot be moved without then triggering an entirely new 1041 WOGLA process. These locations and Weld County's, WOGLA permit have also then been made of record, which under Weld County's code then creates a vested property right with the operator. So the locations themselves, we do feel are approved. We recognize that we have to come forward or come back to Weld County to engage in an administrative process whereby we look at each site to determine if there are changes prior to construction with that site that would trigger additional mitigations. So I want to be careful here, because I do think that what we have here maybe does go even a step beyond conceptual approval, recognizing that it's a comprehensive WOGLA, because the locations themselves cannot be moved. We just do have to go through that added administrative process with Weld County. Of course, I said a lot there. I think Mr. Maxey is still with us, and then we've got a lot of folks on from Noble that were part of that 1041 comprehensive WOGLA hearing, so I could look to them to offer any additional comments on my statement here.
Well, I don't know if you've convinced me. I still, having heard from Mr. Maxey, think there is, again, this administrative approval that needs to happen. I guess I will just state for the record, irrespective of what you've received from Weld County, you still need to get approval from the commission for the locations. And that's a separate process. So, Mr. Maxey, I see you daylighted yourself. Did you want to weigh in here anymore? Do you want to tell me I'm right and she's wrong, Jason?
Thank you, Chair Robbins. And I totally respect the fact that it is definitely a little confusing here. So I definitely do not want to introduce any more confusion into this discussion. Because I think everybody is right in a lot of different regards. Number one, Jill is correct in the fact that even though the word conceptual has been mentioned today, the hearing officer's final order for Weld County says that the permit, the CDP, which is inclusive of the 40+ individual locations, is approved. As long as each and every one of those locations do not change substantially, like I talked about before, my staff is bound to review them under the current code criteria and follow all the code requirements for each site-specific location, but those locations cannot physically move. So to that end, Jill is correct in the fact that that has been set at the time of hearing in 2019 by the hearing officer, that these locations that we are talking about truly are no longer conceptual. Is there a lot more information that needs to be submitted at the time or closer to the time of planned construction? Absolutely. But they are set. So me or my staff just cannot approve one of these locations moving. We can't do that because the hearing officer is not a part of that. And if that were to be the case, that's why we would have to bring them back through the 1041 process. So hopefully that solidifies it a little bit more.
That helps.
Now, Commissioner or Chair Robbins, I also do not want to negate the fact that you are exactly right. We have our process, we have our permit, and it's required for the operator to attain that. And the COGCC has their permit and their process, and that is also a requirement. So it's a dual requirement. So I don't want to disagree with that either. They do obviously need the COGCC's approval as well.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Maxey, and I appreciate the fact that we're all working together to try to make those dual processes functional, and we continue to process improve. I'll see you up there next week at the symposium when we speak together on that topic. So that'll be great. Okay, not to run down that rabbit holes. So to the panel as a whole, you stressed this, concept that you're piping everything, right? If you did not have a CDP, would you be piping everything?
Chair, this is Luke McCartney from Noble Chevron. I think the answer is yes, absolutely. So today that is part of our culture and how we develop, we believe to develop responsibly here in Colorado. It takes quite a bit of work and long-range planning, which is where these types of CDPs, caps, et cetera, are extremely valuable to us to be able to see that runway and plan in order to operate most responsibly. So the answer is yes. That's what we do. It takes a lot of work to get there.
Okay. And you might be the right person, Mr. McCartney. I'm confused about the electricity piece to this. So when the CDP piece was initially approved, you were going to use that approval to then go be able to negotiate with both Excel and the other smaller one. I forgot their name.
Odor Valley area. That
one to, get that electricity. It's a little bit of a chicken and egg sort of thing. And I thought that I read from the applications that you're still not quite sure if and when or if ever you're going to get electricity because it's rural, et cetera. But then I thought I heard some of you say today that you're going to electrify everything, which is the answer I want. So I'm confused, and apologies if my notes are all over the place on this one.
No worries at all. I would start with, it is our intent. So you asked a question about would we pipeline everything? I think it's the same thing culturally in our intent. How do we think it's reasonable and practical to operate today? We want to electrify everything. That's our goal. Facilities and drill rig is in discussion here. With regard to OGDP1 specifically, we've worked with Xcel Energy. That's where this service area for OGDP1. And we've got some splits here, which is perhaps where some of the confusion comes in with Poudre Valley REA for other OGDPs within the CDP. We've worked with Xcel Energy, and in OGDP1, we're happy to report that we will be able to electrify the facility and the drill rigs. I would say for the rest of the CDP, that's absolutely still our goal. We've got a high degree of confidence. That's what our planning teams are going to be able to obtain. Still in progress in some of the further out OGDPs with Poorer Valley specifically, but that's what we're working toward.
Okay, so for this OGDP, it's electricity.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful. And I think that as you come forward with additional OGDPs, that'd be a real good place to find yourself. And I also think you've had 3 years to, we vested you with the CDP in 2019 in the spring. It's, past the spring of 2022. So that's 3 years. I'm hopeful that, allows you the game plan to be able to continue to do good work in electrifying. So thank you for that. Next question, you talk about the beneficial plugging of 105 legacy wells. Obviously your company needs to plug those wells anyway. You've got a kind of commitment right to, requirement to do that. But talk to me. So the real thing here is the move from perhaps plugging and abandoning them later on versus this moving that up. So can somebody talk to me about that expedited time frame and the positive CI benefits from that?
Sure, Chair Robbins. I think I can at least start that conversation off. So yes, we do eventually at some point have the regulatory requirement to reclaim those wells and the associated facilities. But we also have to have our mineral acreage and what producing those wells now kind of keep that acreage put together. So what would happen is before frac, usually on the offset wells, we'll go through, we'll remove, we'll P&A those wells and start the reclamation. So if we don't have that new development, we're probably going to wait till those wells are dry or no longer active, and it's some years further down the future. So that's really where the acceleration comes in there, is that this new development allows us to produce the minerals that we have leased, and then also allows us to reclaim all of that land. And that land usually is within, as we go through and we're planning our operations throughout the CDP, before we frac, those offset wells are usually then P&A'd and we start the reclamation process.
And do you have any sense, Mr. Montagna, of the difference in time frame? I mean, if this weren't if OGDP 1 did not come into existence, how long those wells would remain until they sort of get to a point where you're plugging and abandoning them?
Yeah, I wished I could tell you how long all of our wells lasted. It would probably help our reserves group greatly, but we really don't know. It's really just the constant decline of those wells as they come through and they're no longer paying in payable quantities. That's when we would start looking at, once the lease operating expense kind of outweighs the production, that's when they would make a list, or if there was some kind of mechanical issue with the wells, then they would get slotted for P&A. This just allows us to trade out those larger footprints, that truck traffic, with these new modern facilities that removes all of those things. And to what we believe is a real big benefit there is removing all the associated emissions. So those sites probably have instrument gas, truck traffic, they have tanks on location. So not only is it a benefit to removing them and getting that land out, but we have a vested interest at Noble to make sure that we're reducing our emissions profile everywhere we can.
Okay, thanks. This question may be for you, Mr. Montoya, again. I think you were the one that testified to this maybe was Mr. McCartney about the design. And so you did a lot of comparing, Mr. McCartney, about your current design versus your legacy wells, and 60% footprint reduction, 75% emissions reduction, 90% VOC reduction. But can you provide the record or provide us with some perspective on your current design versus, like what other 2022 operators are doing? Because I don't know, I mean, that's a more of a apples to apples comparison now as compared to today versus, 2014.
Sure. Perhaps I would be, just to set the record clear, I am, not an expert in other operators' current designs across the spectrum, but we certainly have a flavor and then a feel for, what some others are doing. And I would say that I would preface it by saying I think that the momentum in this space, Colorado is leading in onshore operations. And I think that we should be proud of that as an industry and as a state as to what we're doing in this space. Truly, I don't say it lightly, we are truly leaders in onshore operations in industry globally. That's a big statement. And so to address your question, how do we compare to other operators? Well, I would say that we've got no one to my awareness is making a spec product direct to pipeline without the use of tanks. I don't know of others that have completely eliminated flares and combustion backup systems on locations. I don't know to the extent that others have eliminated flowback from their operations. And so I would say that, we continually improve our designs. We have progressed greatly there over several year periods. And I would say that versus our peer set, to my understanding, we are leading in many, many fronts.
You're muted, Chair.
I hate this new microphone. If this is Ms. Fulcher, if this is granted, do the rights associated with this vest for the duration of the CDP? I can't remember what that said.
Chair, thank you for that question. I'd have to actually go back and verify within the CDP order. Certainly within your cap provisions now, it's clear under Rule 311 that any OGDP that's approved within a cap would be valid for the life of the cap. That was also how the process worked under Rule 216. So I think that the answer would be yes, that this consistent with, I think, your rules now in Rule 311 and then how Rule 216 worked in practice, this OGDP would carry along with the initial term of the CDP. Okay. And again, I think we said we're almost 3 years in, so that's 7 more years, right?
Yeah.
But I would want to check the final order.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask AAG Mercer the same question. I don't need it answered right now, but I would like information along those lines between now and the time we start to deliberate. And then, Ms. Fulcher, you and your client need to be thinking about something that would make me more comfortable with this, which is if you get an approval today, but these wells are going to vest for 7 more years, how is it you're going to make sure that whatever the best practices are in year 6, when you actually start to drill these wells, are used as opposed to, what's the best at 2022? You guys are always getting better. And so what sort of commitment, and I'll let your team think about that. That's a floating question, but it is a question that always is a driver for me when we're talking about long-term vesting. So we can talk about that later. I guess my last question, I'm sorry, I'm hogging this, fellow commissioners, is you indicated in your opening that number one, you weren't required to get informed consent, but you did. And then number two, you weren't required to prove up substantial equivalence, but you planned on doing that today. I'll agree with the fact that you don't have to prove up substantial equivalence because you've got 604B2, but I'm not sure I heard how it is that you proved up substantial equivalence. I didn't really hear that from the testimony. And that's just kind of a global thought from this commissioner. And again, you don't have to because you've got 604B2, but you thought about doing it. And at least I, for one, wasn't sure that I heard how that was done. So I'll float that question out there as well for y'all to think about.
Chair, would you like me to maybe take a minute here to give you an initial response to that comment or question? With respect to informed consent, and I apologize if it was less than clear. Again, we did get informed consent from all owners we needed to under 604A4. So, that's where we want to be very clear. That informed consent was given.
And that's the less than 500, right?
Correct. Yes, yep. Correct. We were not obligated, to your point, of getting informed consent under 604B1, because again, we have 604B2. So that was the reason for that statement. But what I wanted to underscore, and what we can continue to talk about, is that despite the fact that those parties weren't required to give informed consent, we've had informed conversations consistent with informed consent law with respect to the details of these plans. Well, like I said before, those folks have all been given the same information as they would under a statewide informed consent process. They've had over 3 years to consider these exact locations at multiple turns. So that was the point of that comment. Apologies if it was confusing.
Actually, let me ask a follow-up question.
Sure.
So just make sure I'm hearing this right. So between 501 and 2,000 feet, if you're an RBU owner or tenant, you've had those same you're testifying that the applicant has had those same discussions with each of those tenants or owners. Is that accurate?
I will look to Mr. Antonio to give specifics. I think in almost every case, the answer is yes. There's been maybe one tenant, maybe two within 2,000 feet where there's been multiple contact attempts and just no response. But this same level of information would have been sent to those parties as part of notice requirements, et cetera. But if Mr.
Antonio, do you want to supplement?
Yeah, no, I agree with Jill on those statements. We've had, conversations with the owners that have provided the informed consent within 500 feet of working pad surface. And we've had similar, extensive conversations with all owners within 2,000 feet. Many of them showed up at the open house in 2019 and the one in 2022. And then we've also had follow-up conversations for those that weren't able to attend. So everybody in the area is very well aware. We've addressed their questions and concerns in detail. So I would say that's accurate.
And so everyone except for one or two or thereabouts, actually there was a talk.
Yeah, there was
just like leaving something on the front door.
Yes, there was dialogue and voicemails back and forth. In some cases, emails. We've corresponded with some of the owners, but yeah, with the exception of maybe of one that I can think of off the top of my head, we've had direct engagement, and those engagements are directly with the land representatives that are on my team that work with those owners. So it's not like a 1-800 number or something like that. They've contacted us directly. We're the ones that have planned the project, cited the locations, and have access to the information that they need. So yes, that is accurate.
Okay. I'm sorry, this is my last question, I promise. Lawyers should never say that. In your CDP, there was contemplated that there were going to be appraisal wells that were done versus like full on coming in and doing this, if I read it correctly. But I'm getting quizzical looks. Maybe I read the wrong document. But it was in the application. I thought there was going to be some appraisal wells, which are kind of like finder wells to go see and make sure this was a good, thing. Did that ever occur?
Chair, I'm going to look to the panel to maybe address this in a little bit more detail. But when I hear appraisal well, I think more of our West Pony State Unit, where that is absolutely a requirement of the order. There may have been a discussion of like test wells in this case, but when this package would have been put forth in 2019. But I think the intent now is to move forward full scale with full drilling and development.
Okay, that was here. I read your CDP application, and I think that's where I read that verbiage about appraisal wells. And I see Commissioner Messer's nodding his head up and down, or he's falling asleep, one of the two. So I think it's not just me that read it, and that's fine. You don't have to do appraisal. I just was trying to figure out if that was ever done, because this is full scale development that you're asking for here, which is again, fine. I was just trying to understand the record.
No, I think, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mo. I think you take it away.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this OGDP1 development plan does take up space on our drilling program. So this isn't an appraisal location where we're going to go through. We're asking for a lot of wells. We're going to go test a few, and then we might not use it. I hopefully it's okay with Jim that I'm testifying that these are on our drilling schedule. We fully intend to execute the projects as they were presented today.
Okay.
And
All right.
Chair,
ahead.
I apologize if I can. You did ask another question about substantial equivalence based on my opening remarks.
Right.
And I did want to just mention something here at the outset. I think we find ourselves in agreement. We don't need to engage in that 604B4 hearing because your rules allow for exclusive conditions for citing a location within 501 to 2,000 feet of an RBU. And one of those conditions is 604B2, and we meet that rule. But I think that there was some discussion last week whenever we had that informational docket about substantial equivalence. We didn't want to take up what was already a very lengthy presentation for you, going through a substantial equivalent analysis that is not applicable. But I think what we were really trying to drive at is when you look at the evidence that we presented here today, along with these Form 2As and the BMPs, if we did hypothetically not have the CDP, we do believe very confidently that this would qualify under 604B4, thinking about some of the OGDPs that this commission is approved under a similar structure. When we look at our locations and our facility design and best management practices, community engagement, Weld County disposition, director's approval, we believe that if we would have had to, we could have satisfied that. I can go through in a little bit more detail what I viewed as qualifying under those elements, but I also don't want to take up too much time here today. But that was the purpose of the comment. And I think you're muted, but I'm seeing a dramatic hand gesture of no, don't do it.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I will look to my fellow commissioners for questions. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've asked some of the questions that I was going to ask. Interesting enough, I was the only sitting commissioner left when this CDP was approved, when I was a volunteer commissioner, acknowledging that Chair Robbins was the director at the time, and also acknowledging that often I can't remember what I did last week, let alone 3 years ago. So I did go back and review the initial CDP application. I reviewed the record associated with that conceptual approval of the CDP application. And so I just wanted to go through a few pieces of your initial CDP application and just get some kind of confirmation or acknowledgement that these were part of the initial CDP application that was approved, because at the time, as I recollect, there was some pretty compelling elements to that CDP application for the commission at the time, as far as why it was approved with conceptual citing. And one of the big elements of that did revolve around the evergreen nature of it. And so, in the initial CDP application on page 6, it states that Noble acknowledges that some locations may be subject to an alternative siting analysis before those locations can be approved in an OGDP. Also on page 6, it acknowledges that Noble will comply with any final order regarding this CDP and with environmental regulations and siting analysis that may be necessary upon completion of the rulemakings scheduled to occur, which is referencing the mission change rulemaking. Page 7, it indicated the CDP is designed to be an evergreen document that will comply with and incorporate future regulatory changes and obligations. Noble will comply with regulatory requirements adopted subsequent to the approval of the CDP. On page 11, in particular, designated operatorship eliminates the cumulative impacts that would occur if the area were developed by multiple operators. The designated operator CDP model represents an unprecedented level of foresight in planning and standardized development to assist in minimizing and mitigating to the extent and severity of adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. On page 12 of the CDP application, it indicates that the evergreen framework of the CDP will also ensure continual adoption of new regulatory requirements to protect public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. And on page 21, page 31, page 42, Noble will install continuous emission monitoring devices on location or wells within the CDP that are located within 1,500 feet of occupied dwellings using the technology available at the time of production operations. Those are the ones, as I was going through the application, the pieces that I think were most influential for me as I was making decisions on approval of that CDP. Do you guys acknowledge that those were part of the CDP application?
Commissioner Messner, I guess I'll begin, and then if anyone else wants to add anything or any color. I was trying to follow along with you in my document, but yes, I mean, being involved in the prior CDP process, along with my colleague Jim Martin, and then many of the folks that are on with our panel today were directly part of that application process in 2019, and then the approval in 2020. Yes, those all sound like those are all part of the application. Again, an evergreen process designed to adhere to your rules as we knew they were changing. And I think that this OGDP that we've presented here to you today hopefully underscores the acknowledgement of that, because again, we've complied with each element of Rule 303, many elements that would not be required if this were a cap, but because it is not, and because it was an evergreen document, we are coming before you with an OGDP that meets with 303 and 304 requirements with respect to cumulative impacts, alternative location analysis, and then all the associated plans that attach to this particular development.
Thank you for that. Some other questions. I mean, as you were talking about some of the 300 rules, I mean, I'm hearing you argue that, Rule 604B4 doesn't apply. Do you acknowledge that the 300 series rules apply to this OGDP, particularly in reference to the CDP application that indicates that the evergreen nature, of this application?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. On the whole, I would say yes. I mean, that's a big series. It's probably the biggest rule series that we have now following mission change rulemaking. So I hate to say unequivocally yes, whenever there could be a provision, whether it be, notice, something procedural. I can't think of that at the time, or some other minor element that maybe would not apply. But in general, yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Just to follow up a little bit on Chairman Robbins' question around the electrification, and I think that, again, as I remember back to when I was on the commission and approved the CDP conceptually, one of the big motivating factors, I think, for the commission at that time was certainly the electrification element of the CDP. And so I'm very appreciative, at least with this initial OGDP, that there is an electrification included of both the rig and the production facility. But in a lot of the application information, there was talk about 2 rigs and that there was going to be a problem to be able to run 2 rigs on this OGDP utilizing electricity. I'm assuming that's been resolved, and that even if 2 rigs are being run, that they would both be electrified?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Messner, for the question. I don't recall that portion of the application specifically. What I can tell you right now is that our plan is to currently have a drilling program with a single rig, and that single rig would be electrified.
Okay, thank you for that. So I wonder if you could, am I unmuted? Yes, I'm unmuted. Okay. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about any proposed air monitoring program that's associated with this application, and what the extent of the air monitoring program is, where the air monitoring would be. I seem to have missed that in the application. I'm pretty used to seeing that incorporated with OGDP applications, and I apologize if it's in there and I've missed it, but I didn't see a lot, any discussion around the air monitoring program, particularly around the sensitive receptors associated with this OGDP application.
Commissioner, I'll jump in here. There've been lots of changes since we went through that CDP process back in 2019, and the current CDPH or Air Quality Control Commission regulations require monitoring. So it's a parallel agency requirement.
And for the record, that was Jim Martin.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
So you do intend to have an air monitoring program. It's just going to be, you're going to share that with CDPHE rather than having it a part of this application. And I understand it's a sister agency and they have requirements associated with that. I do find it to be helpful, particularly if you are employing an air monitoring program, to have it as part of an OGDP application as well, particularly as I look at proximity to RBUs.
And Commissioner Messner, thank you for the question. And Mr. Martin, thanks for jumping in there. Yes, we're required to, and we obviously comply with all regulations that we fall under for these applications. At the time when we talked about monitoring all dwellings within 1,500 feet, that was right around the time when we were kind of trying to anticipate what was happening with the rulemaking set. That rule actually got pushed to the AQCC. If it's, we'd love to share that with you. If there's still interest, we can kind of show what our air monitoring processes look like. Those plans have to go to AQCC, be approved, and at that time we could definitely share those with you if that's a requirement or a request.
Thank you for that. I do think that they're appropriate in this process as well, particularly as we're looking at ensuring that applications are protective of public health in proximity to residential building units. So understanding those programs are important for this commissioner, at least. So the other question I had, as I read the director's recommendation and I read the application, there seems to be, and I appreciate the presentation that was given today around noise and some of the concepts that are intended to be employed, but it did seem like staff seemed to have concerns regarding the initial development of the noise plan. I wonder if you could explain a little further, how that noise mitigation will be protective of the RBUs within 2,000 feet, particularly the 7 RBUs that are within 2,000 feet of 2 locations, and the 1 RBU that is within 2,000 feet of 3 locations, and how you address cumulatively the noise associated with multiple pads within 2,000 feet of some of the receptors.
Commissioner Messner, thank you for your question. So what we do is we employ a professional noise mitigation company. They help us build our noise mitigation plan, which looks like something that I was showing you with the modeling that we do. So what we do is we take those noise models, we come up and develop a plan of how we're going to wrap each of the locations using the sound walls. We also look at where we want to locate the equipment on site that's going to give us the best mitigation offset from those RBUs. So if it has to be a whole wrap and we get that sound, that's one way we do it. The other thing that I mentioned is we do point source mitigation, where we put those panels around those noisier pieces of equipment. One other thing that we also employ is that we do 24-hour noise monitoring around all of our locations. And what that means is not that the data is captured 24 hours a day, is that we have access to go through, look at, review that data. And if we, working with the community, if we're having issues, we can make sure that we go address them. And some of the ways that we can address them is even off-pad mitigation if we get requests from residential building units close to our operations. So when we do that, we build those, we're monitoring the sound of all those pads everywhere we have operations. We're looking at that noise level. And then most importantly, we're listening to the people close to us on what their issues are, what they hear. And then we try to develop additional mitigation plans on top of that, kind of in real time, to make sure that we're meeting those RBU's requests from us. And that's where Ryan and Tony on the panel here really kind of get activated if there are those issues to go through, and we make sure that we're, just like our plans are evergreen. We don't want to just set it and forget it. We want to make sure that we're complying, and then that we're meeting the needs of the community as we go through our operations.
Thank you for that. Is there timing considerations associated with noise, particularly with these receptors that have multiple pads associated with them? I mean, initially when I was reading the application, I was picturing 2 drill rigs occurring, simultaneously next to some of these sensitive receptors. Is it still contemplated that there could be, some pre-production activity going on at 2 or 3 locations at once? Or will you move from one pad, fully complete that to production stage before you move to the next pad?
Commissioner Messner, thank you for that question. I might actually tap in our resident expert on all things drilling and completions, Jim Rouse, to answer that. But the way that it's contemplated now and our commitment going forward is really going to be having that one drilling rig and then the frac crew that's following through there. So you're only going to have 2 pads at any time that have that drill and frac operations happening at one time. Jim, did I say anything that was incorrect there?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Messner. I'm Jim Rouse. I'm the project management engineer here in the RBU of Chevron. To Mo's point, yes, one of our challenges is Xcel Energy, from what I have learned here in the last several months, does not have sufficient power coming out of their substation to where they could actually power 2 rigs. So it's less of a desire from our standpoint. It's more of a infrastructure and ability to get the power there. We do have enough power for 1 drill rig. It is not expected that we would have power for 2 drill rigs. We are planning on doing all of these development plans one right after the other. So you're going to be going from one pad to one pad. So there's 4 drill pads here. We will plan to pretty much go mow right through them, one right after the other. And our current intent, there was an earlier question on timing. Our current intent is to start these in middle of 2024, and our last development plan should be this time 2024. So we're in that 2-year plus range. Get them all drilled.
I appreciate that around the timing, Mr. Rouse. I think the question I was asking about timing, though, is it possible that you would have completions occurring on one pad while drilling is happening on another pad that are both within 2,000 feet of a number of different RBUs?
No, currently that is
the way I read the application. It's possible, I guess. So
it is possible. Currently, we appreciate the impacts of well-to-well interactions and safety with simultaneous operations, with particularly, say, fracking on one pad and drilling on an adjacent pad. That heightens risk, and we try to avoid risk. So our intent is to drill all 4 pads and then come back and frack all 4 pads.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. I mean, I think I saw in your presentation around BMPs, to the best of my knowledge, staff has included a COA that requires type 3 drilling muds will be used in some parts of your application. You said it would be utilized in some circumstances, but not in other circumstances. But I think then in the presentation, I saw that it would be used across the board. Is that where we're at?
Commissioner Messner, that's correct. We are committing to using type 3 drilling fluid on all of these drill pads, given the proximity of the RBUs.
Okay, thanks. So on the ALA itself, it could be looked at that there was more emphasis placed on ensuring that there was a production corridor, less perhaps on ensuring that there was less impacts to RBUs in particular. And some of the sites were eliminated in your ALA analysis based on surface use agreement, lack of surface use agreement. And understanding that, at least when I read the initial CDP, that there was, some consideration given to ensuring that you had, some initial information and then going into an OGDP process after the mission change rulemaking before you secured surface use agreements and some of the other pieces associated with this. And so I guess I'm trying to understand how that surface use agreement really plays into the ALA. Because I guess to truly have an ALA, you'd have to determine where the appropriate sites are before you pursue that surface use agreement. It seems like in some situations here, you actually pursued that SUA and are rationalizing the utilization of that site based on the fact that that SUA is in place and you don't have it for other areas. And so I wonder if you could just talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So when, I'll go back in time a few years when we were planning this project, our goals really were to minimize the number of pads and surface disturbance, and then also to consolidate to one facility. Luke talked about having pipeline takeaway and electrification, all of that. When we have our locations and pads, it really helps us to allow to accomplish those goals. So when we looked at this, it was pretty clear, in order to access the target minerals efficiently and with as few pads into one facility, the locations, the recommended locations are really the way that it needed to be done that way in order to accomplish those goals, to reduce those impacts. We did consider, a lot of locations. When we have an area like this, especially this size, we're looking everywhere. There were some locations that would have had, we would have been unable to obtain a surface use agreement. But I think that the analysis really showed that a lot of that, the limitations that we had on some of these ALs was more related to technical feasibility and drilling step outs, and then the lengthy flow lines, because we really need to have the pads, fairly close to the facility to avoid building additional facilities. Then you kind of lose the benefits of the operational corridor. I'd be happy to answer specific questions about these ALAs. Surface use agreements are a factor, but really weren't the driving factor behind the site selection here. Does that help?
Yeah, I'm going to react to the sites that you've proposed in the ALA rather than having discussions about alternative sites. Yep. But I need to understand the process that was gone through. So
yes.
So in the CDP that was approved, as well as in the application, there was an emphasis that was placed on water recycling, but in the application, there was very little detail associated with how produced water could potentially get reused or recycled. I wonder if there could be any elaboration on that.
Yeah, Commissioner Messner, thank you for that question. So for the CDP, we're definitely still working on our recycling plan and how we're going to execute that. The issue with OGDP 1 is that the produced water in the area with those legacy wells does not actually give us enough water to start recycling right away. So what we're looking at is developing our plan for recycling based off of this OGDP's produced water to use it either at the tail end or as we moved into OGDP 2, 3, 4, and on out. The other issue that it's not an issue, but the other thing that we're waiting on to finalize that plan, which I believe we're going to have later this fall or into the winter, is that we want to make sure that we have the associated locations identified, because we still have to secure water right away. We have right away for our oil, gas, and produced water takeaway to go to disposal, but we want to make sure that we've got our sites completely approved, so then we can go back and get the recycled water right away as we go through. So it's a great question, and I understand in the commission hearings on the OGP, we talked a lot about water recycling and the beneficial use for that. We're still committed to that. But since this is the beginning of that area, as we're coming back in, we don't have a lot of produced water from recent drill and completion operations. We kind of need to get that going with this OGDP to build that out. And then we also want to make sure that we've got the correct sites identified so we can build that infrastructure and come back to the commission on our recycling plan.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, I got a few questions that are getting into a little bit of minutia here, but so as I'm going through some of the BMPs, you know how much I love when you put in there when possible. So there's some BMPs in there, particularly around the tier 4 engines or better that CDPHE has requested. That it seems to indicate that you intend to use tier 4 or better engines, particularly for pumper trucks with hydraulic fracturing and some other pieces. But it also includes that word if possible. So, I mean, are we using the tier 4 engines or better for the pumper trucks for the hydraulic fracturing or not?
For the hydraulic fracturing, we're using those types of engines. Where we didn't want to commit to is every truck that goes on location, because they're just not available for every facet of our operation. So that's why the when possible, we're really not trying to be cute and kind of bait and switch, but what we really want to do is let the commission know that, when we have that accessibility, we intend to use them. But those engines aren't available for all portions of our operation. So we, where they are, and we know with some of our quiet frac fleet that they're available, but where they're not available for our other operations, we just can't commit to using them at this time.
And I understand that. It was a little confusing in the BMPs whether or not for the hydraulic fracturing operations you were going to be committing to the type 4 or better engines or not. And so that's why I was just trying to clarify that. And I don't have it pulled up right now, and my question is not clear that I'm going to ask you, but again, in the ozone mitigation section, there seems to be some squishiness in there as far as whether or not that's part of your practice, because there was a bunch of cut and paste that happened in the BMP section of that. I mean, I'm assuming that, on the different sections that you're committing to, that you're actually committing to those things. Is that right?
Commissioner Messer, I just want to make sure I understand the question. You're talking about the ozone action days and what we do there. Yes, so I can tell you that this is something that Chevron has worked with as a BMP for years voluntarily. And so what happens is when there's an ozone action day that gets taken place, all Chevron employees get an email that says, hey, limit these possible activities in the field, as long as they don't impact safety of the people out there working. Because sometimes shutting down an operation without a lot of notice can be difficult. But yes, what we put in the BMP is what we do on ozone action days.
Okay, because I think if you go back and you review that BMP, there's like a topic that it doesn't correlate at all with the cut and pasted BMP that is in there. So if it's, we're not gonna, I don't know, we're not gonna liquid unload on the day, and the BMP talks about truck idling, and so that's where I was getting some confusion in there. And knowing you guys, I understand what the intent was, but I also have to make sure that those BMPs are consistent as I review this application. And so
I appreciate that, Commissioner Messner, and I can guarantee you that we will get that cleaned up.
Mr. Chair, at this point, that's the extent of my questions, although I reserve the right to ask plenty more questions.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Commissioner Messner. Before I turn to my other fellow commissioners, Commissioner Messner's disclosure that he was on the volunteer commission, which approved the order for the CDP, reminded me that I meant to lead this hearing with a disclosure myself. And so I'm going to do that right now. I would note that I was the COGCC director when the commission considered the CDP, and I issued the director's finding of suitability. The CDP order specifically states that there is no guarantee of the commission approving a permit, and I have not prejudged these applications in any way. I will and can consider the OGDPs impartially and in an unbiased manner. If any person has any concern with my continuing to participate as chair in this manner, I encourage you to raise your concerns now. So that last directive is to the panel, to the applicant, and to my fellow commissioners. Come on, somebody have a problem. Okay, seeing none, I will continue to act as chair and adjudicate this matter. Looking to my other fellow commissioners, there's 3 of you left that haven't had your initial dose of questions. Who wants to go next? Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for everybody's information and patience as we work through this. I think what was difficult for me in trying to deal with the CDP was what's kind of already happened under a different commission and different rules, and what lens we're trying to apply now to make sure that the intent of Senate Bill 181 still applies, even though some things have already been determined. And so that's been hard for me to try to navigate and thread that needle. That being said, I am very appreciative of the supplemental information that you gave. I think it's much more robust than what you originally submitted and gave me a better idea of the overall picture of whether or not I thought this was an overall positive. The original information that you submitted felt very sparse to me. It was hard for me to work through and figure out what was exactly happening here and whether or not I felt it was Senate Bill 181 reflective of those values. So I should always be careful what I ask for. I asked for cumulative impacts information because what I find compelling about this is the potential for the first time in an application to have an overall positive cumulative impact, instead of like, oh, we're adding, but it's only a little bit, and so it's not a big deal. You're actually peeing in quite a few wells, and so I deserve what I asked for. I asked for some cumulative impacts information about what happens with total emissions if we plug these wells, but you're adding these new pads. And I have to say that the information was very helpful and appreciated, but I have to say there was so much there that I really also would like to just have a kind of a landscape discussion with you. And I asked for something that I think you probably weren't able to put together because it was late. I would like to see, when I look at that map, that L shape, and I light up the dots that show legacy wells that exist. How many of those dots turn off because you're going to P&A them? And then if I turn on little dots of where your new existing pads are going to be, what does that situation look like now? And is it better for those people in that community? Is there less impact to them? And I think Hearings Commissioner Larson said that you added it, but I did not see it. So if this is it, and if someone could walk through it, that would be great.
Commissioner McGowan, if I may, before I hand it off to a panelist, appreciate that. And you're right, this was added yesterday. So, and yesterday evening, in response to your request. So makes sense that maybe you weren't able to even find it or digest it, but I will let a panelist walk through this. I will just note, we did not include a timeline of this matter in our presentation materials, in large part because we had a lot to cover. But I do want to just call out that this application was originally submitted over a year ago. And, think about how much we've all learned, I think, as a commission, as a regulated community, about what needs to go into an OGDP in that time. So by no means was it Noble's intent to not provide you with every element you needed under each of these rules or within the ALA process, as an example. I think it was just really indicative of where the regulated community and the staff were about a year ago with these materials, and then what we've learned since that time. And this application, again, has waded through the process of technical review with the staff. We've had a lot of collaboration and feedback from them and gotten them additional materials as well as part of their analysis. But I wanted to just highlight that. Again, I think the OGDPs you'll see going forward in the Wells Ranch area are going to look a lot more like what you saw in final form for this project. And then I'll hand it off to Patricia, to Mo, to whomever wants to address the disappearance of all of these dots on the map.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. So I did want to highlight on the left, you're seeing OGDP 1 and all of the legacy wells associated with OGDP 1. And they're these little black X's, and they're inside kind of a darker reddish or darker pink bubble. And so the 500-foot buffer is that darker pink, and then that 2,000-foot buffer around that existing well is the lighter pink. So it's showing you basically that buffer for 500 and 2,000 feet around the well, and you can see how it impacts those existing surrounding RBUs in purple. And so when we go to our full-scale development and those wells get P&A'd, the image on the right shows all of those existing legacy wells being turned off and being plugged and abandoned.
Thank you. This visual is very helpful to me, and I appreciated all the tables that you all put together, but there were so many wells listed, and I couldn't figure out like where they were. To me, this is a really compelling visual when we're talking about cumulative impacts and how a community might benefit from, even though there's new development, us tackling and getting rid of old development. So I assume, so all of those little circles are going to get turned off and P&A'd.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you can see down here in the bottom, just about every RBU within the existing within the OGDP 1 is around an existing legacy well. And maybe with the exception of this building unit down here. So they will understand or benefit from those cumulative impacts when we do P&A those wells.
Thank you. Because I think when I was seeing wells pads being built within 500 feet of homes, I have to say I had a little bit of a panic. But I do feel like there's a compelling story here in that some of these homes are already within 500 feet of existing legacy wells that are going to be removed that I think arguably could have been built with older equipment that is not electrified, could be leaking, has emissions just because of the older setup that we have. And so I think this visual is a pretty compelling story for me. The other piece that I wanted to try to tackle, and I think you did it in one of the slides, but I'm not sure I caught it all. When we're looking at the emissions from these circles that are going to get turned off, and then that's the negative column, and then there's a positive column of emissions from what's going to be built, the green. At the end, is there an overall then I don't know if I want to say negative or positive. We want there to be, is there an overall negative? Is there 106 fewer tons of VOCs, 140 fewer tons of NOx overall that has been emitted in this area? So do you see what I'm trying to say? Is the delta, even with this new development, do I have fewer emissions in this priority area 1 now? Because I'm P&A, I have the benefit of emissions benefits from P&ing all these wells. So even if I'm building these new facilities, which are state-of-the-art, electrification, low emissions, is there an overall positive benefit?
Commissioner McGowan, I appreciate that question, and I apologize if I didn't explain that well in my testimony. The real short answer is yes, and here's why. Is because those associated wells that we were just looking at have legacy tank batteries. So you have your tanks, you have your burners, you have your gas pneumatics, and we're gonna, so the emissions associated with those are all permitted, under our current rules. But we believe that this is the right way that development needs to go on Chevron acreage. So yes, those are net benefit numbers.
Okay.
That we're going to reduce those because we're able to, and this is where I might need Luke if he's still available, is, we're able to get these locations very low in emissions, even compared to smaller legacy batteries.
So again, I think this may be the first time we've seen an application where we're having net positive cumulative impacts. And so even though I keep going back to the hierarchy of avoid, minimize, mitigate. And so when you look at this area too, and we look at the ALA, it's almost impossible to find a site, I think, that isn't going to be within someone's residential building unit. And so I do think that this offset and this benefit is something that for me is a positive for this application. And I appreciate all the extra work that you put into putting this story together, because I think it's compelling. Okay, so I'm repeating myself, sorry. Sorry, I'm gonna look at my notes here for a second. And so I need to get out of my view here. Excuse me. I think that you have answered most of my questions through the other commissioners. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. Further questions from commissioners? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. I appreciate a lot of the detail, and I'll say some of the information provided during the presentation answered some of the questions I initially had. So thank you for that. I just wanted to touch on a few additional things, kind of small, that were brought up in there. The first is there was some discussion about the FAA, I think it was called the Navigation Control Area. Could you provide a little bit more detail as to what is located around that Navigation Control Area, especially as I'm seeing some legacy wells near that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Patricia, would you mind pulling up that OGDP 1 overview map just for reference? Sorry, Patricia, the aerial image. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Cross. So the FAA control facility, as you can see, is kind of on the eastern portion of the target minerals area. And we have locations 6, 14, and 10 nearby that. And what that is it's called an FAA Vortec facility. So if we were to drill or put a rig up, it would require extensive review with the FAA to cite a location near there. And it also could cause them to have to divert air traffic around it. I'm not too sure of the mechanics or how it would interfere with the signals, but it's a sensitive area from an FAA standpoint that would require a lot of require concerns on their part. So the main reason we had avoided that area was that's in an organic farm as well. So does that help answer your question?
It absolutely does. And I just wanted to kind of get an understanding of whether there was discussions of some review with the FAA about that, or if there would be, potential problems with the rig potentially interfering with the tower there, that if that kind of stuff was taken into consideration.
Okay. Yep.
And similarly, I noticed there was also some legacy wells near is it Gailton Elementary School?
Yeah. Yes.
And are those shut-in wells, or are those still operating wells?
I would have to check and see what the status is of those wells surrounding that school. So I'd have to follow up and get back to you. I'm not sure what the status is, but we could look it up pretty quickly of those particular wells.
And part of the reason I was curious about that one is, I had some similar thoughts as Commissioner McGowan, looking at some of the offsets that would be provided under the proposal here, and especially if those are some producing wells with active emissions and potential leaks and things like that close to the school. That also kind of jumped out to me.
I was just going to make another point there, kind of on Commissioner McGowan's comments earlier. P&A and these existing wells out here was one thing when we were having conversations with our residents is a huge benefit. All of those wells that you saw out there all have to have roads that go to them, trucks that have to come in, so there's a lot of other impacts, just traffic wise and gates and fences and stuff like that. So that was also viewed as a very positive benefit by the residents in the community as well.
Thank you. And during the ALA discussion, you also talked about some of the inherent difficulties, and I want to touch on a couple of those for some of the alternative locations that you looked at. A couple that you looked at that were a little, if I remember right, a little further west of the 08 and I believe 01, 08 and 723 sites there. You talked about some additional boring beneath the canal there. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And could you go into the description of the process for that? Is there currently going to be boring under the canal, and this would just have additional boring under the canal?
Yeah, so there's going to be the A0704 pad is on the other side of where the facility is. And that's the A0704 is a standalone well pad. So we'll have to take flow lines into that facility, which will require boring. And we work with the ditch companies on that. The other ones, all the other wells are on the other side, so we won't have to do any additional boring. So what we wanted to do was minimize that if we can, while consolidating the facility. So there are some, that map that we had showed on the ALA portion, it is within a floodplain. And there is an irrigation pond there where you see location number 13 to the north. And that area is down gradient of the pond. And our recommended locations are up gradient. So that went into our analysis. That's really why we didn't select location 13. And then also, the road getting into that, kind of back into that field with the landowner and stuff like that. So does that help answer your question?
It does. It absolutely does. I appreciate it. And then one of the things that was talked about quite a bit as well with And it was brought up kind of as a precursor to what I'm sure would have been questions, but kind of in questions that staff provided to you prior to today, was the potential of consolidation with wells, either wells together with a facility to make one larger pad, or potentially at least the 1 and 23 wells being put together. And you talked about some of the issues being with the feasibility about the, and correct me if I'm wrong here, it's going to be the feasibility with the laterals and some of the casing concerns with that. And for everybody's edification, can you just go into some of those casing concerns and what the potential impacts would be, both environmentally as well as operationally?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take a stab at it, and I might kick it over to Jim Rouse for some more technical information. We did look, and I'll just say, whenever possible, we want to consolidate our locations as much as we can. We did look at placing the AO723, that's a 4-well pad, on the AO701 pad, which is currently a 16-well pad. But due to the lateral step outs and reaches, in some cases over a mile, there are some concerns with casing and cement and kind of future, once the well's online, and just kind of future concerns associated with that. So Jim Rouse, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but based on that and some of those risk factors, we created the separate pad for the 4 wells to access the minerals. I don't know, Jim, if you want to add any color there.
Thank you, Ryan. Commissioner Cross. Ryan, you pretty much had the high points there. I mean, there's a lot of, I'll just say, physics reasons why, as the tension angle gets flatter and flatter, it becomes harder and harder to make a competent well bore, and it just induces risk. So currently our, I would say the longest we have ever drilled step out wise in the DJ as Noble/Chevron is 3,100 feet. We feel comfortable of producing a quality well bore at that. And as technology improves, we may be willing to go beyond that limit. But we evaluate risk very seriously, and going beyond some of the, roughly that 3,000, 3,100 foot, maybe 3,200 foot exceeds our risk tolerance. I will just phrase it that way.
And just to specify, when you talk about risks there, you're talking about potential failures in the cement and potential leaks?
That is my greatest concern, is the obtaining a quality cement job. That is number one. That is number one.
Perfect. I really appreciate that. And then one of the other things that went into some of the alternative location analysis that you talked about, Mr. Antonio, was the flow line length. And can you give me an idea of what the flow line lengths are currently, and kind of what, again, similarly, what kind of operational and environmental impacts longer flow line lengths would have?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Cross. So yeah, we don't have a set distance currently on flow line length. A lot of it depends on, kind of the lay of the land, water tables. The geology and the GOR could play a factor. But once you start getting, further away, and if you're looking at this, I'll just use some examples, like AL number 5 and number 6, running it into the current, where the recommended location is for the facility is well over 2 miles. Patricia, if you don't mind going to the aerial image. You can see as it stands, basically just from point A to point B, we're over 2 miles. When we're actually negotiating flow line right away with these landowners, they're not going to allow us to just cut straight across their fields. They're going to want us to go around these center pivots along the road, so we get closer to homes and things like that with the flow line. And there can be up to 100-foot, temporary easement width that we would need to construct the line. So it really adds a lot of surface disturbance, but there's also some integrity issues once the line is in service, paraffin and wax buildup, and just kind of downstream issues once the line's in service. We have been able to extend our flow lines. You can see the A1809, runs in, that's roughly maybe a little less than a mile. But once we get past that in this area, it was just too far. But we don't have a specified distance, but in this area, this is what we ended up with.
So it's less of an economic concern and more of an environmental and operational concern.
Yes, absolutely.
And then the last thing that I wanted to kind of touch on as well is, you just spent some time with Commissioner McGowan going over some of these legacy wells and these legacy facilities. And obviously you have some of the information that you provided with relation to specifically emissions. Have there been any instances that you're aware of leaks or anything, other kind of environmental concerns with some of these legacy wells?
Commissioner Cross, I appreciate that question. I'll jump in here. The first thing I want to say is that we always have concern on all of our locations, but what we do with these older locations is we do have lease operators that are going through on a frequency and checking and making sure we don't have those issues. We'll also have a very active leak detection and repair program for anything. So while I say there's always a chance for historical contamination or remediation, I also would put Chevron's program on cleaning that up next to everybody else. But I can't specifically say that we have any concerns at this moment, other than they've been what's underground is underground. But we operate all of our facilities, whether our new brand new facilities or our old legacy facilities, and the best way that we possibly can and in a responsible manner. So any specific concerns, none off the top of my head, but we also obviously follow all rules, regulations for leak detection, leak reporting, and then clean those up. Did I answer your question, sir?
You did. I just wanted to make sure there was no known history of spills or anything like that you're aware of. And then the last thing I just wanted to more so touch on, just to make sure that we all have it. So for the updated appendix that you provided to us last night, it does have the CDPHE recommended BMPs, as well as if I can find it here, make sure I get to the right page. It also has the engagement summaries. Were there additional people contacted besides those listed in the appendix?
Yes, thank you for that question. So we contacted, for this project, we definitely focused our communications on the owners within 2,000 feet. But at our open houses and through all the notice that has gone out, that's been required, under COGCC as well as Weld County, we've noticed the entire CDP area, which you'll see over time. So we have had communications with residents outside 2,000 feet and in the area in general. We've also done a lot of work with Weld County, the local fire districts, and the emergency response team over at Weld County. So we've had a lot of expanded communications outside of this OGDP.
Perfect. But the names specifically identified on pages 37 through 41 of this appendix specifically go to those that are nearby receptors, specifically with relation to the sites that are proposed today.
Yes, and
Commissioner Cross, if I may, and I apologize, Ryan, I'll kick it off to you in a minute. The owners that are listed on the engagements are specific to those owners within 2,000 feet of our recommended locations. But we have had, to Ryan's point, contacts with working interest owners, mineral owners, and other owners that are not listed in these specific tables.
And Commissioner Cross, if I could even supplement that further, both open houses, I can also confirm residents and tenants within the entirety of the CDP were invited to those open houses. And as Mr. Antonio mentioned earlier, at those open houses, the locations, traffic routes, all of the information that you're seeing in these maps were shown to those folks too.
Perfect. I appreciate it. And again, I think this was more so just for so we all have sort of an idea of who was contacted, the number of communications, and some of the notes on it. So I found that helpful as well. Mr. Chair, at this time, I don't think I have any further questions.
Great. Thank you for those questions, Mr. Cross. And thank you to the panel for answering them. Looking to my fellow commissioners if there are other questions for the panel. All right, I'm not seeing further questions. Perhaps the panel could unvideo themselves so that I can have a dialogue with my fellow commissioners. And if we have commissions as we deliberate, we can certainly bring you back. But thank you again for the presentation. And thank you, AAG Mercer, for being with us. Did you have anything to start, or are you just there for assistance?
Yes, thank you, Chair Robbins. Earlier, you had raised a question about the term of the OGDPs, and said to provide some insight on that before you begin deliberations. So I just wanted to circle back on that. And so as I understand it, your question was, the CDP has about 7 years remaining in its term, and does that same time limit or term apply to the OGDPs? Am I correctly understanding your question?
That's it. Yes, thank you.
Great. So I did review the order number 1-241, which was the Wells Ranch CDP order, as well as old rule 216 for CDPs. And neither of them directly state anything that answers your question, but it does seem like the intent of both the rule and the order is to have that time period apply both to the CDP as a whole and the OGDPs therein. That's my best reading of it, is that is what would apply. And certainly if the commission agrees with that and would like to make sure that that's the case, you could always, in your orders related to the OGDPs, include some language specific to the term of those OGDPs.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not sure where I come down on that, because I still have the concern that we generate a OGDP that's got a lifespan of potentially 7 years. And we all know in this room that 6 years from now, there are ways to do things much better than are today. Ms. Fulcher, would you like to weigh in on this issue?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, AAG Mercer. And I want to restate what I think I heard Ms. Mercer say, because I was also scrambling to find my video button and other things. Multitasking, I guess, is something I cannot do at this hour on Wednesday. But I think what I heard is that she did not find specific language in the CDP order or even in prior rule 216 on the issue of whether or not this OGDP will extend the life of the initial term of the CDP. I concur. I did have a chance during questions to go back to order 1-241, and the language in that order doesn't speak to this issue, probably in large part because of where we stood on the mission change rulemaking, in my estimation. That said, I think that her reading is that this extended term would apply, I think, in both looking at the intent of the order and then also now looking at rule 311, that extends OGDPs to the life of caps. I also would say that the Mustang CDP explicitly did extend the life of those Form 2As connected to the Mustang CDP. And I've gone back through, although not extensively, with the approved CDP itself that spans about 50 pages. And I think that would have been the intent of Noble, is that this OGDP would be valid for the term of the CDP. So I think that's what I heard AAG Mercer say. I agree. With respect to your concerns, Chair Robbins, about The notion that, if this is approved here today, that we've got about 7 years remaining on the CDP. And if we were to do nothing, if Noble was to do nothing with this drilling plan until close to the year end, we would expect that BMPs would be improved. I mean, I think that the side-by-side Mr. McCartney provided you, that was a side-by-side of advances in a facility from just a few years. So you're absolutely right. We continue to innovate. I think that if it would please the chair to please the commission, I think we'd be comfortable with some sort of language, and we could work with AAG Mercer on this, or Ms. Larson, that would indicate that these wells of this OGDP will be developed within a certain time frame, maybe a 3-year term, and that at the end of that 3-year term, if these wells have not been drilled, then the operator will review the BMPs in place at the time and then potentially file a sundry via that process under Rule 302, I believe it is, to revise any BMPs that need updating as a result of evolving technologies. So I'm crafting that sort of shooting from the hip. So obviously that would need to be cleaned up a little bit, but I think that would be something Noble would be very comfortable including in this OGDP, recognizing that these wells are high on the drill schedule.
Would you be comfortable if the sundry, if there was the opportunity for the commission to review the sundry and, call Noble back in to have a further discussion about that?
Let me pull up, if you'll allow me here, that process.
My thought is that we may just think it looks good on its own and we don't need to take any action on it, but
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Continue. I apologize.
I just leave it to the discretion of our staff who's looking at it, who could then report to the commission, and then we could, give it a thumbs up. Again, it would not undo any vesting of rights. It would just be a re-review if it's beyond that 3-year time frame and the wells have not been developed.
I think we would be comfortable with that, Chair. Of course, I'd want to maybe get final thumbs up from my client as we're having this conversation. But as I understand the rules for processes for changing oil and gas development plans, that right or availability is already within the commission's purview. I think whenever we filed the form for sundry to make changes to OGDPs, there was a 14-day notice process on your website where that change gets posted. And then during that time, the director reviews these changes. And then if the proposed change is significant, then it could even require your approval. So I think that opportunity would remain under the existing rules as they apply now. But again, I'll look to my client to confirm that they'd be comfortable with that.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That brought up a question that I had forgot to answer or ask, and so I'm gonna ask that now because it is pertinent. Because understanding that it's possible that the OGDP would be vested for 7 years. It's possible that not only technology could change, but regulations could change. And acknowledging in the initial CDP application that was approved, Noble reiterated a number of times that they'll comply with regulatory requirements adopted subsequent to the approval of the CDPHE in one section. In another section on page 12, that the evergreen framework of the CDP will also ensure continual adoption of new regulatory requirements to protect public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. I guess my question is, how is Noble proposing to employ those elements of the application for the CDPHE to OGDPs moving forward, particularly ones that have extended lifetimes like this one?
Thank you very much for the question, Commissioner. I see Mo has videoed himself, so I think he may want to weigh in on this question first.
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
Thanks, Ms. Fulcher. Thanks, Commissioner Mester. For the CDPHE, what that usually happens is as we go through and we are doing air permitting, and those air permitting requirements change before operations, we always go through and comply with when the permits are issued. So yes, the way that happens is just kind of through the regulatory framework as we go. One other thing I wanted to note is as we work through the CDP, as the requirements for OGPs change throughout the years, this one of the ways that we stay compliant is actually this process we're doing right here today. So if we were to have a rulemaking next year and OGDP 5 was subsequent to that, obviously we would make sure that we comply with the new rules as we go through the OGDP hearings. So that's another way that we go through and do that. One way that we also can keep things evergreen and make sure we're doing things are things like continual updates on our electrification and making sure we've got alignment and understanding as we go forward there. Another example of that is with our recycling plan as we go forward too. So those are kind of ways that we can continually work through changing rules, changing updates in technology. One thing that we're committed to at Chevron is trying to be on that forefront. So we also might ask for sundries proactively to make sure that we're changing our facility design to continue to reduce our carbon footprint where we can. So I don't know if that's a specific enough answer, but I'd love any follow-up where I could guide you.
If I may chime in on that as well. So I just wanted to draw the commission's attention to the fact that in the order approving the CDP, there is a provision, it's paragraph 6 of the order, states that all oil and gas operations conducted in the entire CDP application lands are subject to the commission rules in place at the time of operation, which would generally be true even without this language, but that's just an extra guarantee that the rules down the road are what will apply to the operations here, and that's already been ordered by the commission.
Thank you, AAG Mercer. For me, that's very, very helpful because my understanding then is that if these wells, I have every belief because of the intent that's been indicated here that these are going to be moving forward in a quick fashion. But should they sit for 6 years and not be done, then they would be required to comply with whatever regulatory structure is in place at the time of operation. So that's really helpful for me. Thank you.
Okay. I think we've worked through that issue. It's the line. We don't have the language yet. One thing I'm wondering, we still need to deliberate, obviously. And so we'll move into deliberation. But I just kind of procedurally, can I check in with my fellow commissioners on a thought or a proposal? We've still got another OGDP on our agenda, the Shelton. I would rather we continue that to tomorrow to take up. I believe we had thought about 1 o'clock. We'll take a little bit of time. If that is the case, and depending upon where we end up with deliberation, we could deliberate, kind of get a sense of where folks are on this OGDP, but not vote tonight. And that would give Ms. Fulcher and Ms. Mercer an opportunity to develop up the appropriate language about this issue that we've been talking about. So I just throw that out there for folks' consideration. Okay, so do we want to move into deliberation? Is that a move into deliberation, or is that a, I'm also going to go first, Ms. Commissioner McGowan?
All right, I'll go first. So overall, I have to say, it doesn't feel good to still see proposals within 500 feet of someone's home from a public health perspective for this commissioner. That being said, it's clear that this area is an area that already has locations quite near to RBUs, and There's been a clear community engagement process, more than one touch point with all the residents that are not just within 500, but within 2,000. There's informed consent within the 500. And that's kind of what we talked about during mission change. What would we need to see if there were going to be locations that were close to human beings? And so I feel that the operator has met the intent of what we meant by community engagement and making sure that there were conversations with community. And from this perspective, it almost seems like there's buy-in from the community. The other thing for me that was an important piece of this application was looking at the cumulative impacts. So this is a community that's been impacted by a lot of oil and gas developments. And in this case, perhaps for the first time, I think we're going to see a positive cumulative impacts and reduced emissions, reduced truck traffic, reduced truck trips, mileage, which I think then is a positive for this community. And it sounds like they're also interested in seeing these legacy wells P&A'd and the acreage restored for ag purposes and or habitat. I was gonna probably fall on my sword about electrification and group 3 drilling mud because this is close to people and they deserve the best that we have to put forward when we're developing near them. And I think that the operator has stepped up and offered tankless. We're piping oil, water, gas. We're using group 3 drilling muds. We're using electric drill. I think all those things are really important when we're thinking about protecting public health and when we can't avoid what we're doing as much as possible to minimize impacts to community. You know, the ALA exercise, I'm kind of with Commissioner Mesner. I'm not sure if that ALA happened kind of after the sites were chosen and then they just showed us why all the other sites didn't work. But it is pretty easy to see that there's not very many spaces in this area where we would find spaces that would work. I'm also appreciative of we're minimizing the space. We're using an eco node for to send things to so that we're some of those production facilities are further away from people. They did make an accommodation for staff recommendation for the production facility and their concerns about being near the flood zone. So I'm appreciative of them responding to those pieces as well. So there's where I'm at.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner McGowan, for leading us off there. You know, I do think that this is a little bit of a complicated one because it was a conceptual CDP that was approved by a previous commission. And it also could have incorporated all the different elements of a OGDP review and a cap for that matter, based on the most current rules, but chose not to. You know, I do think that there's a lot of things that I do like about this OGDP application, as you indicated. You know, I think a lot of the technology that's being employed is strong technology. You know, I appreciate that all the fluids are being piped. I appreciate the utilization of the tankless design. The electrification of the rigs, while it was certainly uncertain in the initial application and gave me, particularly as someone who approved the initial CDP application, a lot of heartburn. I appreciate the utilization of the group 3 fluids. You know, while it wasn't clear in the application, the level of, well, still don't know the level of air monitoring that's being proposed here. I do appreciate that they have followed through with their commitment in the CDP application about air monitoring. You know, I think that the community engagement, while certainly spaced out over a long period of time, and you know, there was significant effort for community engagement, and I think that that was clear in the documentation that was presented. I do acknowledge that there was a number of individual, either tenants or RBU owners that were not responsive. It was more than one based on the table that was provided, but it was multiple. But at the same time, there are going to be, with all the attempts that could possibly be made, those that choose not to engage. And that's just the reality of community engagement at times. But I do think that there were significant efforts that were made. I think that it's clear that, at least from the conceptual level, that there was local government support. I think in this particular situation, just like with it transferring between a CDP and reviewing the OGDP under our current rules, I think that the WOGLA process for this one's a little clunky. I do think that while the initial approvals of conceptual approvals of the sites through the WOGLA process were done quite a long time ago. It's hard for me to have the same level of deferment to some of the local government decision makings with a process that makes approvals of sites without understanding the facilities that are associated with those sites, without the ability to move them or modify them. And so I just found that a little clunky. So I didn't have put as much emphasis on that as I would in a general OGDP application. Now, there's a few things about the application that I didn't like. I do think that as I analyze the ALA that was provided, the initial ALA was just inadequate. And the subsequent ALA certainly had a lot more information involved with it, but it's not clear to me, within the analysis of the ALA, whether these are the best sites. It seems like in a lot of situations, there was potential opportunity for consolidation of sites or reimagining the initial sites that were conceptually approved 3 years ago, based on new information, based on additional expectations associated with the mission change rulemaking, and potentially could have been reimagined in a current ALA. But there was not enough information provided for me in the ALA that was considered. There seems to be an emphasis in that for the operations to be on, or the locations to be on an operations corridor, which I understand, and I understand the efficiencies that are associated with that. But I think there was a few questions that were asked. Is it possible to pipe all of these things if they were different locations that were chosen? And I think the answer was yes. And so minimizing some of these sites away from some of these sensitive receptors, particularly the RBUs and the very closest RBUs, appeared to be possible for me. But again, I will react to what was presented. And it was not clear to me that these were the best sites in the ALA. I appreciate that the application got fleshed out through this process, and there was a lot more information that was provided over the last couple of days than perhaps there was in the initial application. And to me, that's not the way an application should be developed. I mean, I would like to be able to review the totality of the application, the totality of the proposal prior to the commission hearing, with a level and a burden of proof associated with that, so I can fully engage that decision making the day of the hearing. And I think this one just evolved as as time went to be adequate in its submittal. I think that it's important to acknowledge that I'm reviewing this irregardless of whether it gets 604B2 treatment, as whether or not these sites are protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, and applying the entire 300 series to this. There in some instances, at least until today, there was not enough information for me to know whether or not these sites were protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. There was a lot of information that was lacking in a qualitative analysis for cumulative impacts. There was a lot of information that was lacking in some of the other plans around noise that was provided. Understanding that in today's hearing, in most of these situations, I got to where I needed to be in order to be protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment. But unfortunately, I don't think that you can indicate that you are the most comprehensive planners, operators in the state of Colorado, and provide some of the information, the lack of information in an application that was provided here. And so while I appreciate that that could be a goal, this didn't necessarily meet the quality of application that I typically see in an OGDP application. And I think a lot of the reason for that was because of this intent to cite these locations under Rule 604B2. And I understand that the rule was written during the mission change rulemaking to allow that. I can tell you from one commissioner's standpoint, that was understanding what happened with the CDP approval process and where we're at now. I'm not sure that was the right decision in the rules, but it is what it is. But in order to be considered the most comprehensive planning operator in the state of Colorado, I would believe that you would want to meet or exceed the existing OGDP and CAP regulations that are in place right now, rather than utilize that tool. But having said that, I acknowledge that that tool is available and that tool chose to be utilized. And so, requiring there be a showing to meet the burden of proof for substantial equivalency is not a tool in my toolbox to be able to utilize in reviewing this particular OGDP, as I don't think that that burden was met in the application. I think it could be met, but I don't think there was enough information that was provided in for it to be met. And so that's why I struggled with this. But again, overall, I agree with Commissioner McGowan. There is a net adverse impact from a cumulative impact standpoint associated with this. I think that the questions that she asked in order to fully flesh that out were important, because it was not clear in the application that that was the case. But I do think in reality that is the case. And so I'm very appreciative of that. And so that's my long-winded deliberation on this.
Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think my comments dovetail pretty well with Commissioner Messner's most recent comments there. And I too appreciate the additional work and effort that went in to provide the information that we needed in order to review this. And I also appreciate that the intent of a CAP is to provide a more streamlined process for an operator down the road to be able to get approvals move forward with OGDPs. And I think, my comments are going to relate to this, but go a little bit beyond this specific OGDP. And while this situation really is unique due to its timing, as has been pointed out here today, it illustrates the importance to me of significant and detailed discussion during the CDP, or now the CAP process, especially with regard to sightings of specific facilities. And I think the benefit of a toned down 2A associated with a comprehensive plan of either sort, as well as Rule 604B2, assumes and relies upon that there's thorough vetting during the CDP or CAP process when it's approved, including locations and cumulative analysis and mitigative strategies and comprehensive planning for the greater good of the affected area, its resources and residents. So in this case, a commission approved CDP exists, and that carries a lot of weight with me. Really, the primary rub for me revolves around conceptual versus actual siting approval. So if conceptual siting approval does vest rights or even perceived rights, for example, as was mentioned today, if it's assumed that site approval will go forward from the conceptual stage, so as long as there are no substantial changes since its conceptual stage, then really significant location analysis needs to occur during the CDP or CAP planning stage. If not, then all parties need to understand that the same level of siting approval that's generally submitted for OGDPs needs to be submitted for OGDPs that have conceptual approval of locations in a CAP or a CDP process. So that's a long way of saying really that I love the concept of comprehensive planning. We're still fleshing it out. I'm not convinced that a proper comprehensive plan can be appropriately formulated and approved and vetted without a thorough site analysis, along with its attenuating mitigative plans and strategies. So in the future, as Commissioner Messner has pointed out, I certainly would love to see, if we're going to rely on a comprehensive plan, I think that we need to make sure that we have vetted locations in that comprehensive plan, or we need to assume that we're going to vet those locations with the same degree of fervor that we vet or other locations at the OGDP stage, without assuming or vesting any preconceived rights or approval processes. So that's my general philosophical comment. As far as this OGDP is concerned, I very much appreciate the exploratory and deep dive comments of my fellow commissioners. I benefited greatly from them as they answered all of the questions that I had in my notes, and extracted a lot of the information that I also felt was missing. And by saying missing, I don't intend to note that the operator was intending to have anything missing. I believe they wanted to have everything that we needed to make our decision. And again, we're in a very unique circumstance. So I do appreciate the operator being responsive to our questions today, as well as to our inquiries throughout this past week of requesting information. That said, I do think there's enough information provided here, and I do think the net benefit, as Commissioner McGowan and Messner have both pointed out, is significant. I think that the lack of public concern, at least expressed to us, associated with this application is very significant in an area where residents are very familiar with oil and gas development. To me, that denotes that the operator has engaged them and helped them understand the overall comprehensive cumulative potential benefit of moving forward in this manner. And I appreciate that groundwork and the work that's been done that's obvious to me. So that said, Mr. Chair, I do appreciate in the end that we have vetted these questions out, that we do understand the location analysis and the intent of the operator going forward at this point, and am amenable to, as you pointed out, foregoing this decision until tomorrow, also amenable to moving forward today at your discretion. Thank you for offering the option.
Great. Thank you for those comments. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be a little bit brief compared to what I think I initially planned on talking about, because I think most of my deliberative comments have been addressed by my fellow commissioners. And really one of the things I'd like to focus on is sort of the alternative location analysis. My initial thought in reading the initial ALA that was provided was very similar to Commissioner Messner. I thought that there could have been a lot more analysis done. And so seeing the revised alternative location analysis and hearing the presentation today, I think was very helpful. And I think one of the things that sticks out to me is, in looking at the map that's provided, are these the best locations? I don't know. But at the same time, in looking at some of the areas where there's some openness, where they're not necessarily close to RBUs, there's an open area further north, but that starts to get closer to a school. There's an open area further to the east, but according to the ALA analysis done, the landowner there wasn't even willing to engage in surface use discussions with them because it was going to impact crop development and agricultural uses. And so I think when you start to get to some of these things, I do understand the analysis provided by by the operator here. And I think that in the end, the analysis provided is very detailed. You know, I also, it is a little bit eye-popping when you see locations that are less than 500 feet from an RVU. And so that does jump out a little bit. But ultimately, I think aside from the analysis that shows why these locations were taken and why they still meet our rules, because despite being close to receptors, they are taking steps to make sure that they protect public health, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. I think some of the things that jump out to me is when you look at all the BMPs and all the technological steps that the operator takes on their own, and then when CDPHE proposes additional BMPs, the only one that they did not adopt was the chiller. And so, I think they're taking as many steps as they can to make sure that they're doing this in a responsible manner. I think the fact that, as discussed, the fact that they had the community outreach was very important to me. And the fact that when you look at it, everybody was talked to numerous times, and the people that are close are not just saying, yeah, I'm not against it, but yes, I want this. We want to clean up some of the legacy wells. We want to get rid of some of the prior surface disturbance. As they talked about, it's not just the fact that there's wells that are going to be plugged and abandoned and facilities decommissioned, but there's also going to be roads that are going to be reclaimed. There's also going to be gates that are going to be taken down. And when you look at a lot of these different issues, that's helpful for the community overall as well. And so that, when you take it in addition to some of the questions that I tried to poke a little bit on, looking at economical efficiencies, when you look at operational efficiencies, and when you look at environmental efficiencies, I think that's important too. Especially noting that staff did have some concerns with why wasn't there considerations to consolidate some of these. And it seemed at first that the answer was it would create some difficulties in terms of the step outs. And I think that, agreeing with what prior commissioner said, I think providing a little bit more detail, some of which didn't come out until today, but I think providing that detail really explains that, listen, if you have some of these larger step outs before doing a lateral, you're going to have potential casing issues. Potential casing issues not only has physics concerns going with it operationally, but it also potentially has environmental concerns. And so in the end, looking at it, I am comfortable with the locations, particularly given that those people located nearby are not just comfortable with it, but also in favor of it. So in the same way that I tend to rely on what Adams County said this morning with our first OGDP and what CPW said at the same time, I'm also tempted to listen to what these nearby neighbors have to say about it. And they're used to oil and gas in their area. They're in favor of this, and they're in favor of getting rid of some of these legacy wells, cleaning things up, and as Commissioner McGowan noted, actually having a beneficial impact in terms of the reduction of emissions compared to what is going to be proposed with the new facilities. And as Commissioner Ackerman said, I'm in favor of continuing today if we can get some of the language worked out, or otherwise I'm fine with waiting until tomorrow as well.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Cross. I know that our AAG is working on language as we speak. We might take a 5-minute break before we finalize and determine a vote. I had a whole lot of things that I was going to say, but y'all have all said them. And I am in favor of voting for this OGDP for all the reasons as have been articulated. I would like to call out the process though, and I'm a little disappointed, and I'm sure that staff is frustrated with the process. So we all get to meet with staff and talk to them and get a sense of, this process. And so this has been a year-long process. And it's only in the last week or so, including last night, that some of the pivotal information was provided that has allowed this commission, I think, to conceptually get their head around this thing. And I know staff has been asking for this sort of information for a while. And I realize that this is the first time we've processed an OGDP under a CDP. And so there is learning to be done. But I would like Noble to understand that when you attempt to process later OGDPs under the CDP, the full informational piece that is necessary ought to be delivered upfront to staff, because I know staff has been asking for some of this information, and it was only when it came close to the hearing that this information was presented. That's frustrating. That's frustrating for me as a commissioner. I bet that's frustrating for staff, and it really doesn't help building rapport between applicants and staff. And that's what we're trying to build. So I would place that out there. The other thing that I would like to do is really send a hearty thank you to our staff, and in particular to Rebecca Treats for the year-long effort that she undertook to get this application to a place where it was ready to be heard by the commissioners. I appreciate the staff's initial report. I appreciate staff realizing that they needed to send it back and get more information. I appreciate the supplemental report. I appreciate all the work there. It just is remarkable, the level of talent that we have that is helping Colorado and its operators get to us things that we can then review and feel comfortable that we're reviewing in a protective manner. So with that, I would ask Ms. AG Mercer if she and the applicant have had a chance to develop up some language for our consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we need just a few more minutes to get something hammered out. Perhaps if we could take a 10-minute break, that would give us enough time.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. I'd rather go ahead and get this done this afternoon. For Crestone and
sorry, I should have said, made sure that amount of time would be okay with Ms. Fulcher as well.
Ms. Fulcher.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, AAG Mercer. I think that will be acceptable to us. I think we would appreciate that 10-minute break so we can just jump on a call, make sure that the client's okay with the language we've struck, and then we will pass it over to Ms. Mercer for then further revision. But yeah, I agree.
Okay, let's return at 4:41. Hey, folks, just FYI, the attorneys are working feverishly on this, but it takes a little time, and I hate drafting on the fly. And we would then have to consider the issue on the fly, and one of us has a hard stop in about 10 minutes. So with that, I think we are done taking evidence, testimony, commissioner questions, et cetera. We've started deliberation. We've not taken a vote on docket 21009000156. And I think what we should do is continue that docket as well as docket 2203000061 to tomorrow. We were going to take up the Shelton OGDP tomorrow anyway. From commissioners' calendars, does 1 o'clock work for everybody tomorrow? Okay. Ms. Fulcher, are you and your client amenable to us continuing this and giving everybody little slow measured steps to get this finished?
Yeah, absolutely, Chair. So we can be available at 1 tomorrow to continue this discussion, and I'll work with AG Mercer on these final details this evening.
Okay, and if you get something worked up, and you can have Thomas Mercer to share it with us, and then we'll put it in the record tomorrow. And Ms. Mercer, are you good? Okay. So we will see everyone back here at 1 tomorrow. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify, are we going to have a little bit more time to deliberate and ask for things before we vote tomorrow, in addition to this language here? Because I have a few things I'd like to ask for and make sure that we're clear in our approval.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. We're just sort of stopping it where it's at right now, which is we're still in deliberative stage.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so with that, do I have a motion to continue these two dockets to tomorrow, September 29th at 1 p.m.?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Good work today, fellas. Good work to our staff and to the applicants. We will see everybody tomorrow at 1 p.m.